What's up, everybody? Project Manga is back with episode 65 of the Special Grade Podcast. I'm Nox.
And I'm Mellow Yenis.
And on this show, you already know that we cover Ranger Reject, Dandadan, The Elusive Samurai, Kaiju number 8, Shangri-La Frontier, and Undead Unluck. Week to week, we'll make sure that we get timestamps down in the description for you so that you can skip the spoilers for the series that you're not yet caught up in. And of course, extending a massive thank you out there to all of our special grade patrons once again for coming together, keeping the lights on for this line of content, and producing another special grade episode. We can't thank you enough. Special shout out to Figuroth Felinor, our newest special grade patron. What's going on, fam? Welcome to the team. I'm pretty sure you're already in the Discord for the hidden channels, so I don't have to really tell you what to do there. But for everybody else that is a special grade patron and also has a Discord account, that's also a member of the Project Manga Discord, you already know what I'm going to tell you. Connect your accounts together so you can pull up into the hidden areas and continue the conversation with us throughout the week in a more intimate setting. But getting into the discussion tonight, we got a double episode here. We missed coverage last week. We're doubling it up now. Dandadan's got 3 chapters this episode because they just didn't give a fuck about the break. They said fuck it, we dropped a chapter anyway. So this one's gonna get
stop.
Right. Hefty discussion tonight. 12 chapters to review in total. So we might as well jump right into it. Massive conversations inside of Ranger Reject, I already know. So that's where we'll start. Ranger Reject chapter 50, the Bylong exams, facing Blue Keeper, part 3. Holy shit.
The tension. Oh man, it was so good because we were just like, man, on a 1-to-1 scrap, it's just not even.
Mm-hmm.
How does this work? And I know that one of our theories was that X's shows up or Peltrola shows up and does stuff, and we did talk about that.
Yeah.
But I like the way that it was implemented in a way that robbed D of victory, right? So as opposed to being the glorious invader that he wants to be or
right.
feels like he should be, he gets cheated out on the first raw true fight that he's had.
Right. And we were talking about last chapter we were talking about it, we were thinking of all the possibilities on how the story can continue and how the fight would conclude or whatever. And we were even talking about how D might be on some shiesty shit and X's is really fighting Blue Keeper right now, and D is hidden, behind some debris somewhere, waiting to do some shiesty backhanded, kidney shot shit. And then now here we are, in this chapter, seeing D's, conviction and ambition in the fight to want this to be a fair me versus you kind of situation, and him getting robbed of that by the interference of Peltrola and X's, and him being down about that. It makes me feel bad that I even considered last review that he could be on some underhanded backdoor shit in that way.
It was his MO.
Right? Yeah, for real though. Yeah.
His success, his main standard operating procedure is deception.
Right.
So we just sort of assumed that was going to be his ongoing thing, but I think that by going against that and having this sort of fight be about raw conviction.
Yeah.
Right? Blue Keeper was always the kind of person to say his mind regardless of whether it made him happy or other people happy. So I like this kind of real recognizes real moment between Blue Keeper and D. And to go on to your point, there is a line of dialogue after it's second to last page, and he says, second to last page of this chapter 50. Good, evil, a guy like me who is half-assed at both, lost an evil that was the real deal. That's all there is to it.
That was my favorite line of dialogue in the entire
Hit. I
chapter.
had chills just saying those
It
words.
emphasizes the core theme of the entire series of moral ambiguity. Who is the good guy? Who is the bad guy? What do the good guys think of themselves? What do the bad guys think of themselves? It's so many questions surrounding this particular subject that, like, for them to give us a line of dialogue that just perfectly emphasizes exactly what the message of the story is at the end of their climactic bout is just like such a crazy statement for Haruba Negi to give us at the end of the Bylong exams arc.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Because this, like, I was talking to it with Yato and some other people. Like, this is instant classic. Not just arc, but like I want to say like series, like in general to me. Like I can see
I
this like
absolutely feel that.
yeah, like and the Bylong exam specifically, you know what I mean, is right up there with like any other classic arc that people, regularly talk about. You know what I mean? Like you give this shit like 5 years, let an anime come out,
Oh my
whatever,
god.
whatever, the cult following
Oh,
around Ranger Reject is going to be
insane.
insane. And especially like when looking back at the Bylong exam arc as like the first major arc of the series, who knows how long it's going to go. I don't know. We're on
Yeah.
fucking chapter 50 right now and like just killed our first, keeper or whatever. And I don't know how
I
many other keepers are even going to die, but like, we know that D's goal is to just systematically take out like everybody on the keeper team or whatever. So
mhm.
we know that we at least have to focus directly on each other member to some extent after this. You know what I mean? So for this to be the first major arc in a series that could be around 300 chapters at the end of the day, it's like people are going to look back and be like, that's one of the best first arcs I ever read. You know what I
It
mean? Like,
genuinely is though.
like
It's
it
like
has everything. You know what I mean? Like the action is on point. The characterization inside of the cast of the arc is on point. The fucking like growth and development of those characters is insane. The action is insane. The plot developments are out of this fucking world, and the twists are just unmatched. You know what I mean? Like I feel like no one is in this level of subversion and twisty shit in their narrative besides like fucking Jujutsu Kaisen and Undead Unluck.
yeah.
You know what I
I
mean?
feel that
Yeah.
because like I love subversion, but I get really tired of art that is subversive for the sake of being subversive. And it feels like really forced sometimes,
Yeah.
and that kills me. But if it's done well and it feels fresh, that's what I'm a slut for.
Yeah, straight up. Straight up.
Straight up. And like Ranger Rejects got it going on, man.
Yeah.
Like
It's so tight
uh
everywhere.
within this chapter, I think there is a theme of like seeing each other both as a threat and then also seeing like the humanized weaknesses or like human limitations in each other's as opponents, and then also being disappointed by what they see. Um, so
Mm.
I, because like as the story goes on, like at the beginning of the chapter, in like the first few pages, Blue Keeper, you can't see through his mask. He's even like saying things like self-aggrandizing thing with the divine dragon's blessing. I'm invincible. I won't lose anything anymore. Um,
And we feel that because we've gotten his pathos now. Like we've gotten
mhm.
his like origin and backstory writing, and he even thinks back to the orphanage as he's continuing the fight after making that statement. You know what I mean? So it's like we feel exactly what he means when he says that, and we understand that like that means a lot to him. Like yes, it is kind of self-aggrandizing, but at the same time,
Yeah,
at least we know like what it's rooting, like where the like what the root of it is, where it's stemming
yeah.
from, and it's relatable. You know what I mean?
I think at that part that's important because he's talking about like it's a god, it's a god. Because whenever he was talking about like fighting and being powerful, he was always talking about his own strength. But this time he's talking about how he's got the power of the divine dragon behind him, the power of a god. You can't match with that. And then he sees the humanistic part of like D, where
Yeah.
he's like, you're willing to fight you're willing to fight, but you don't have much going on for you. And then he spares Kotan, right? Like he's like,
Yeah.
"Hey man, I could hold him as a hostage, but I don't want to win like that. I'm fighting you. I'm fighting you, not your minion."
Yeah.
Like,
I bounced
like
over here to save myself from mortal damage, but like now that I'm reset, we're continuing this mano a mano.
mhm. And that's where they start seeing like the human aspects of it, because you have the immediate part where they're like, "This fight's between you and me. We don't need any of the peanut gallery." The next page where they're just like, he's judged him. He sees the part like, "I don't like that you only have tricks," and he's like, "So what if I don't have other tricks? I already knew that. What do I have then? This brought me here anyway." And then the bottom of that page, you see inside the mask
Yeah.
of Blue Keeper, and that's where visually D sees the human in him, and then immediately gets shot and from the gets cold clocked by Peltrola, and he
Mm.
is disappointed. He's like, "You can heal from this, right? You can't be taken out by this." And that's when he sees the very raw, like after seeing the human, he sees like the limitation, the vulnerability, and is disappointed in this. And that's like the end of that. They're both disappointed in each other, and I love that.
Yeah. Yeah,
Um,
absolutely. The thing that's so frustrating for me is that in that line of dialogue where he says good, evil, a guy like me who was half-assed at both lost to an evil, that was the real deal. That's all there is to it. Is that like yes, they're acknowledging each other as combatants in this bout, but Blue Keeper's overall opinion and outlook on D specifically is that he's just in league with the other invaders and the executives. And when he says
mhm.
lost to an evil, that was the real deal, he's talking about the entire like military and fighting force
Mm.
of the invaders, including the executives in general. And it's like D can't be lumped in with that. He doesn't. Blue Ranger died not knowing just how different D was and how his motivations and position in the narrative is like so much more complex and nuanced than just
Mhm.
Peltrola's raw evil and X's as, you know, the fucking um blind zealot for, you know,
Yeah.
for Peltrola. Like D is not a part of their situation at all. You know what I mean? Like he has very specific and different, you know, motivations and reasons for doing what he's doing, and Blue just never found that out. So like yes, he acknowledged him, but he didn't actually get to see D for real. You know what I mean? By before he was
Yeah.
killed, you know. So it's frustrating in that way because they were building up to such a equally respected kind of state in their fight, and that gradually rose from the beginning to the end of it so beautifully just for that true acknowledgement to be snatched by Peltrola, and it just created such an emotional situation that just had me thinking so many things at once. When I got to this part in the chapter, I remember reading it just like, no, no, yes, no, the writing's so good, the situation's so terrible, oh, you know, and it's just like, I don't remember the last time I experienced feelings quite like these while reading you know, a weekly shonen manga.
It's I think that's the thing. Like D's main drive is to be seen for who he is
Right.
and like
We were this
recognized,
close.
and
Yeah.
like it's like it's like the whole Kaido thing a little bit where he
Hmm.
keeps getting his like valuable prey being snatched away from it.
Yeah.
And he's like, "I just want a straight mano a mano fight with like a powerful person that recognized me as an equal, if not potentially more powerful than them,"
Right.
and like really scrapped it out.
Yeah.
And then it's just like, yeah, it's a shame because like D felt so close to getting what he wanted. And
Right.
that's he was so willing to fight this way, and he was like, "You know what? What was it? I'm the bad guy plotting world domination. He's the hero standing in my way fighting for justice. That's all there is to our fight. Plain simple. That's just fine. Because it means that there's nothing between us to get in our way.
Yeah.
This is right here. It's exactly what I wanted." And it's like I think it's you know, the idea of like when you fight someone, you know them a little better, something like
Right.
that.
Right.
And I think that D doesn't know himself very well, and his goal is to be known, which
Right.
is like a very human trait, I
Yeah.
think.
I wonder if this is like alluding to possibly alluding to the future of conflict resolution just like in Ranger Reject overall. Like there's going to be a very clear goal established in whatever any one character is doing, and are they just always going to be robbed of the resolution that they like want the most? You know what I mean? Like, is D going to experience a situation like this at every dragon keeper bout? Maybe not something exactly like this, but is he going to be left with a feeling of, I had XYZ stolen from me in the last moment, or I didn't get what I thought I was going to get out of this? Is this all a part of that character arc progression that we bring up a lot, where you have the selfish want that's replaced by the life experience that shows you what you really needed? You know what I mean? And I wonder how that's going to conclude in the overarching story of Ranger Reject, because it's like, well, this is kind of what you wanted, still, a little bit here, D. Like, a dragon keeper is dead. This was like your original motivation, was to go in and kill all of
but
them.
not the
But
way he wanted.
yeah, and then he finds out, like after a bunch of writing and character progression, that he can say things like, not like this. Like, yes, this is what I wanted, but not like this. You know what I mean? Like, how many more times is that going to happen before the end of the series, when maybe everything goes the way he originally said in the beginning of the series, but like, what kind of feeling is that going to leave him with once it's all said and done? You know what I mean? It makes me really curious for, the future of conflict resolution inside of Ranger Reject, because it's just so subversive, and the characters change so much, in between plot points. You know what I mean? That it's going to be like, do you even want any of this anymore? Is D going to be left with just an overwhelming feeling of regret by the end of the series, or is it going to end in some kind of way where he is, reaches a state of enlightenment or acceptance or realization, epiphany of like what he should have always been trying to do, after all of the bodies just keep piling? Like, how is that going to affect him, is my question, I guess. So
I think that Ranger Reject feels like a little bit like it's got elements of like that Guy Ritchie thing where everyone chases the thing, and then four different groups chase after the same thing, constantly fucking up and getting in each other's way. It has a little bit of that with like a little Machiavellian twist, where it's all these people are wanting things, and by scrambling and grasping for those things they want with any advantage that they can at their disposal, because they're justifying it by saying, I want this thing, I want to do this thing, I will do whatever is necessary to achieve what they want, that they're getting in each other's way. So that like, while this is all going on, and like D experiences multiple dissatisfactions, I think there's going to be a part of his things where he's going to be emotionally fortified as through character growth, that he's not going to be pulled and led by the immediate wants that he has, or the things that he has convinced himself he wants, because he doesn't have the avenues to take his desires anywhere else, or the words to like really articulate what he wants outside his like known existence of the world. This guy knows so little about the world,
right,
that he's like, this is what I want because this is how I can get something that I can't explain.
right.
And I think it'd be really interesting at the end where he's like, hey, and he goes like, does like the whole like like mass media thing, like the Joker or something like that, and it's like, hey, I've jacked your broadcasts, and I'm gonna tell you what's what. I'm gonna tell you all about this fucking sham that we've been living in, and I can prove it because here's the tools. I've been secretly killing the Rangers for all this time, and I'm not even like, I'm not with the invaders. Fuck them all. They all suck.
Yeah.
But also this, and it's just like,
I'm the New World Order invader that doesn't. I'm not working for executives. I don't give a fuck about Dragon Keepers. It's my vision and only my vision that matters to me.
I wonder if that like is gonna be part of the end, right? Like proclaiming to the world what's really going on and how that would ruin so many people's plans. I think would be satisfying in a way that he's just like, yeah, I thwarted all of you, and I didn't have to kill everyone. I just had to thwart most of you, and I finally figured it out.
Now I'm picturing a scene where he's like making a public speech as Sakurama way later in his arc, after he's like been, fucking not upgraded, but promoted XYZ times, however many times leading up, and then like eventually he just makes a statement to the world, like the fucking I am Iron Man statement at the end of Iron Man 1, and he's just like, I'm a fucking invader, transforms like with all the cameras on him and the microphones on him.
I've been an invader forever.
And here's the deal, like here's the truth that like everybody's been fucking hiding from you. I don't know exactly how the scene would work out. I'm just like picturing the scene in the future, and it makes sense or whatever somehow, and it's just chills right now thinking about that. But I don't know. Oh yeah, go ahead.
I thought there was some really interesting choreography in this fight.
Yeah, I was going to talk about the choreography too, but real quick, I wanted to talk about how because I'm on this page, on page 4, and you know, Blue Keeper remembers the orphanage and then sends the fucking fish bubbles after him, and I just appreciate Negi's Haruba's ability to keep the personalities of the characters like intact through their dialogue, despite it being such a, you know, intense exchange of like philosophies. Like we're dead serious in this dialogue that we're exchanging with each other, but like he sends the fish after him like dying, he's like how about no, and it's just like a little like tiny thing, but it's like it's just still D at all times, even though they're exchanging like big, you know, monologue style dialogue bubbles back and forth at each other throughout the fight, you know, just having a conversation, getting to know each other more about why they're doing what they're doing, and like that's like, you know, a really good time to have all of this really, you know, intense character dialogue for both of them back and forth. I wasn't expecting D you know, to like keep that like almost jovial, you know, childish kind of like side, you know, to his dialogue and like vernacular quirks intact in a chapter where it's just raw conviction versus raw conviction with like some of the deepest, hardest hitting dialogue in the series so far. But Negi's like, hey, I gotta give him something that D would actually say here, even though he's dead serious. We gotta give him like one moment where he can still be D before the end of this chapter, and I just love that. Yeah,
I feel like petulance is like a core character trait, and like he doesn't know much about the world, so like the way he's gonna react isn't going to be exactly normal. So I do appreciate this kind of like manic optimism, like sarcastic, like manic sarcasm that he's exuding, where he's just like, I am desperately optimistic. Let's go.
And he like almost like can't read the room or whatever, because he's not like actually a human, and he doesn't have enough human experiences to like, he just like lets like little childish remarks like that like continue to slip out, even though he's growing in pretty much every way since the beginning of the series, including maturity. But he still like just gets to be D even in a situation like this, and I love that.
It's like when he says like, how many freaking rules is that cheating divine dragon of yours gonna break, man, when he uses the barrier against him, Suzukiri's barrier.
Yeah, for real. Yeah, like shit like that, you know what I mean? But yeah, going into the choreography, I think the choreography throughout this fight was obviously phenomenal. But there were a couple times where I was like really like, oh, okay, this is some other shit. Like when he gets he slashes through the fish bubbles, and then you know, Blue's like, big giant swirling, you know, water twister bubble around you, and I was like, oh shit, how the fuck is he gonna get out of that? And he fucking takes the tool, and fucking blows himself up with the tool before the, you know, divine dragon tool's energy breaks, you know, D down on a molecular level in a way that he can't regenerate from. He's like, fuck it, I'll just blow myself up real quick with damage that I can regenerate from to get myself out of that. Very Undead Unluck, you know, style of advantage switch, you know what I mean, in the choreography. So I love that, and I just love that that's just like the main kit of D and Andy in both series. I think that the way that they use regeneration and whatnot is some of the most interesting and fresh and unique ways that I've seen the power used in any medium. So I love that. But then we get to page 9, and you know, he's on the end of page 8. Blue Keeper's like, you sure you got some time to be talking right now? We're in the middle of a fight. And then you turn the page and you see the little fish bubble like literally like, right next to him, like point blank range right next to this man, and he goes to try to react to it, but it explodes, and the blast radius for it obviously is encompassing D inside of it, because the fucking fish bubble was right fucking next to him, so he definitely got caught in this. And I was wondering how he just didn't get evaporated by that. Like that's definitely divine tool energy in that fish bubble explosion, right? So it should have fucking completely I don't think he defended unless he killed himself again with the tool at the same time that the thing was exploding. I guess that's what we have to assume, right? That's just like what makes the most sense. Otherwise, he would have irreparable damage from this explosion, right?
I don't know, to be
Yeah.
honest.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how he survived, or he's willing to just throw himself backwards. So like,
Oh, sure.
because like, is it like maybe it's formed from divine energy, but does it deal like, if we're gonna talk about like tabletop RPG terms, is it dealing a specific type of damage, or
Mm.
is it dealing like concussive damage as opposed to like radiant, celestial, angelic damage?
Yeah. I mean, it looks like he's trying to like kill him, with these fish bubbles. If it was just like a concussive like shockwave meant to like stifle you while he delivered like the real divine tool energy killing blow, then he wouldn't have followed up with just more fish bubbles right after that. He has to be effectively like trying to kill him with this attack. So
I just realized, what if it's because Blue Keeper is exhausted to the point that the abilities are not as strong as they were,
the energy
and
isn't
that
as potent. Yeah.
and this is a visual representation that Blue Keeper, despite not really taking a lot of wounds, is not winning. Like he's
Yeah.
weakened progressively, and because like Haruko was able to finish Peltrola
Yeah.
by himself.
Right.
But then he managed to survive in Haruko for a while. He wasn't instantly, melted
Yeah.
or anything. So I think that this is just a visual representation of him getting weaker and weaker.
Yeah, that would be really interesting if the potency of the divine tool's energy output, and I can't even say energy output, I guess I have to say the potency of its effectiveness on an invader body, because like the energy output looks like it's right where it needs to be, you know what I mean? Like this whole chapter, you know what I mean? Like these are big explosions and he's firing attacks left and right. But I guess I assume that just the energy itself was just the hard counter to the physiology of the invaders, you know what I mean? So I figured as soon as you come in contact with that energy, it starts deleting you indiscriminately, regardless of anything else, you know what I mean? But if the explosions can still be this big, but the effectiveness on the body of D is reduced through fatigue, through fatigue of Blue Ranger, then that's like a really interesting area of the power system that I really hope that we get exposition for, because that just deepens it, that much more, starting to feel like Nen or like fucking Juryoku or something.
Was a key component, because when D fought Hekiru in the forest with the acid scythe, he was talking, it's like, oh man, I've used this thing for a while. How do the Dragon Keepers actually wield those weapons all the time as if it's nothing? They're such monsters. Was like actual lines from that chapter.
Sure.
Where he's just like talking, it's like, man, this is so physically taxing to utilize this. And it's just like...
But like that can either be represented in the form of like, okay, my stamina is depleting so much that I can't let off another attack, you know what I mean? Like the more tired I get, the less of these acidic, goopy, energy attacks that I can even let out. But if it's instead a situation where I can keep letting the attacks off despite my fatigue, but then the effectiveness of that energy against an invader goes down with my stamina instead of just my ability to unleash the attacks in the first place, then I think that that's like really interesting stuff. And I, now that we're thinking about it, I really hope that that's like thoroughly explained at some point, because now I'm just gonna not be able to stop thinking about it every chapter.
If I go see like a reread, I wonder if I'm going to be like looking through like the initial, like, the first time we see an ability and we're like, wow, that's so epic, and then see like subsequent abilities becoming less and less impactful, where they're having to use it more and more. Because like if you go into classic Sentai stuff, they almost never use their powerful abilities except for the final blow.
Right.
They usually try to actually fight him off. But
Taijutsu
like,
and weapons, and then energy comes last. Yeah.
Blue Keeper's kind of an oddball, because I just watched him use his abilities and like power moves the entire time.
Yeah.
Like he was like, I'm a power move. Oh, I side smash B every time.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow.
I don't know how to A tap. I just know smash stick.
Yeah.
And that's just kind of been the guy he is. So like, and then also fighting multiple Peltrolas. He's weakened to the point that he can't even kill off a proper duster.
Yeah, this Peltrola situation is crazy too, because it's like I felt like we had like a pretty good idea of the number of clones that were still in play. And obviously, like one, we didn't see one outright destroyed. We saw the last one or whatever kicked into the fucking vacuum of space or whatever by Pink Ranger. And that was crazy, but we didn't see him actually destroyed. And we had a lot of ideas about what like the future of that clone was going to be, and just the future of Peltrola's character in general was going to be after getting kicked into space. You know what I mean? But like him coming back, like, is this the same clone that got kicked into space coming back to
I
Earth
think
to like, yeah, it's just another clone. Yeah. So it's like it feels weird because it's like why set up the situation where there is, a limited number of clones that we have to kind of deal with one after another. I mean, if your whole thing was just to say you didn't really actually know how many clones there were, then like that's one thing, and I guess that's totally fine. But like I always thought that it would be a cooler situation to where we could go back through the arc and specifically count the clones, and like Negi Haruba just took that much attention to that specific number of available clones for Peltrola, and then we had just like miscounted the total number, and then that one that we miscounted is the one that came back with X's. I think that that would be a cooler situation than just saying, oh no, there was another clone you didn't know about. You know what I mean? Because they put so much, energy into the confusion of the clone situation and how Peltrola was able to take advantage of that to slip another clone out a back door. Then that one that slipped out the back door got surrounded by the JFCs, and they're like, oh shit. And then you're dealing with that. And then the final clone or whatever is trying to still make its way out of that situation before running into Pink Ranger, and then all that was left was the one that was facing Shion and Dakarama and Angel and everyone back at the thing, and then we dealt with that one too. So you're like, okay, 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, that should be all of them except for the one that was kicked into the fucking stratosphere. So what's going on with that one? Oh no, there was another one on Earth. It's like, oh okay, well, yeah.
Peltrol is really interesting because, like, in this particular chapter, I'm not D. Blue Keeper talks about like a god, and it's just like, man, what's up with these aliens posing as gods? Like, goddamn.
Yeah.
So I wonder, like, if that's a classic shtick. We find a low-developed world that doesn't have anything resembling our technology, and we pose ourselves as gods.
Yeah.
That's the standard alien textbook maneuver. All
right,
cool.
Yeah.
So there's that. I think that the Divine Dragon is probably just another alien in draconic shape, and it's been there longer, so that they've been like, we've been observing this planet forever, and we've claimed stakes. We've, put down flags. Stop going in our gold panning section, okay? Fuck off. This is our place, our planet.
Wow,
And
that's really fucking cool, Mello. What the
the
fuck?
myth of dragons are everywhere. In every single culture, there is a dragon or a serpent. So
Right.
if the divine dragons are, and like they're in all kinds of mythologies of like Ragnarok and
Yeah.
like world serpents and like rain gods and all this other stuff.
What you're saying makes a lot of sense because that would explain why humans are so easily, and I don't know about easily, but just have the ability to turn that divine dragon into technology.
Yeah,
You know what I
if
mean?
the dragon's doing it for them? It's like,
Or the
hey,
dragon could be doing it for them too. That's the other thing. But I remember someone, I don't know if it was on this show and someone brought it up, or if like someone like Yato or something like said this to me, or maybe even if I saw it like in someone say it in the Discord somewhere. But the divine dragon tools have those tendons or whatever inside of them.
meat.
Yeah, like looks like meat or whatever. And so someone had said that like the divine dragons have magical properties, and like these tools are actually made from like dragon corpses or just like dragons in general. You know what I mean? And it's like that's like a really cool thing to think about by itself, but it's like how do you tie that not logically? How do you square that circle? You know what I mean, as far as like technology goes, because you'd think that like, okay, dragon, magic, completely separate over here, technology, science, completely separate over here, both have the potential to do fantastic things. You know what I mean? But like, how do you weave them together? And the way that you kind of just positioned it a moment ago about how the divine dragons are actually just other aliens in draconic form, that like now I'm thinking like, okay, what if that race of alien is like,
They're the reptoids.
yeah, they're like, they have like historical long, however many eons, or millennia of beef with the fucking invader executive race, And like it's just
Yeah.
always been a beef in that way, like intergalactically, like long before Earth even. You know what I mean? Like maybe it's a situation like that. And
I
it's like,
imagine
oh man,
that
that makes it even crazier to think about. Yeah, go ahead.
I imagine like the dragons being like, because like the mascot dragon, when they're fucking with him in like the first few chapters, he said, "Hey, stop it! My body is my best feature." So part of me is thinking that these dragons specialize in like biophysiology, like prototype kind of stuff.
Mm,
You know, like Alex Mercer prototype, where it's like,
yeah,
I'm the symbiote, I don't know, like that kind of stuff. And so,
right.
like, biotechnologies being a living weapon and able to basically harvest their own flesh to produce weapons and then taking time to regenerate, that limits the amount of weapons that they can produce, or like maybe it's reduced to a single dragon can be converted into a single weapon, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
um, but like there's legends like Siegfried the Dragon Slayer, right?
Yeah.
Siegfried goes off save his woman, and he goes kills a dragon, and he drinks its blood and becomes nearly invincible. He becomes godlike. And so what if the dragons are doing something like that, where they've been granting power to various people throughout the ages, or like new weapons like the Lancelot sword, the King Arthur, the sword and the stone, the Lady of the
Mm-hmm.
Lake, that kind
Yeah.
of stuff. Like,
Yeah.
what if those are just dragon tools? Um,
Yo.
like, you hear about magic weapons hidden within the dragon's hoard of gold, and you
Right,
steal
right.
the weapon and use it to fight things. And it's like, what if that's the thing, but it's just aliens and they're
Yeah,
draconic?
that would be super tight because like I can't remember who said it, if it was like Wells or Huxley or or maybe even, you know, Philip K. Dick or something like that. But one of the famous science fiction writers said that technology advanced enough will just seem like magic to people. You know what I mean? Like if you get an advanced enough science, you get an advanced enough technology, you know, if the sci-fi gets turned up to a high enough level, it's going to feel like magic just because of the unfathomable nature of that advanced of technology or
Yep,
whatever.
it
You know what
was
I mean?
Arthur C. Clarke.
Arthur C.
Uh,
Clarke. There we go.
yep, any efficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic, and that's something I learned in school.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so yeah, you have that, and that's
And
cool
throughout
because
the
if we're hyping these divine dragons up as gods that have these mystical, magical, unfathomable, you know, abilities because they're, you know, who magic whimsy or whatever, and we just find out that they're just a super advanced race of aliens that
yeah.
have a draconic form, and you know, like that is just the way that they tie it back into the technological aspect of aliens that we understand already in fiction. I think would be a really, really five-headed play
I think
from Negi Haruba.
I think that's the way it's gonna end up being,
Yeah, because that
because
just
like
ties all
until
that connects all the dots for like how these divine dragon tools even operate in the first place with human technology woven into them. So
I think that the dragon tools are using life force or like vitality
yeah,
as fuel for the attacks,
yeah.
um, and then uh,
And that's like fine
Peltrola
too, you know what
claim,
I mean? Because like
yeah,
we've seen magic in other series, you know, be used in, you know, a technological way. You know what I mean? Like you have like
mhm.
Magimech in Eden Zero, and you have like all of these other things that combine, you know, technology and magic in ways that are totally fine. So if you just wanted to give the explanation for the magic, it is magic. It's its own special dragon magic. You know, that's like earthbound or whatever, and this is just the magic that Earth
Made
gave us to
on
fight the
Earth.
aliens. Like if you wanted to say that it's like that, that's totally fine. But like the more logical checkpoints you kind of tick off on your way through exposition or an explanation for power in your series, the better that's going to feel. So if you can cut out as much whimsy as possible from the exposition, it's just going to feel that much better. And I feel like the way that you kind of laid it out with aliens being just another race of, or dragons being just another race of alien, I think that that slaps the hardest, at least inside of the discussion we're having
I
right
think
now.
it
So
makes sense
yeah.
because, Peltrola claimed to be a god, and they made the Dusters whole cloth, sentient, living, breathing, able to work, able to fight, like beings
Yeah.
like that. Like they produced them, and like they talk about like I am a god. What does God do? God can create life. Well, so can these executives. So like telling the like lesser things that they just create that they're God kind of makes sense. And it goes into the theme of like people in power are deceptive and will not tell you the truth because it does not serve them, and they have the ability to just ignore the consequences of straight up lying to you.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that's going to be a thing. That's really all I have to say about this chapter. But
Yeah,
like,
I think I'm good on 52. R.I.P. Blue Keeper. That shit's fucking nuts, bro. What an epic conclusion to the Bylong exams. I think this is the last chapter that has the Bylong exam naming convention before we go into 51. But yeah, 50 phenomenal. And these last two chapters of Ranger Reject I think are my two favorite chapters in the entire series so far. But yes, moving into chapter 51. Breaking news, and this fucking color spread at the beginning is phenomenal.
I've been waiting for this.
Oh my god, it's so good. And these fucking like yellow, like blurry like particle effects, yeah, like on the
it's the fucking Sentai explosions in the background.
Oh yeah, dude, I didn't even notice that until like right now. Wow, look at everybody, man.
Love that. I like the color palettes for everybody.
Yeah.
It's interesting because it kind of shows like what group they were like aiming for. Because I barely remembered that Angel Usakubo was like scouted for green. Like she was aiming for green. She wanted to be a scout.
And even though she's colorless, you can see those green accents in like her hair clips and shit.
And you can see, you know, our big dumb boy just being pink as hell.
Yeah, but I mean, he's a junior first class though, so he at least gets, you know, actual color on his costume to let you know like which team he's on. Same with Hisui, you know what I mean? Hisui's got like actual green on her outfit or whatever.
Tsukasa is a cadet along with.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the fucking like high and tight, you know, haircut, mustache, Armstrong dude. Yeah.
Masuro? No.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah.
I'm talking about like Tsukasa, the really dumb one.
Tsukasa.
He's buff, but he's dumb.
He's yeah. Yep. Absolutely.
Pink. Yep. You can see
his hair is pink.
Yeah, D is gonna be obviously like a Red Ranger because the orange kind of goes with like Shunto's orange hairs, and then you can see like the orange at highlights in Sion.
Oh yeah.
Shion's you know, whole
his pupils are fucking like bright burnt red orange or whatever. Yeah. So like that is the color scheme giving us this after the Bylong exam hits so much harder because it's like it adds context to a lot actually. Because it's like, yeah, of course Shion is going for fucking Red Ranger or Red Team because he's got the fucking orange eyes. Of course fucking dude who's like the fucking track team dude, you know, who wants to get all the bitches or whatever, blue pupils, you know what I mean? Like Kurisu, I feel like Kurisu,
Yamato.
Kurisu. I thought there was another Kurisu.
There's Usakubo.
And
some of the
I'm thinking of Jujutsu Kaisen. Angel Kurisu in Jujutsu Kaisen got me fucked up because I'm like, wait a minute, isn't Angel's last name Kurisu in Ranger Reject? Nope, that's Jujutsu. Yeah. But yeah, dude, like this is really fucking cool, man. Yeah, like giving them colorless outfits, but then tying their ranks to other colorful aspects of their character design is just fucking brilliant, bro. And one thing that I'm like kind of looking at right now is that like little chibi bird Peltrola is over Blue Keeper's helmet, like almost where his eye would be.
Yeah,
and like
same with X's.
And it just like, I don't know, me seeing Peltrola almost covering the left eye of Blue Keeper makes me feel like it could be, you know, Negi Haruba going like they killed him by attacking him from a blind spot.
Yes, I love that.
Yeah.
I absolutely love that. And there was something in the colors that I wanted to touch on. So like Shion is super orange along with Shun is orange.
That's the face mask dude, right? The junior first class guy, red. Yeah.
He was one of the kids that was with Hibiki in the orphanage as a kid. But like we know in this chapter he's working with Suzukiri, at least at arm's length.
Yeah.
They're working with Suzukiri. So I was thinking that like this might be like the colors might be kind of a foreshadowing of like who's going to be under whose like touch and allegiance. So
Yeah.
like Dee's hair is super red and then like is closer to the actual Red Ranger.
Yeah.
So like
Wow.
the more you embody a color, the more, I don't know, something like that.
Yeah, that's tight. That's tight. So wait a minute, is there no Ranmaru or Ishikawa on this spread?
No, they are currently out of the game.
Yeah, I mean, like, I know they're out of the game, but like, does that mean that they got to be out of the? I mean, Blue Keeper's dead, but he's still on the spread.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder why Ranmaru and Ishikawa specifically were left out. I think those are the only two missing characters from this arc.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, even Hekiru's in there, like hiding.
Oh my god, look at him! I didn't even notice, dude.
What a creep!
What the fuck, Haruba?
But yeah, you can see like Eigen and Kurisu, they have kind of like greenish bluish accents, but like that's only so much. And then you can see Ren Ren and Angelica have like pink overtones on their outfits, despite being like the same colorless cadets that the others are. So it makes me wonder if that's like foreshadowing for like who wanders into whose sphere of influence.
Mm-hmm.
Because after this chapter, they're heavily recruiting the Radettes. They're like, oh, no, we have to maintain the public facade of order. We need to make sure that, like, Blue Keeper's death is, like, yes, a tragedy, but life will go on. Order will be maintained. No one panic, that kind of thing. Please keep spending your time and money as you always have.
Training regiments have got to be, completely like updated, I want to say, like after the Bylong exam invasion. So I'm like really interested to see what that looks like on like an infantry level or for the Dragon Keeper organization. Because it's like, for the longest time in Ranger Reject, I assumed that the Dragon Keepers, because they had divine tools, were that special because of the divine tools, but like everyone is so physically capable even underneath the Dragon Keeper title, you know what I mean? Like the junior first classes are all like wildly capable, and like even the cadets are like, really putting in some serious work in this arc, you know
hit
what I mean?
A man with a concrete pillar.
Yeah, so I'm sitting here going like the entire series I had thought, like, because the Sunday battles had been staged and fake for so long, that the training regiments inside of the actual Dragon Keeper organization would like not be like intense enough to make you that strong of a combatant, like for real, against like actual like alien threats or whatever, because it's just been a joke for however long, you know what I mean? But like they kept it like for real, like they kept it all the way 100 inside of the training regiments, and like there's no slacking off. Like they're actually building real, fully capable from head to toe, physically plus weapon capable Dragon Keepers, you know what I mean? Despite the fact that they killed all of the executives and have been doing like joke mock battles for what, like how long? Fucking
yeah, grinding it out for 12 years.
Yeah,
like,
you know what I'm saying?
They were milking the dog and pony show. Like,
yeah,
that's the thing. Because like Red Keeper was able to smoke burglars all the time. So like we saw that they were strong, but like we never saw their necessity, like the necessity of strength that the upper levels actually have.
Right.
Because they were, working a sham, milking it, running the clock,
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Beautiful spread, though. Oh, my God. I'm so glad that we have that. I'm contemplating making it my fucking desktop, like, wallpaper. Yeah. But getting into the chapter... Wait, do you have anything else to say about the color spread?
Nope.
All right, chapter 51, breaking news. So we got the streets being informed on what happened during the Bylong exam. We got that ground level frontline perspective in regards to how society is taking the information. It's not really focused on too much before we go back into the main cast, but I just love that we get a little splash of normie reaction to the whole thing.
Because My Hero vibes.
Yeah, that just makes, the world building feel that much, deeper, you know what I mean? It adds internal realism to the situation when you show like how these events actually affect the rest of the world, even if it's just a brief little splash. just having that, like, it adds up, you know, like if you keep just doing like little spotlights like this over time, eventually the world is going to feel more real, more living and breathing. So I definitely respect that we get that on that first page at least. I can't remember if there's any more. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just all main cast after that. But we keep getting the news anchors, you know, providing more information, which reminds us that regular people are getting this information and absorbing it. So it just keeps hitting on the world building side of things. But wow, though, man. Yeah.
The interactions are crazy.
Yeah.
Like, the fact that we had, like, I want to just first start with, like, X's, Peltrola and D. I really liked this line. It's the page where she's like swallowing Peltrola.
Dude, what's that about? Like, what the fuck is going on? I remember being like, I thought she was betraying him at first, but like he's still like confident, like talking shit as he's getting gobbled up. So obviously this is a part of the plan, but I'm just like, man, like what is the point of this? Like I'm so interested and curious as to like what the eating of Peltrola means for X's and just the race of these invaders in general.
I mean, I think it's basically forming into like an incubation period for like Peltrola, because we know that the little bird ones were not fully formed clones that were released because Bluekeeper found the tree version of himself.
Right.
You know, so we have that. I think also because they're like, they're gonna look for me. I'm going to hide within a creature that can shapeshift and we can escape more discreetly.
And then I'll cook back into my like full powered form while I'm being incubated inside of X's.
Safe and secure.
Yeah.
He's doing a Voldemort, pretty much.
Oh shit.
I mean, he basically.
Yeah.
You're my follower, my minion. Please let me, the weakling, in charge. Hide.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
The line that I thought was interesting, because he was talking, like, in the previous chapter, he's like, yes, CD, this is the kind of game we were trying to play, using our advantages to take down the Dragon Keepers one by one. Whereas this time, he's just like, remember your place, we created you. An irregularity like you cannot exist. We are the true invaders. And I'm just like,
Yeah, this situation is even crazy to me too, because D outright betrayed Peltrola. So it's after you kill, you know, Blue and reveal that you're still alive and you have X's here and you're working together, you just let D go? Why?
I think that this is Peltrola's arrogance getting in the way of like, you're not worth taking care of, and like also, as long as you're there, they don't have to focus on me. I think is kind of the thought process. Yeah. It's like, my goal is to get out of here. I've made my threat. When I see you, I'll kill you at my own time. Like,
sure. But in the meantime, continue to distract the humans while I cook the plan in the background with X's and whoever else. Sure.
Steal more credit.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that.
Oh, man. I feel bad for X's because they are the foil to D.
Right.
And that they're like, I have fully bought in, you know, their face is cracked by the fact that they have to swallow their tongue, their pride, and their whole ass master.
Yeah.
Like choking that down, it's a bitter pill to swallow, and it's like you're living up to societal expectations, and you don't really have much of a society. You're a foot soldier, like a duster. So it's like
it hurts because it's like I totally like, you know, kind of like get where X's is coming from here. It's like, yes, to the audience it makes sense. It's like you've went through a whole character arc since your introduction, learned a bunch, got betrayed by Peltrola, exchanged philosophies with D on multiple occasions, back at the fucking, you know, base in the flashback that we got, and even in the Bylong exam arc. And like, these are the two invaders that have the most agency, the most sentience, the most autonomy, the biggest ambitions. And then for X's to come back and say, I teamed back up with them because this is the only way I know how to live. It's like, shit. It's like, that is just the strength of indoctrination. You know what I mean? That is the strength of, you like, this is like Stockholm syndrome, like type shit, where it's like, hey, I know this dude sucks, but it's all I've ever known. So like, I would rather, like, you know, the devil you know is better than the devil you don't. You know what I mean?
It's
So it's
less
like,
scary.
yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, I know that we had this conversation about our convictions and motivations, and I had this like huge epiphany about like the true nature and true colors of the God that I've been looking up to my whole life. But at the end of the day, I gotta keep following him. You know what I mean? Because it's like, what else am I going to do? And the
Yeah.
thought of that and not knowing what to do instead is so scary and daunting that I'm just going to fold back into formation and I'm sorry. You know what I mean? It's a
Ooh.
huge like point of regression, but it's a regression that invokes, you know,
A lot of
sympathy
sympathy.
and
Yeah.
yeah, and it's a very honest and understandable and relatable thing to see. You know what I mean?
D, as her parallel, will also go through that problem
Mm,
because we talked about it and like about a little bit about the last chapter. Is like, hey, you know, if he gets to a point where he's like, I'm killing all these rangers, what do I actually want to do?
yeah,
I was literally steered in this direction by Suzukiri, and like you know, a lack of an avenue to vent my frustrations for being a schmuck all this time. Like, what do I really want to do? And he's like, and I think he's gonna have a moment to himself where he's like, wait, am I doing an X's? Am I polling an X's? I'm sorry, I don't know any other way to live. You have to kill the Rangers. Like, what do you do for yourself when you choose for yourself? And like, what does that even mean? And like, most people don't know what they're doing. Period.
right,
Like, a man, yeah, it's tricky because like people autopilot on like what they feel like they should do
right, right.
in a lot of things, and this is a very tricky one.
Yeah.
Um,
Going back into the media coverage on page 6, on the bottom, where old girl is like, now y'all may be wondering what happened to the stray invader. To answer that question, we have with us today a ranger who fought at the actual site of the attack. And they're essentially going to cover it up. You know what I mean? Naturally, we took care of it appropriately. Lie, bold faced lie to the public. And it's like that makes sense, you know what I mean, considering how shisty and underhanded this government has been already, you know what I mean, in the
yeah,
story. You know what I
this
mean? They're straight up
organization
lying
definitely.
about the mock battles to the people and whatnot. So it's not surprising that they would go out of their way to try to cover up this situation. But that just makes it that much harder of a hit, considering the effort of all of the people involved now just completely being thrown out the window publicly for the sake of a lie to keep face inside of their organization. And it just adds to the frustrating nature of this system that we have no idea which side of anything is going to like outright expose the overarching evil in this world. But
Yeah,
like it's crazy seeing the developments of either the quote unquote good guys or the quote unquote bad guys as we make our way to this eventuality that we know is going to happen, or this reform in
yeah,
society that we can assume will happen by the end of the series. And all of the fucking hurdles in the meantime, with the government covering things up, keeping the lie going, continuing to trick everybody except for our main cast, and not even all of our main cast. Like a lot of the main cast still doesn't have a really good idea of exactly what's going on. You know what I mean? But they're on their way to
yeah,
figuring it out. And like, what are these character arcs going to look like if we keep getting splashes of this shitty government continuing to do things that give them a reason to hate the Dragon Keepers that they're aspiring to be for one reason or another? So it just is so many complicated emotions and philosophies and concepts interwoven together in such a beautiful package for delivery. And it's like, how is Haru Benegi fucking doing this right now? Like, it's just impressive in a vacuum, but it's like even crazier considering that like quintessential quintuplets preceded this. And he's never done anything like this before. You know what I mean? So sorry to get you while you were taking a drink, but it's just like,
shit.
son, we went from that to this. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like, this is like third book mangaka level. You know, like it took fucking Yoshihiro Togashi fucking 2 books to get to like this level of compelling. You know what I mean? Like inside of his career. You know what I mean?
yeah.
And they were all inside of the same genre. You know what I mean? Or the same area of
Mm.
storytelling. Fucking
This is
quintessential
completely different.
quintuplets was like a completely different vibe than Ranger Reject. And he just comes out the fucking park swinging with this brilliant book with all of these amazing characters and plot developments and writing. And it's like, I didn't even read quintessential quintuplets, but I talked to people that did. And, you know, like they be letting me know, like, this shit is diametrically opposed to the vibe of quintessential quintuplets in just about every area of critique. So it's like, I don't know. It's just like such a mind blowing. I was talking with Yato about it the other day. I was like, Ranger Rejects trying to be my favorite thing that we're fucking reviewing weekly, and it's on its
It's been
way.
for a while.
Yeah. Oh, this is your top one on
This is
both of
this
our
is one of my.
shows.
I
Yeah.
think so. Like
Yeah.
I definitely geek out about this the most.
Hmm.
I'm a big fan of politics. I mean, I'm horrified by it constantly, but
Yeah.
like I enjoy good political takes.
Yeah.
The fact that like there's a hollowness in like the how like truth and experience and a thing can be subverted by the media and reduced to a lie that is very hollowing and really
Right.
disheartening because they're talking about like how Ichikawa's like, he died to an invader, and then they're like, this hates it sucks that he died in a hole to an invader and that no one knows the truth, and it's awful. And I think like it reminded me of when the Sandy Hook shooting came out and everyone was like, it's fake, it doesn't exist. And I thought to myself, like, man, how fucking horrible it must be to the people that like survived that, the
Right.
families that were touched by that, to have people just constantly talking out of their asses
Yeah.
proudly about like, oh, you're fake, you're real, I'm too smart to be tricked by you.
Yeah.
And it's just like, yeah, like your
And there
whole
was
existence reduced to a lie. I'm like, that's just so soul crushing.
Yeah, there was a conspiracy inside of the Port Arthur massacre too, back in the early or mid '90s in Australia, where the dude killed like 30 to 50 people in a fucking killing spree or whatever, and like there was this conspiracy that it was all staged for the sake of gun control and like gun control law narratives and propaganda like being pushed. And it's like, how fucking dare you reduce the suffering of all of these fucking
For
victims
political gain.
for a political agenda just so that you don't have to like take respect. You think that you're going to reduce all of that suffering to the idea that the government is trying to take your guns away, and you're willing to shit on the memories of all of those people and the
Yeah.
fucking suffering of the families of the victims just for the sake of don't touch my guns? Like, that's so fucked up.
Yeah. It's like think a little farther, man. Like
Yeah.
outside of yourself and like
Right.
your wants and desires. And it's just like,
Yeah.
but like that's the kind of vibes it gave me, where it's just like they know how fucked up that is, and they're like, yeah, the bosses told us we're gonna, that's the story we're gonna go to not cause a panic, and also thinking about like how governments will definitely kind of like stagger information and try to do damage control. There's so many movies out there. They're like The Spin Room or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
This is definitely one that's basically about that. I think that's what it's called. Probably butchering it.
Spin room. I've never heard of that.
It's probably not the name, but basically it's like a news anchor that is like they are trying damage control. I think it might be called damage control. One of the two. It's the core premise. It's just
Yeah,
like
yeah.
you're news media outlet, and you're trying to.
Yeah, I got it right here. I got it right here. A spin room, also known as spin row or spin alley, is an area in which reporters can speak with debate participants and or their representatives after a debate. The name refers to the fact that the participants will attempt to spin or influence the perception of the debate among the assembled reporters.
Yeah, it's all
Yeah.
that stuff.
Yeah.
There was one part that I really liked in page 9.
Mm.
Usakubo really found respect for Ichikawa, and like
Yeah.
I'm glad that she managed to like look beyond like the immediate knee jerk reaction of Angelica's like, oh, it's shame that like he doesn't get any glory in his death for
Yeah.
because the public doesn't know.
Yeah. And she's like, he didn't need that. All he cared about was just being the true hero that he was, and he absolutely was that in this arc.
Mhm.
So, and
I love that.
it's a big point of growth for Usakubo, I want to say, because like the very focused interaction that we got between her and Ishikawa in the car during the exam earlier in the arc, he was like, spouting off his philosophy and his platitudes or whatever,
Mhm.
and she was just like, dude, everybody is fighting. Everybody is struggling
She
against
bites
something.
to the core of so many things.
Yeah, she
He's
gave him
gonna
the
be
fucking
trouble. I love
business, you know what I mean? And then for her to have been in almost kind of like a debate setting with Ishikawa in regards to his philosophy, basically telling him to get over himself, you know what I mean? And then to have
Mhm.
this line of dialogue here, post-mortem, being like, nah, he was the real deal. It's just like,
He actually lived by those cheesy ass platitudes.
exactly, and that's just icing on the cake for just like that tiny area of the character writing throughout this arc.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's also a part of the theme in the series that if you want to be true, or speak truth, or do truth, or like be true to yourself, like Ichikawa's, you better be strong because you're gonna get wiped out otherwise.
Right. And also
Like,
just actions speak louder than words. Everyone like
yes.
you know, people seem to love to get on their pedestal in this series and like, you know,
Hmm.
spout their philosophies as if they're the ones that are thinking the deepest and best about the situation. You know what I mean? So like everyone kind of getting like cut down a peg after this experience to kind of like realize like, oh man, I was being super selfish and dumb and full of myself. This is what it's really about now that we have this experience. Getting that aftermath dialogue from all of these characters that really show that growth since their initial characterization is just masterful on behalf of Negi Haruba, considering just how many other parts were moving in this arc. You know what I mean? Like that's what comes back and allows us to like look at an arc like this and um and call it a classic, you know what I mean, and
Yeah.
decide that it's a classic, is that like every single thing that it did had multiple purposes that it served to the overarching narrative. Every single scene, every single character interaction, every single plot development served multiple purposes that all mattered. You couldn't fucking cut out a single scene from this arc without affecting the overall vibe and score of it. You know what I
I
mean?
think
Like there's no
editing is,
stuffing, or I mean no fluff. Yeah, there's no fluff.
yeah,
Yeah.
the pacing and like the continuous juxtaposition of scenes is so tight that it would
Everything is
feel
reliant
super
on what happened
awkward.
before. Yeah.
It would feel horribly awkward if you cut stuff out. That like
Yeah.
even talking about like the whole grandstanding and like the, talking shit. Page 16, great example of that Suzukiri and Shun talking about like, hey, blah blah blah. Um, you know, Red's divine tool cartridge, which should have been stolen by Invader. That you had it is all the proof I need that you're in league with the Invaders.
Yeah,
He's
this
like,
was massive, dude.
mm-hmm.
This was like a crazy page because it's like I didn't even think about it. It's like, yes, the Dragon Keeper tool was stolen by D and then given to Suzukiri, and then all of a sudden Buddy is using that power in the exam arc,
Mm-hmm.
which means that he has to have talked to Suzukiri and gotten it from her.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
and
she's admitted as much, but she's like, "Hey man, if you don't have a good alibi,
yeah,
you're on your own because
yeah.
I'm sure I have something ironclad."
Yeah, I didn't even
But
think about it at the time that it was happening. I was just like so distracted by literally all of the other stimuli in the arc that I just
oh
like
yeah,
hadn't even considered the logic of him using the same power that was stolen from Dragon Keeper the arc
it
prior.
slipped by me too. So I was like,
Yeah.
"Oh man."
Yeah, this
But
was
like
fucking
that's great
insane.
because there's like obfuscation of like who the mole is and all this stuff.
Right.
So like this was definitely necessary for the next lap of the series.
Yeah.
Um
I wish
I
that I would
like
have
the way
noticed it
they
though, or
are
that we would have noticed it.
antagonistic to each other.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Could you say that last part again?
I like how they're antagonistic to each other.
Yeah.
And they're just like always talking shit and they're just like da 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 da. Like this is the kind of like in organization banter that we expect out of villains.
Yeah.
Like but at like because we were talking about like in Sakamoto days, we love how their organization feels fresh, whereas this part is more classic to like villain organizations,
Right.
but they're not dedicated to their leaders, which I appreciate.
Yeah, and the subtext is like insane in this scene between Shizukiri and what is it, Shun Tokita or some shit.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, the
His
subtext
face.
goes so hard like once you finish the page, right? Because it's like Shizukiri, I can consider you an enemy, right? Of us Rangers. Tell me why you are helping the invaders. And he's saying that obviously because, you know, because I don't know, maybe he
He
knows
wants to
that.
justify
Yeah,
himself
maybe he knows
or
that
be able to
like
feel good to like cut her down.
yeah, and I was thinking like maybe he knows that she let the Peltrola clone escape somehow because it's like yeah, because
Oh.
it's like or he's saying it because he obviously he knows that she's had possession of the Dragon Keeper tool, so obviously she had to work with D to accomplish that goal in the first place. But like the conversation makes so much sense until you get to the last fucking dialogue bubble and you think back on the page and it's like both characters totally knew all of this information already. Because dude got the fucking Dragon Tool cartridge from Suzukiri, so he already knew before this conversation all of this stuff, but he's framing it as like an interrogation of like, why are you doing this? And she's like, what an awful thing to say. You're suspicious of me, your ally. And we're sitting, when I'm reading the scene for the first time, I'm like, oh, okay, so she's trying to lie here. You know what I mean? She's trying to like act like she's not involved. Yeah, but like both of them know that she had the divine tool before, like long before this scene, obviously, because he used it in the Bylong exam arc. So the subtext coming from both of them is just like crazy to look back at once you get the full context of
petty,
yeah, once you get the full context
his ambition
of the scene.
Soar and then get smacked down like
yeah.
Like Kaiju, just a big old spike to the ground.
Big old spike. Yeah, this is just a massive chapter. Like I was saying, these last two chapters have been the best chapters of Ranger Reject in the series for me so far.
There was this one scene that I quite liked. It was page 14, where they're saying, not until the day we wipe out the invaders, and the hallway is speckled with galaxy gradient. And it's just like, how many invaders are there? Think about it. Shit. You are a single planet. Invaders come from outer space. How many allies or enemies or affiliates or rivals are just existent out there?
Right. This could be a whole intergalactic empire spanning multiple planets, and we're just Earth. It's just us.
And like, what if the dragons are using the Earth and basically like unlawfully squatting in a zone that they don't have territory for, which is why they've built up this culture of like, kill the fucking alien.
Yeah.
You know, they're protecting their, territory in that sense. But then I really like that, and it made me think of how that Peltrola clone is floating in space. And I imagine they just like, well, we found Peltrola, or at least whatever thing he is. And then they're like, well, if it's outside of that planet, just hovering within its gravity, let's check out that planet and see what happens. Yeah. So I'm still waiting for a second fucking evil castle.
Yeah, bro. Holy shit. This shit gives you just so much to think about. Oh my god.
That was one thing. The only thing I have left is I'm interested to see how Dee interacts with Pinkkeeper, because she hasn't seen her brother for several years. So she doesn't necessarily know his personality, and like the changes that he has can possibly, go undetected.
Right.
Or she might see through him, and she's scary, so like she might threaten him, and she's like, I don't care about the Rangers, I care about my brother, and if my brother's dead, so are you. And he's like, he's not dead.
Yeah.
He's just missing an arm.
I can't wait for the reintroduction of the true Sakurama at some point in the story. Negi Haruba is holding that shit the fuck down for a long time without even showing what he's doing since he left the story. Not even a single time, I don't think. So it's like, oh my god, whenever that comes back into play, that's going to be some of the most epic stuff that we've ever seen in the story, too.
Oh, what if that comes out and he's like revealed, it's like, I'm the foot soldier, and I'm the real guy.
Yo.
I hope he comes back with a cool mechanical arm.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be tight. That'd be super tight. And then this scene on 19 where D is like 4 left. I'm going to get rid of every last Dragon Keeper. And then he's like in this forest. And then he stops for a second, has an ellipses panel. And then he's like, stop. Don't go thinking about unnecessary things. You reduced your enemy count by 1. The Dragon Keepers and the Executives. Once they're all gone, a perfect world for us foot soldiers awaits. So now we're getting like hard dialogue about like his newfound motivation of getting rid of both the Dragon Keepers and the Executives. You know what I mean? And it's like, but for what? You're trying to reform the planet? Like, is your new motivation to just completely rid the world of this entire system for the sake of humanity? For the like just to
general good, but you don't know how to go around it?
Like does D not even know the reason why he's trying to wipe out both factions at this point? You know what I mean? Because it's like, okay, so you kill all the Dragon Keepers, you kill all the Executives, and then Like what? You're just
What
doing
fills the
all
vacuum?
yeah, you're just doing all that for yourself so that you can know
Yeah.
that you did all of those things. And it's like, I don't know, it kind of sounds like you're trying to change the world for the better. But like you don't
Yeah.
give a fuck about this world because it's filled with humans who you don't care about either. But now you're starting to care a little bit more about humans. Is this like an, unknown new motivation inside of D that he
That's
either
building up like the
yeah,
seed.
yeah, that he either doesn't know or maybe he does already know and just isn't outright saying because it's like being saved for like a
Or
later big
admitting to
character
himself.
moment or something like that. Yeah, or that he's not even admitting to himself or whatever. Like this is just like such an interesting moment because it's like been so obvious what he's trying to do the
Yeah.
entire time and the reasons why. It's like take out the Dragon Keepers to prove something to yourself. Okay, cool. And now it's Dragon Keepers and executives both got to go
He,
to still to just prove something to yourself. I don't know.
it's like he's raging against inequality, but
Yeah.
from a place of ignorance, which includes emotional ignorance.
Yeah, it's like
You
who
know
are
what
you
I
trying
mean?
like what are you trying to make equal? You're trying to get rid of both of these factions so that you can what then blend into society as a human or I don't know, get the credit for, dismantling the system from the inside out and destroying both of
He
the
has
factions
no
and then
idea what he
hopefully the
wants.
world just accepts you as an invader in society. Like I don't fucking know. Obviously that's going to be developed and explained a lot later, but as of right now I feel like we know just as much as D about like what he actually wants, even though it's not explicitly stated at this point, but like his goal has drastically changed.
And that's a
And
heavy
yeah,
thing, which is masked by the, you know what, I should be evil and like shoplift or something to make myself feel better.
yeah, yeah,
I need to be atrociously evil.
yeah,
I'm just like, you miss those sort of things hidden right next to the joke, and I'm just like, I really like it.
yeah, like
Um,
shoplifting. And it's like, okay, D, you're still
yeah,
you, but you have all of these new, extremely complicated thoughts and outlooks on
yeah.
things, but
There's the
still
thing
just throwing the quips out. Yeah,
that I think is really interesting is that like he goes to the cave probably to stow the like weapon,
right,
but also I think to like steal his resolve, right? Because that was like the moment his game plan gained nuance and changed, and like he really committed to what he was wanting to do instead of just blindly running at the enemy.
right.
Yeah, I think we're gonna come to that cave a lot.
Yeah, and it's cool because it's like Suzukiri is even saying like, because Shun is like, "Don't come crying to me saying you want it back," and she's like, "Oh, it's no biggie. I got a new one." So she like D and Suzukiri are continuing to work together on this steal the dragon tools from the invaders plot, and that's just really cool to kind of like get confirmation on that without them actually meeting up and
Yeah,
talking about it. You know what I
she's
mean?
depending on him to get that, and I don't know if like he can muster the resources or like the resilience to say no to her.
Yeah, and I'm just assuming that they did meet up just like off camera to be like, "Hey, I got, Blue Keeper's lance. We'll throw it over here with Red Keeper's katana and shit, like, same spot as usual type shit. Like, yep, meet me there." And
Mm.
they're still like, on a whole thing and it's just like an off-screen interaction or whatever. But the delivery, like if that is the case, the delivery on this is beautiful because it's like obviously the scene that shows D dropping the divine tool off at the cave comes after the conversation that Suzukiri has with Shun, but we can assume that this situation probably happened before the situation with D at the cave probably
Mm.
happened before Suzukiri's conversation with Shun. Yeah, if that makes
Ah,
sense. I think that
man.
makes sense.
And
Anyway,
like the fact that burying the weapon reminds him of the dead Blue Keeper
yeah,
as like a pseudo burial, but it's a poor one.
yeah,
Like it's a poor burial. It doesn't even completely hide the, item in question.
right.
It's
His
just like,
little
yeah.
epitaph, or wait,
Dead but
cenotaph.
not dead but not gone. Definitely not forgotten.
What is that? What
Uh,
is that called when you have a
Cenotaph?
Yeah, it is a cenotaph, right? What did I say? Epitaph? God, I'm so stupid. Yeah,
No, you're good.
cenotaph, a monument to someone buried elsewhere, especially when commemorating people who died in a war. Yeah,
Yeah. And I mean, this is one.
yeah,
Um,
exactly. Yep. I
yeah.
said epitaph. What does that mean? Wait a minute, now I'm confused. Epitaph.
Learn.
A phrase or
This
form of words written in a memory of a person who has died, especially as an inscription on a tombstone. Okay, it's all the taffs are connected. Anyway,
the more you know.
yeah. But dude, like, what a fucking amazing arc and an amazing conclusion to it. Jesus
Hmm.
fucking Christ, man. I can't remember the last time I felt this good coming out of a new shonen arc. You know what I
Very
mean?
happy with this one.
Yeah.
Um, there's one thing I wanted to worry about
Yeah.
is X's swallowing Peltrola.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Would he parasitize her? And that the next time they meet her, she is basically a shell of herself, and like Peltrola
Yo.
just like flies out of her chest. She's brittle as fuck. Just
Yeah. Like Krang and the Utroms in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
yes.
Oh no. Yato. Oh no.
Oh yes,
Krang
despair.
shit, dude. If it's Krang shit, I don't
Krang
know. I
Krang.
don't know if my heart can take. I don't know if my heart can take X's just like shattering and dying just for the
Turning
fucking
to
like
exhausted
previously
dust.
cocooned, butterfly evolution of Peltrola to hit the streets. I don't know if I could take that, fam. That's gonna be mad heartrending, bro. If that's really how it happens, oh no, fingers crossed that it doesn't. But that would be such a crazy development in the story, and I want to see how that's written.
Yeah, I
But oh,
mean,
I
he
don't
comes
want
back.
it.
So I'm like, oh wait, I'm waiting.
Yeah.
That's it for me on this chapter. What about you?
Yeah, I think I'm good too, man. Beautiful conversation for Ranger Reject this episode.
Hmm.
Well, that'll do it. All right, moving into the Dandadan segment for this episode. Chunky one, 3 chapters to review in this segment. I think
Hey.
this is the biggest number of chapters that we've ever had to review in one segment so far.
Hmm.
3 of them. Okay. Well, starting with chapter 55, Moe Moe Tri-Beam. How do we feel?
It was cute.
Yeah,
It was adorable. Like,
yeah.
I know we talked about how we liked the kind of like naturalistic friendships and like youth, like youth love, I
Mm-hmm.
guess. It's
Mm-hmm.
just like I like seeing like a fairly realistic romance of younger people who are like not nuanced about stuff.
Right.
Like it's nice to see sort of that kind of sincere affection type thing kind of blooming.
Absolutely.
Uh,
And Okaroon and Momo's, relationship has like the most subtle building pace that I personally have seen inside of a romance that I feel like I'm following. Like there's that I've ever followed. Like in
kind of
Inuyasha,
shonen centric.
yeah, in Inuyasha, like even though they were hard headed about it in the beginning, like they came together on the love affair type stuff like pretty quickly. You know what I mean? Like,
Instant.
yeah,
Star-crossed lovers.
and I can't think of too many other examples of really like hyper focused romances and things that I've seen because I'm just like not a romance guy really like that. But like at least inside of this, like this is a slow crawl, but like the subtlety and the pacing of it and the writing throughout that slow gradual building is phenomenal. You know what I mean? And like in this scene with Momo getting or Momo about to go back to work, Okaroon leaving. He's like, what time? What time are you off? You know what I mean? She's like, 10. And he's like, all right, I'll stay here till you're done. Like straight up tells her like, I'm gonna stay here till you get off. And she's like, no, like
That's crazy.
that's fucking crazy. Get the fuck out of here. I'm tough. I can take care of myself. Like even if it's late, even if it's cold, whatever. Like I don't need you here. Like I definitely want to say I want you here and I want you around. I want to know that you're close, but like it's just not in Momo's character at this stage in
Not
their
practical.
relationship for her to be like, yeah, whatever, just stay around here and then I'll hit you up when I get off. Like a couple probably would if they were like
That
100%
guy.
in line with their feelings for each other and legitimately in a relationship where everything is out on the table. You probably would get like all right, fine, go kick it over at like this arcade or whatever until I'm done. I don't want you
Yeah,
watching me for the rest of my shift, but like hell yeah, I'll see
exactly.
you when I get off. And she's like, no, just go. And he respects it. He's like, all right, fine, I'm out of here. But be
But
safe or
come
whatever.
back though.
Yeah, and then he secretly, just goes and does something else until she gets off, and then when she
Yeah.
goes back into work in this like, silent, page where she's like looks at the time, she's like, all right, gotta get back to it. Smacks her face, gets back in her little, mood and her little form for her job or whatever, gets the blush going, does everything that she's doing, showing us the rest of her workday or whatever. And then she's like, all right, I'm out of here, peace out. And then Okaroon does come back and she's like, well, what the fuck? But she's so happy to see him,
Amazing.
but obviously has to, keep up her character and save face and be like, oh, I wish you wouldn't have, what are you doing? Are you crazy? And he's like, hey, it's
Crazy for
cold.
you, baby.
Yeah, I'm crazy. It's cold and it's late. It's like I'm right back to what he was saying, in the beginning of the scene before he agreed to leave. He's like, hey, I know I agreed to leave, but I still, it's still exactly what I said a moment ago. Like, I can't very well leave a girl here by herself at this hour. Now let's get home quickly. And she's like, okay, let's go. Because it's cold, though. You know what I mean? Like, and it's like, all right, that's fucking just beautiful. Beautiful.
He's like, oh, yeah.
I love them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love them so much.
So cute. They're adorable.
Yeah,
And,
so
like,
much
I
tension
like
and
it 'cause,
unspoken
like,
shit, and it's just handled so well.
like, it's a good part of, like, masculine tradition. And, like, I grew up working in restaurants, like, almost all my life. And I've seen, like, in my early 20s, I remember so many girls that would have, like, whatever boyfriend they had would come in late night and be there for hours, and we're like, we get it.
Right.
We get it. Just do your own shit, dude.
Yeah, straight up.
Goo goo eyes.
Yeah.
Like, all right, calm down. But
Yeah.
like, also at the same time, I grew up around a culture where like, hey man, like, where are you parked? Okay, cool. We're gonna like me and some of the guys. We're gonna do a loop. We're gonna drop you at your car, you at your car, you at your car, and then we're gonna huddle back, run back to like the dishwasher's car, and then we're gonna go somewhere else.
Right.
Like,
I was on the same shit when I was, bouncing at the arcade bar downtown in Minneapolis. We would always like use the buddy system. I would like always make sure I went up to like, all of my female coworkers like, hey, you want me to walk you to your car? Like some dude was always like, hey, you want me to walk you to your car, like at the end of like every shift, and we always paired up properly and then like made the plan and then exited to get everyone home safe and
it's the
whatnot.
right thing to do, man.
Yeah.
And like, I worked at a food restaurant that had a bouncer. Okay.
Wow.
Like, because like I was working at this place that was a late night pizza place, and it was open till like 3 in the morning. The legal time to stop serving alcohol is 2 o'clock in the morning. So it's like people who are hammered, and it was like a time before Uber or Lyft had really gotten to the city. And I remember this guy. He was basically a combination of like Dolph Lundgren and like a clean cut shaved Abraham Lincoln. He was just this lanky mofo security guard. And I remember him getting like every single girl for their Christmas. He got us gifts, and like he got me like nunchucks, and he gave every single girl like their own like keychain bear mace.
Nunchucks.
Yeah, he gave me nunchucks, and he's like, I didn't know what to do if you wanted anything, but like, I don't know. I expect you to accidentally mace yourself.
Yo.
Like, bro, you're giving
like
me
now I'm about to
nunchucks
use these nunchucks on you,
cuss
motherfucker.
myself.
Yeah.
Cuss myself. Like,
Yeah.
I take the mace. Jesus Christ. I'm just a little guy.
Yeah.
I'm just a little guy. But yeah, gotta look out. You gotta look out. And I appreciate this aspect of like the masculinity that like that Okarun really embraces and is trying to like be, even though he's just a young kid. And it's like, hey man, choosing those things is what makes you grow into a man, kind of thing. And I appreciate those touches.
Absolutely. Then we go back into the house scene with Gigi and Manjaro and Seiko. And it looks like Gigi has, cleared a level in his training to kind of like center his energy, because Manjaro can't move him, not even a little bit. You know what I mean? And like, that's really cool. So now she's like, wow, that's awesome. Well, let's put it to the test then. Grab the soy sauce or whatever, and she's like, you got this, dude. Like, Manjaro just couldn't move you. So like, we could totally do this. Like, you got it, man. And then, we get the scene and she drops the fucking shit on him and he keeps it together. And it's like amazing. And I just love how it kind of progresses in the art. It'll be okay. Believe in yourself. She has the fucking cigarette, has the smoke coming off of it, puts the cigarette next to him. And then the cigarette smoke is kind of like blown away, like to the right. You know what I mean? Because of like, I think like his energy or whatever. So like that's her test with the cigarettes to see like, okay, you're giving off some pretty good energy right now. We can definitely do this. And that's just like a really cool visual detail that says a lot about like her experience with the power system and just the power system in general, like an unspoken, subtextual thing almost, which is really cool. Because I don't remember there ever being any kind of like raw dialogue or exposition about like this, but it's just so obvious just on the page what's happening that it's like, yeah, okay, Yukinobu. And so she drops the shit on him, he keeps it together. But then I also like this panel, like after it drops on him and he starts going through the shit, you know, Manjiro's like, oh shit, you know, and she's like, hey, hold it, let him cook, you know what I mean? Puts the arm up. She just feels like so competent and so experienced and so wise in literally every panel and scene that she's in either like, you know, really subtle ways like we're talking about right now, or even obviously on the other end of the spectrum in really obvious dialogue or exposition based ways. And it's just such a well-rounded, you know, sensei type mom of the group
Fantastic
character.
sensei.
Yeah.
And like, I like that she's probably one of the better written female main characters that I've seen in a long time.
I love her. I love everything about her. And top one waifu for me. She's officially hit the rank. Like,
you heard it here first.
Yeah, I've never felt this intense for a waifu in all of my time watching anime and reading manga. Like this is my character.
It's a character that you resonate so strongly with, and
right.
like it's like this is a respectable elderly older character that like really cares and is like sincere, but without being like sugarcoating things and just like kind of that tough love, firm but fair kind of vibe for me. And I'm just like, this is a great character.
Yeah, I think it was Genkai that like originally like kind of like woke this preference up for me, because I remember going through Yu Yu Hakusho like, damn, Genkai is such a good teacher. She cares so much about Yusuke. Her wisdom and experience are shown in great detail. Just beautiful feeling character. And then we get to the Dark Tournament, and then she goes into her young form, and I'm like, oh, Genkai's hot as fuck. Or Genkai used to be smoking hot, you know, back in the day. And I'm like, oh man, and now Granny Seiko's here, you know, as like that exact role, but wildly attractive, you know what I mean, in the present time. And I'm just like, oh shit, Genkai's, you know, sowed the seed, and now Seiko, you know, like this whole situation is just blossomed with the introduction of this character. Yeah. But like another thing that I appreciate about this Gigi situation is that like, okay, so you have Okarun in the first couple of chapters, you know, getting this power with Turbo Granny, and it took him a little bit to kind of go into it and use it on a casual level, but like it still was like relatively quick that like we knew that was going to be the dynamic inside of Okarun and Turbo Granny. Then we get the Acro Silky arc with Ira, and it's like a similar situation, demonic possession into equilibrium, and now they like work in tandem, you know, as a fighting force inside of Ira. And then once the Gigi possession starts, you're like, oh, it's gonna be, you know, another it's gonna be another Okarun Turbo Granny equilibrium, another Acro Silky Ira, you know, relationship. But like this one didn't just happen by the end of the arc. There's so much more that has to be, like, we can assume that eventually Gigi is going to reach that balance and be able to turn on Evil Eye while maintaining his, you know, sense of self and whatnot, and just be another fighter on the team. And when that comes, that'll be cool or whatever. But the amount of time that it's taken after the arc that introduced the possession to get Gigi to that balanced point is obviously a lot different than the execution of Ira and Acro Silky and Okarun and Turbo Granny, which says a lot about just the nature of yokai and spirits in the story of Dandadan. But it's also, you know, probably forethought from Yukinobu Tatsu, like, I can't just keep doing the same gag over and over again. Like, I got to make these different, you know, in some kind of way. So
I feel like this had to be planned, and the setup with Ira to set up the precedent, and then
and then subvert the expectation with how much more difficult it is for Gigi to reach that balance than it was for Ira and Acro Silky.
I think that it was definitely planned.
Absolutely.
Kind of it's fantastic.
Yeah,
great payoff.
Everything in Dandadan just feels so thorough and so like puzzle piecey. You know what I mean?
Man. So I wonder in this chapter, so is the testing himself, trying to resist, struggling to resist, you know, possession via soy sauce, probably weakened him a little bit, and that's why the possession is so explosive
right
when he comes into contact with the cold boba, because she says cold is out, but like his resistance was probably exhausted a little bit.
Well, no, what she actually says is, she says you may be able to handle room temperature liquids, but cold ones are still out. So this is cool because it let us know, because we were wondering when the first soy sauce scene happened, however many chapters ago. It's like, oh, okay, they must have just pulled that soy sauce out the fridge or some shit. Or, you know, I don't remember exactly the conversation that we had, but we assumed the soy sauce was just cold because it activated the evil eye. But now we're finding out that any liquid that touches him that's not hot will trigger the transformation. You know what I mean? So it doesn't have to be cold, it just has to be not hot. So this room temperature intermediary is what he's training to defend against, and then she lets us know, like, cold liquids will still fuck you up. So, like, that's really fucking cool that we're getting that delineation on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really like, I just feel like, because, like, he always, like, possessed the body to the point where he was just like, okay, hands, but he never manifested, like, the cursed house.
Yeah, since the end of the arc. Yeah.
Yeah. So, like,
Yeah.
after he exhausted himself that day, immediately, like, relapses hard.
Yeah.
Spiritually.
Yeah.
So I'm like, rough.
Yeah, it's super rough. And he instantly spawns the house and separates everyone, because everyone's like on the page, I don't even know what page it is. Let me see. On page, because I'm on Manga Plus now. On page 17 on Manga Plus anyway, when we got the silent page where all of the shit is happening.
They're
and
all
the water. Yeah, and fucking Granny Seiko's reaction is like, no way. And like Okarun's like, shit, I gotta get some fucking water in this cup right now. And Momo's like, you know, mouthful of water, like looking over at him like, oh shit, everyone's preparing. And it's just such a good capturing of a chaotic moment for every perspective. But then you get to the bottom panel where the evil eye comes out, spawned inside of the telepathic house. And everyone's just on go right away, ready to splash, and it just gets blocked anyway. And fucking Momo is like, you know, stuck inside of the house with evil eye, but her hands with the canister and the water are just outside of it. So she's literally hanging there, shackled technically by the house with the counter just outside of her, you know, ability to use it. And she's like, oh fuck. And then Gigi's like, yep, it's time to die. And then Okarun's like, hey, no, fight me instead. And then like in that moment of distraction for the evil eye, Granny Seiko's already on it with the fucking Gazan Daishi fucking talisman ready to go. Boom, you know what I mean? Like just wide-eyed, you know what I mean? Like wide-eyed, I need to take advantage of this moment right the fuck now. That's my fucking granddaughter in there.
Decisiveness.
Boom, you know what I mean? Once again, just showing the quick on the uptake experience, you know, wisdom of Seiko to be like, this is my chance. Boom, it still wasn't good enough. Instantly blown back. I was like, oh fuck. Like what an intense couple of fucking pages, and the fucking composition and flow of these pages is so cinematic. Like I cannot wait for this anime, bro. Like these scenes are gonna be fucking nuts, bro.
It would need a really dedicated studio, or I'd just be heartbroken, to be honest.
Man, I want to say Ufotable or UFO Table. I can't believe I'm saying Ufotable now. I finally caught on the train. Before I was just like, nope, that doesn't make sense. UFO Table, the letters are right there. That's how I'm fucking saying it. Like,
I was thinking of like Wit or something like that. The people that did Megalobox, I feel like they would do it justice, because they did a really nice cinematic boxing series. But,
oh, nice. I just need the colors, man. I need the colors to be right. I need David Pro. You know, I need like a David Productions, you know what I mean? The Fire Force and JoJo's Bizarre Adventure people, or I need a fucking UFO Table, Ufotable, whatever. You know what I mean? Like either, I feel like so many studios could properly take it down, but just inside of my experience and my idea of like what these studios are capable of, which I'm definitely like not a proper, you know, person to analyze or critique that kind of thing, just to let you guys know. But just inside of my experience, those are the two studios that just jump out at me when I'm thinking of a Dandadan adaptation, David Productions and Ufotable.
Man. I think that's about it for this chapter, except for I have one thing.
Yeah.
Manjiro is wearing the Bruce Lee outfit. The last person I remember wearing the Bruce Lee outfit was the evil mole man granny.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
The evil mole man granny. Yo.
And the subterranean.
Yeah.
But I remember we mentioned, it's like, hey, what's up with Manjiro?
Yeah.
He's got a unibrow. It's hard to trust.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Especially after the last unibrow. So I'm like, coincidence?
I think not.
But anyway, On to the next chapter.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, let's get into it. Okay. Dandadan, chapter 56, feeling kind of gloomy. And we pick back up with the last scene, and it just goes into some of the coolest choreography and page flow in Dandadan in a while. Since
Straight last page. Like, the pages are exactly the same for the last panel. Mm-hmm. And I think that's great because it definitely reminds me of, like, the animated series where they do that.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Very cinematic.
Yeah. But it's so tight because he goes to swing on Momo, rips her fucking shirt off, trying to pull her towards the punch or whatever. Yeah. And she just like sends the hands out and fucking pushes him against the wall. So what does he do? He fucking closes the fucking space. He shrinks the house to get him right up on her. And the paneling on page fucking 3 of this chapter, where she's got him against the walls of the ship when she pushes him, and her hands are just outside of the house's perimeter, but also just outside of the panel's perimeter at the same time. So it's like doubly immersive in that way, just with that one visual detail. And then he brings it back in, starts choking the shit out of her, and then she spits the water. And like up until this moment, Yuki no Butatsu had me on peak uncertainty. I was like, how are they going to get out of this situation? I know it's going to be a creative conclusion. I know Momo's not going to take any massive damage here, at least I hope not. But I honestly do not know how she's going to get out of this in such a confined space. Boom, spit the water. And I see the panel here, obviously, you know, on page 4, where she's like, I'll have some of this hot water if I may, from the last chapter. And like, I instantly go, oh my fucking God. I went right back to the last chapter and fucking, saw that panel again, but then also saw the panel where she's next to Okarun trying to fill up his cup from the thermos to splash on Gigi, you know, because
she throws the thermos water.
That, but also like there's a panel in the last chapter where everyone is reacting to the boba spilling on Gigi, and Seiko's like, no way. And then Okarun's like, yep, let me get this fucking cup ready. And then Momo's looking at him in that panel, and her mouth is like bulged because it shows that she has the water in her cheeks. You know what I mean? And I didn't notice that until she spit the water out in this panel, and I instantly went back to the last chapter. So it's like Yuki no Butatsu gave us the foreshadowing for this this conflict resolution. In like multiple points beforehand, multiple subtle points beforehand. And it's just like, yes, you are such a good storyteller, man. Yeah.
It feels like it's chalked down to luck. Like, this was such a close call.
Yeah.
I love that she is floating over the panel as he's shrinking the whole house. I love that.
Yeah.
Another part that I really liked was, so on page 5, when he snapped to his senses, if you look at the bottom right hand corner, there is like kind of a shading around his hands.
Yeah, those stippling. Like heavy screen tones. Yeah,
heavy screen tones with like little pencil dots. It almost gives the idea that it's like dark. It's like, you know, it adds a sense of like lack of contrast so that like you focus on his face. But then if you look at it closely, you could almost interpret it as like his hands are shaking. Like he can't believe himself. He looks flabbergasted, like, right? Like, he's horrified.
Yeah, or also, you could also look at it as, like, these are the hands that, like, almost choked out Momo.
Yeah.
And he's normal, but, like, his hands are still shaded and, like, almost have, like, a more, like, sinister coating on them from, you know, the residual energy of the apparition that, like, just finished choking, you know, Momo or whatever. It's a great visual detail there. It communicates a lot, you know, of different ways that you can kind of interpret that, I want to say. But either way, it's noticeable. Yeah.
Hands are big in this chapter. Like the fist flying at Momo's telekinesis going out, like the hands shading around Gigi's like hands when he comes to.
Yeah.
You even have the fact that like the burned hand of Granny Seiko.
Yeah.
When she tells him it's all right.
Yeah.
And then even like, you know, the page where page 9 where he's staring at his own fist and like, what does it mean for him to like commit violence? Like, what is strength, right? Like,
right.
I think a lot of guys go through that phase through their lives and struggle with that question all the time.
Yeah.
Like what is strength? What is, what is it good for?
Yeah.
Why do I want it? Like
Yeah.
that kind of thing. Like there was a series, God, it was really old to me, and it had one of the most profound moments, like lines of dialogue that I've ever gotten. And it's wild to me because it was like a furry series. Like it was
Mm.
my like the first furry series that I really found. It was deep dive on the internet. Um, the guy does porn now, right? Like he just does like porn commissions almost exclusively now.
Okay. Hey, that's big money.
Right, right, exactly. Gotta get those rich, suspiciously rich STEM kids.
Yeah.
But he had this line
People be horny.
where it was strength is like power is like being a man isn't about having strength. Being a man is having the judgment to know when the proper time to use that strength and how
Mm.
much strength to use.
Yes.
And I was just like, man, that really hits. Thanks, talking cats. This is actually really insightful, and I
Yes.
appreciate this.
Yeah. And it's like and there's an increasing anxiety in the house too, because this is like the first time that the evil eye has really behaved this way coming into a
It's
manifestation, right?
adapting to their
Yeah,
tactics too.
exactly. And it communicates just how frustrated the evil eye has to be that every time he manifests, he's instantly countered. So you know that every single time they have one of these exchanges, the evil eye goes back into Gigi's body like, nah, how can I fuck them up even worse next time? Like, how can I prevent this? Like he's literally like training or building something inside of itself, the evil eye, on what to do the next time he gets a chance at manifestation. And that is increasing the anxiety of everybody in the house, because every transformation is going to be one where the previous technique isn't really going to work. And they even have that conversation a little bit later. Where is it? It's towards the end of here we go, on page 15, I think, is when the conversation starts. And Manjiro is like, yo, we managed somehow this time thanks to Momo's quick wits, but that move won't work again. You know what I mean? So he is just getting better post manifestation instantly. And it's like the same tricks that they've been using to kind of counter the manifestation are becoming less and less effective. You know what I mean? And I mean,
it's an intelligent opponent.
Yeah, and they're talking about how Gigi's growth, as prodigious as he is inside of this, equilibrium training inside of his like aura balance or whatever, he's fucking growing at a breakneck pace, but I don't think he's growing fast enough to really make a difference in regard to the accidental manifestations that we keep getting. So it's like we need to fucking call those performers again and actually do the shit this time. You know what I mean? And then Granny hits a very profound and deep statement here that I resonated with hella as a parent. You know what I mean? Like, as an adult, you wish you could shoulder all your kids' burdens yourself and tell them to do whatever they want. It's also an adult's responsibility to show them reality. And when I read that, I was just like, holy fuck, that is like my biggest thing right now. You know what I mean? Like, inside of the raising of my own child, it's like, how do I protect them as much as I can while teaching them just enough to be able to protect themselves later? You know what I mean? And it's just like, Granny Seiko, you are me, and that's why we were meant to be.
Oh man, I really like Turbo Granny's discussion with Okarun.
Yeah.
It's like, so, do you want to learn how to throw a punch, or do you want to become strong? It's the same thing. I want to learn to throw a punch so I can become strong. No, they're different things.
Yes.
Just because you can throw a punch doesn't mean you'll be strong.
Yes. And the Japanese are so good at these kind of dialogue exchanges, you know what I mean, where they take a thing that is like, it's almost like Confucius level. I don't mean to say Confucius when talking about Japanese people, because I know that that's like a Chinese thing or whatever, but like but like it's just so subtextual and like riddle based. You know what I mean? It's always like a confusing statement that makes so much sense once you get the context for it. And you're just like, man, like, what a smart line of dialogue inside of like where you're going in the narrative right now. And it's like the Japanese are so good at this kind of dialogue. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. I mean, I think that it's because Japan invested a lot in philosophy. Because if you go to like philosophy courses and stuff and talk about like even like Hegel, right? Or like Immanuel Kant, um, they talk about stuff like, do you do good things because it is the right thing, or do you do the right thing because it is good,
Right.
right? Like, and then what does that mean for you? Like, are you
Right.
doing the right thing because you want to be good, because you know that's what you're supposed to do, or
Yeah.
are you doing it because, or is like, are you just initially good and just happen to do the right things?
Right. And
Yeah,
it's
so it follows
yeah.
that kind of like logic where it's like, simply reversing the order of the words does change a lot for
Yeah, and it
someone.
can be something like that simple, you know what I mean? Because it's
Hmm.
like, do you want to learn how to throw a punch or do you want to become strong? Okarune's like, what's the fucking difference? And so was I, because it's like it plays on the initial logic that you get from dialogue like this. It's like, well, my first thought was like, dude, if I fucking learn how to throw a punch well enough, the strength's gonna scale with that. So like, there can't be that big of a difference inside of these two things until you get the full context and explanation of what makes both so different. You know what I mean? It plays
Yeah.
on that logical expectation of the dialogue. Like, do you want to throw a punch or do you want to become strong? It's like, just how different are they? And then
Yeah.
Yukitatsu lets us know, and it's like, oh shit, yes, yes, more.
Think about like how Mr. Peeny Weenie, aka Mr. Penny,
Yeah,
uh, treats things. He's like, "Hey man, will you teach me how to punch?" And he's like, "Nah, man." He's like, "Why not?" It's like, because violence is wrong. It's like, bro, you came here to beat the fuck out of me.
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
come on. But at the same time, like, I get it. And as an adult, there is a moment where like, if you're an adult and your moral like guidelines say, "Hey man, like this kid wants this," and I'm like, "Yeah, but I'm still not gonna give it to you because
right.
like just because you want it doesn't mean it's actually good for you." And
Yeah,
like I
it's like
could,
I
but
was I
like
was punching the shit out of people because I was trying to save my son's life. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah,
I'm not actually a violent
I
person.
don't want
I
to
just
be.
have
Yeah,
this fucking humanoid mantis shrimp physiology, so I fucking used it to my advantage to get this money for my fucking son. You know what I'm saying? So like, no, I don't want to teach people how to be as
yeah,
destructive as me because I don't even like how destructive I am. You know what I mean? So like that was
yeah.
really cool, like depth for such a minor character to kind of like get in
Yes,
it with a comedic filter over it. You know what I
he's
mean? Like it
so
was just
fucking cool, despite
yeah,
how corny he is. I
yeah,
love him.
yeah. And this is just all going back to that theme of like, what do you want your power for? Do you even know what power means? You know what I mean? Because you're just running up to me all willy nilly because you know I can throw a crazy haymaker. And it's like, do you even know like what my philosophy on power is? No. Well, now you kind of have an idea. I'm not teaching you shit. Get the fuck out of here and grow up. You know what I mean? And then he's like,
Yeah,
ah, shit. All right, I got to get out of here, but I'm going to get him to teach me one day. And it's like, well, you don't
no, you
need to
won't.
because Turbo Granny's here, the source of your power, willing to train you. And it's like fucking
Turbo
awesome.
Granny's got an interesting set of morals.
Hmm.
She's, I feel like, very chaotic. She's not quite evil, but she's embraced her own malevolence,
Right,
right? Like,
right.
she's like, I'm okay with hurting people.
Yeah.
I still
If
vaguely
it's
want
for
to
a
hurt
good
you
cause that
guys.
I determine myself, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like my
yeah,
moral, compass arrow points in a certain direction. So as long as I'm aligned with my idea of what's right and what's wrong, I can be as big of a bitch as I want to anybody. you know? And like
yeah.
that's just really cool to get characters like this. It's very Punisher,
Yeah.
very Frank
Oh
Castle
man, Turbo
Punisher in that
Granny's
way.
expressions were crazy when she's like talking to him and like listening to him. And there's the part where like, have you forgotten whose power you're allowed to use, Bonehead? And she's like, you want to become strong? Then come with me, shit for brains. And her eyes are showing no pupil, and I'm like,
Yeah.
you're still making bargains with a fucking
Yeah.
evil spirit. Like, she's
Right.
not like actively evil right now, but
Right.
like
Yeah.
it could happen.
It's
It could
levels to
happen.
this
I
shit.
was I was waiting for the following chapter to be like, "Psych, you thought Turbo Granny was safe? Wrong.
Ooh,
Fool." Like
that'd be
that's
nuts.
how I was feeling about this thing, where it's like, I want to be strong. She's like, "Yes, I can gain more control over you and regain my powers." Like,
Yeah.
but at the same time, she's still cool.
Yeah, she's cool as
And
hell for now. And maybe it could be a situation where she's like, if I cultivate this strength inside of you, the one who's currently possessing the majority of my power, by the time I get
when I
my power
regain
back,
my
I could be
power,
that much tighter. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So, like, you never know, what the ulterior motives are inside of a character like Turbo Granny. And that's what makes it so
yeah.
compelling inside of her little area of the story because it's like, man, you're so enigmatic and mysterious, but you have such a bombastic you know,
You're so
flamboyant
harmless right
personality
now.
at base. Well, yeah, and you're so harmless right now, but it's just like such a cool contrast that such a verbal, you know, talkative, big
In your face
personality in
character.
your face character can still be so mysterious, you know what I mean? But oh yeah,
Fantastic writing.
yeah, I had to go back to the reaction of Gigi after realizing like what he did because we kind of like skipped over you know,
Hmm.
this part of the conflict resolution where he
Oh,
like
absolutely.
yeah, he pretty much just keeps like the same expression since coming out of the manifestation. Like he's like, no fucking way I'm choking Momo. Oh my god, I'm choking Momo. Momo, I'm so sorry. I can't believe I did that. And Momo's like, it's okay, it's okay. We all know it's an accident. I know that you want to beat yourself up over this, but at the end of the day, it wasn't you, and that's so cool on behalf of Momo. And then here comes Okarun. Boom, get back, motherfucker. Get off my woman. You're crazy.
Yeah.
I know it wasn't your fault, but like, oh, go away. And you can see the frustration in his face, and he's probably not mad at Gigi, but like, imagine Gigi looking at Okarun shoving him away right now with so much anger and worry on his face for Momo, knowing that he caused all of that, and he just keeps that same like shocked expression. But Okarun looks pissed, and I can tell that Gigi is just like, oh my god, fucking
Yeah,
Momo
he's
probably
upset.
hates me now. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, even though everyone knows that this isn't my fault, like their their like perception of me has to be changing regardless is kind of the anxiety that you can assume he's going through inside of his own mind. And he just sits there just like stuck, you know. Granny Seiko puts the fucking towel over him and he's just standing there
She
like,
looks at him so tenderly on
yes,
page 7
yeah,
doing
she
that.
does, she does,
She's like she understands what's going through his head.
yeah,
And like he's like, it wasn't your fault, it's all right. And even though she's trying to comfort him, he's looking at the results of his circumstances.
right,
Like that Dazangashi talisman
yeah,
backfired. It burned her.
yeah,
And you can see how affected he is in the following panel below.
right,
And then contrasting like that like moment of like joy shared between Momo and Okarun and like the relief. And
yeah,
I think that's a great like disparity. Um,
absolutely. And like, man, Gigi, like going back to you know, to page 6 one more time when Okarun is separating, you know, Gigi from Ayase with this like very angry, worried expression on him. Like Gigi
mhm.
like probably sees that and assumes anger, but but Okarun in that moment probably is feeling kind of angry, but just in his lack of ability to have done anything himself in the
At his own
situation.
hopelessness
Yeah,
or
and so
his own powerlessness. There we
yeah,
go.
but the way that Gigi, you know, is interpreting the situation is fucking. I've never seen Okarun like look pissed like that, like coming out of a manifestation like situation. Like he's got to be fucking sick of me constantly putting the obvious love of his life in danger. You know what I mean? Like, but it's really just Okarun being mad at himself for not being what he feels is strong enough. You know what I mean? So it's a lot of like really unspoken, subtle character storytelling going on
Hmm.
inside of the art. And Yukino Butatsu is able to capture these expressions so perfectly to invoke just the right emotions that he's trying to get out of his audience. The art is that perfect in that way.
Hmm. And like seeing the like really like oh, the bean the bed
Yeah.
scene where they're
Yeah.
facing away from each other and like
Yeah.
there's a growing rift between them
Right.
despite how close they are visually and like also within the story narrative.
Yeah.
um I mean, and I love the like kind of like paneling where Okarun is just staring straight ahead, where
Yeah.
he's like, I'm looking at a challenge that I don't know how to define.
Yeah.
And like Gigi's just depressed. He's
Yeah.
just like, man, fuck.
And Okarun looks down at that fist, and like you can literally just hear the panel. You can almost read Okarun's mind because the one thing that we all know he's saying is, I cannot let that happen again.
I
You
need
know
to be
what I mean?
strong.
I need to be stronger. Like,
Hmm.
I need to be able to protect Momo and the rest of my loved ones. You know what I mean? And it's just like, man, so powerful. But
Yeah. And like page 14 really hurt. Where like Okarun gets back and he
yeah,
looks at
dude.
Gigi while he's eating, and then they're both embarrassed, so they look away.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like,
Both embarrassed for two entirely different reasons. Gigi's like, I
yeah,
fucked up, I blew it, and everyone hates me. And Okarun's like, I'm
And I want
powerless. Yeah, and I don't want to see,
to
our
you as a
family in this
threat.
state, and or you as a threat, exactly.
Ah,
Whew.
brutal.
Some pretty fucking intense stuff, man. Dandadan. And I was just
It gets
talking
you in
about
your
it.
feels.
Yeah, I was just talking about it with Yato too, like, and Zay in Discord the other day. We were talking about like what our top 5 ongoing weekly manga are, and like we all pretty much had like the same top 5. At least me and Yato had like the exact same
Mhm.
top 5. Ranger Reject, Dandadan, Jujutsu Kaisen, Undead Unluck, Shangri-La Frontier. Like,
Yeah, that pretty much fills the board for me.
yeah.
Um, and like it's interesting because like Undead Unluck is almost a series that like I wouldn't be super sold on, but like it's done so well.
Yes, the execution is insanely good on everything that it sets up, even the weird shit. You know what I mean? A lot of it,
Hmm.
like, you kind of have to, like, retrospective, kind of like hindsight look back on and go, like, it wasn't as bad as I thought it was in the moment. You know
Hmm.
what I mean? But, like, I still kind of, like, stand by my, what I said in the giant worm arc that we kind of like just came out of. I was like, really? Are all of these motherfuckers just going to like try to sexually assault Momo in every arc? Like, is that
Hmm.
just like a thing? And I think actually there was some new storytelling that kind of came out in regard to that that made it like not as weird. Oh yeah, it was when the unibrow Bruce Lee outfit like grandma chick turned into an alien or whatever. And then we had a
Yeah.
conversation about like, well, if all of her people were aliens too, then like that fits in with the Serpoian sexual assault, in the first chapter. And it's not just random adults, out in the world that see
Yeah.
Momo and just first thought is sexual assault. You know what I mean? It's like
Well,
there's a
I
little
mean,
bit more of an explanation possibly there. So,
I think it's also about like the author's intent, right?
mm,
So like if they have people that are okay, characters that are okay with sexual assault, but they're all aliens, it kind of speaks to how the author who is writing like a very like kind of like innocent romance and like about like tenderness and openness and like understanding your people, like to him, the people that commit sexual assault are literally aliens to him. Like doesn't understand their like mental view of the world. It's like you're coming from a completely different world. Like
wow.
how can you feel okay with that? And it's just like because like
Banger.
yeah, like and
That
it's just
was
like
fucking
it
awesome,
shows so
Mello. Holy
clearly
shit.
through the story.
Yeah.
Like think if you think about like the main cast and like all this like hey we struggle with like hey what is strength, what is harming another person, what do you mean it, like I understand that you don't intentionally mean to hurt someone, but you are still hurting someone, and that is causing problems.
Yeah.
And it's like if you have a core part of your story is that, and then the other parts are like overt harm,
Mm-hmm.
and they're all from aliens, I'm like, wow, it's like staring me in the face
Yeah,
sometimes.
that was fucking
Um,
beautiful, dude. Like, what a cool notion, and the way that you said that is just so fire. And like, I'm totally 100% subscribed to that line of thought now. And I don't know if we'll ever get any kind of confirmation from Yuki Nobutatsu that that's like his outlook on it, but like, I'm here for it. You fucking killed that. Good shit, bro.
yeah, send
Yeah.
this clip to Yuki Nobutatsu, please don't. I swear.
Hell yeah, no, that was fire. Are we good on 56 though?
Oh yeah.
All right, moving into chapter 57 of Don to Don. Scary dudes at school. Fuck yeah,
Oh
this
man.
training shit. This training shit is fire, bro. And this is going back into like what I was saying about how Japanese people are so much better at writing training arcs than American people or just Western people in
Hmm.
general. Because like, dude, you always get this kind of writing. You know what I mean? Like let me go to the page that specifically starts from six to when they start talking about rhythm, your combat rhythm. Like you get this level of creativity in like every fucking major Japanese manga that has a
Hmm.
power system. Whenever there is a teaching moment, they always deliver the training regiment in a very poetic kind of way like this. You know what I mean? With very cool, unique examples on how to paint the picture of the lesson of the training to the disciple. And this rhythm on the piano shit is a prime example of what I'm talking about. And I don't know 100% exactly how to like articulate the thought properly, but hopefully my point is getting to people that are listening to this right now, and they, you know, I'm sure like a lot of people will probably just start thinking of other examples of exactly what I'm talking about in other, you know, manga or whatever. But like this is totally a thing that the Japanese specialize in their fictional storytelling. And I like a training arc in Dandadan like this is right on time. Honestly,
Yes.
you know what I mean? Like it, like not
Absolutely
only is it right
necessary.
on time, but the way that it's being executed so far is just right in line with my expectations for how mangaka present these kind of points in the narrative, and it's just going back to that puzzle piecey, thorough feeling inside of the story of Dandadan that I've been praising Yuki Nobutatsu for pretty much the entire time that I've been following it, that we've been following it. So just had to throw that out there. But we can back up. We can go back to the beginning here, but they get to
I
this.
think it's
Yeah. Go
I
ahead.
think it's really interesting that like Ira gets her time in the sun
Hmm.
in this one. She's very much like kind of like not the main focus. She's not the main heroine, but
Yeah.
like she's a secondary, female protagonist. Like she still does stuff, and like we've been so focused on Gigi that I'm glad that like she's getting some time to shine,
Yeah.
and like a lot of her like kind of bombastic, um, like performative aspects of her personality
Hmm.
are shining pretty well, and I
Hmm.
like that. Something that I thought was interesting is that her coat is like really similar to Okaroon, and that
Mm.
they have like kind of like they're both pretty surprisingly fashionable. Like
Yeah.
Okaroon surprisingly so.
Yeah.
Ira, that's her thing. That's
Yeah.
her bag.
Absolutely. But yeah, they are like wearing like pretty much the same kind of like jacket, and I love the inclusion of Ira in this situation because one, it makes sense. She was there the last time that the evil eye manifested and
Hmm.
almost killed Momo in a way that nobody could do anything about. You know what I mean? So
She
naturally,
feels
she
responsible
she feels
too.
responsible. She's like, oh my god, I got to get stronger too. Just because we focused on Okaroon being the one to say no, I got to get stronger for the sake of my girlfriend and everyone else around me. That makes the most sense for Okaroon in this situation, but it makes just as much sense for Ira too, even though she's not as important of a character as Okaroon is, at least not at this point in the story. So having her tag along here doesn't feel forced. It doesn't feel like injected just because we got to get some Ira storytelling in too. It's totally organic and it makes a lot of sense. And it's tight that we're getting these groupings. You know what I mean? Like Ira isn't only relevant when the whole team is together fighting a threat together. You know what I mean? Like we had the full team
Hmm.
up till that point deal with the Loch Ness monster and Mantis Shrimp Serpoian arc in the fucking school or whatever, and then that was really the last time that like Ira like came along for like a combat related thing, or at least just like a focused arc in general or whatever, since she got the Acro Silky um situation for her coming out of her own arc. So it's cool that we're going back into Ira inclusion in a way that's just Ira and Okaroon together, or Ira and one other person, instead of just like, oh, okay, well,
Hmm.
it's a big threat now. Let's get the whole team together, including Ira, so that she doesn't feel like she's been like relegated to a background character. It's
Yeah.
like, no, we're getting fucking like specific Ira focus here. We got to have at least one other main character with her because this isn't the Ira show, but like she's here and it doesn't feel superficial.
Yeah, it feels, and her motivation of being close to Okaroon are like
Yeah.
very in keeping with her like personality, her current goals. Like even like page 3, she's like kind of like fawning on like Okaroon's like I want to become stronger too.
Yeah.
And then like saying like oh the bad language before that was Acro Silky, that totally wasn't me, and then immediately reverts
Yeah.
to like hey I still called you, hairball faced grilled pork idiot.
Yeah. And it's like,
Um,
oh, was that Acro Silky too? No, that's just you. Okay, it was Cap.
no,
All right,
that's
bet.
just you. It's
Yeah.
always been you.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
I like that part where like they just talk shit. She was like, "Beat a blockhead, you little shit dumpling."
Yeah.
Um,
Beautiful personality
Punch you in the
moments for.
hairball, you can fall face.
Yeah.
I I I was cackling on page 7 where she's like ora 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 and like stomping on Turbo Granny, and Turbo Granny's trying to fight back, but she's still fucking
Oh,
crushing you.
page three. Page three.
Page 3, yeah, yeah, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. She's got her arms crossed, like dominant, like foot, like
Yeah.
on Turbo Granny, and Turbo
I
Granny's like,
love that
nah,
Turbo
fuck
Granny's
you.
just like, I don't give a fuck. I don't care if I'm like the softest fists in the world. It's
Yeah,
just
I'm
like,
still swinging
fuck.
them. Yeah,
I'll murderize you.
yeah, beautiful.
No. Turbo Granny never gives up.
Yeah. So then we go into this room
um,
with the piano, and we got all of these, famous musicians on the wall. We got some Beethoven going on. We got some Bach. We got some You know what I'm saying? Those are the only two I know. But you know, and I don't even know if they're there. I know that this one on the far right has got to be Beethoven just because of the haircut. But
Oh
like,
yeah.
I want to say at least one other one is Bach because he's usually included when talking about like the greatest like Victorian era musicians of the world or whatever. But
Now one's Handel.
there you go. Whoever that is.
He's
Yeah.
the dude with the really fluffy hair.
Yeah. Okay.
He's got a kind of big sausagey head.
Who's this one on the very far left that kind of looked like George W. Bush a little bit to be from the way that I don't even know. I don't even know who that is. I don't know who none of these people
zoom in
are.
and see what his fucking face is.
Yeah.
I have no fucking clue to be honest.
Anyway,
Hey,
classic.
let us know in the
Yeah,
comments.
anybody, yeah, anyone let us know in the comments. I didn't do any of the research, but like I'm definitely down to hear that. But yes,
Help reinforce my poor American education.
right, yeah. But either way, it's known. Classic niggas. That's what we got here, okay? Classic music, you know, fucking titans is what we have in this room, on this wall, in these paintings, which was a cool precedent to set considering the end of the fucking chapter in the developments that we get there. But yeah.
Wolfgang Amadeus is on there.
Ooh, there I recognize that name actually. Yeah.
Let's see. He's got that kind of tighter little looking George Washington ass perm.
Yeah.
Let's see. Chopin. Frederick Chopin.
Yeah. And we don't got to spend too much time on it, but
that is probably the George Bush looking dude.
oh,
Franz Schubert is the guy that looks like the Flight of the Conchords.
Oh shit.
And
wait, which one? I don't know what Flight of the Conchords means.
Franz Schubert is the guy with the glasses.
Okay.
With like the slicked back hair.
Yep.
And then I don't know the little bushy bearded guy and the guy on the left.
Damn, dude with the glasses looks just like the actor that plays Night Owl 2 in the Watchmen adaptation from Zack Snyder. I don't know if you ever saw the Watchmen movie, but yeah, he looks just like that actor to me right now. Anyway,
Patrick Wilson?
Is that his name? I guess I never really learned his name, but yeah, whoever the actor is that plays.
Oh, I'm looking at the Night Owl picture. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, looks just like dude from Watchmen.
Right.
Yeah, funny as hell. But yeah, them guys, them boys.
The musical masterminds.
Yeah, and then we go into the training, and you know, Turbo Granny's like jump in time with these notes. He's like, what for? He's like, yeah, he's like, listen, that's the funniest fucking shit ever. He's like, all right, starts jumping, and then she's like, look at that dummy jump. I was like, no. And then the hay dialogue bubble like comes straight from the diaphragm of Okarun, like the fucking the tail of the bubble is like going into his mouth and shit, coming out of his mouth directly. It's hilarious. That's your combat rhythm. I was like, fuck yes, we're here. This is the dialogue and the exposition that I have been wanting so long inside of Dandadan, and it's delivered just as well as I knew it would be. And I'm glad that, you know, we waited this long to actually give Okarun some like focused training inside of his power set, because like the longer you wait, the harder that shit slaps, especially if you can keep conflict fresh in the meantime, which obviously Yukinobu Tatsu has pretty masterfully up until this point. So it's right on time and it feels really good.
On page 7, that's the first time you see Turbo Granny's pupils, and I was like, oh, thank God it's safe.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, going back to what you were saying at the end of the last chapter. Absolutely. Yeah, good
I was
spot.
genuinely worried. I was like, you take him to an abandoned place. This has not been good.
Yeah.
In the history of Dandadan, abandoned places.
Yeah, super sus. And it's still not good because obviously we know what happens at the end of the chapter. So it's like you can't go to no abandoned. And you want to know what? I bet you it was a situation like that because she obviously be kicking it with other yokai and whatnot, and is like in the community, is in the neighborhood, so she's got to know that Bach and Beethoven and Wolfgang's, you know, fucking spirits be chilling in this place, you know what I mean? So let me go here, show him the combat rhythm example, and then thrust him in a situation where he'll instantly have to kind of like
simultaneously trigger the haunt.
Yes. Exactly.
Um,
But I love the diagram at the bottom of 7, right? Using your jumps as an example, jumps in the air in one part, then the arrow
Twink.
lands on the ground. And the time it took you to jump and land one time, the evil eye's got like 4 or 5 different moves that he makes in between him jumping and in between him landing. And it's just like so cool how that's represented. I love diagrams
The
in
finger pistols at the
the
end.
finger pistols at the end, yeah. But yeah, this is probably like one of my favorite things about shonen manga with power systems is like these kind of scenes where one, we're getting the training information, and two, it's being delivered in a way with a fucking amazing diagram that's usually chibi and comedic in some kind of way, but gets the message across perfectly. And that's just like so Japanese.
It's really solid. Speaking of the haunt,
Mm-hmm.
um, I think about like how in a high school, like there's so many series that have like the 7 rumors of this school, and like most haunting rumors or like poltergeist rumors and stuff have a music room. So like
Mm-hmm.
it has to be some sort of cultural thing. Um, they're like, and the piano played by itself.
Yeah.
That kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
you get
Very
that kind of shit
creepy
a lot.
stuff.
It's like, wait,
Um,
where are those organs coming from? You guys hear
yeah.
boss music? No.
Why is there Latin?
Yeah.
I'm really fucked now. Um, there's also like the idea of, because I was like reading a series called like Hanako of the Bathroom. It was like an evil spirit in a bathroom, rumors and stuff. It's
Mm.
all right. I like it so
Hmm.
far, but I didn't keep up as much as I should have.
Yeah.
Um, man,
Page
this
page 8, right? Page 8. Oh, so he's faster than you, Turbo Granny? No wonder you have a hard time shaking him off. And it's like, no, I'm 10 billion times faster. We're talking about technique right here. Doesn't matter how fucking fast you are if you can't pull off the moves you need to at the times that you need to use them. You know what I mean? And she attributes it to going back to the music example and how it all fits in with some kind of analog, some kind of poetic analog to deliver the information in a way that is relatable, easy to make sense, easy to paint the picture, but is still, properly describing the intricate nuances of this training regimen. You know what I mean?
absolutely.
Basically, how many notes can you fit into one beat? How many times can you switch actions? That becomes important in combat. You know what I mean? And you could probably tweak a couple of words inside of this dialogue to fit an actual music lesson and it will still make sense to the student.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's
It,
what I respect and love so much about this particular area of the writing.
yeah. Also, it really speaks to kind of like the difference in physical ability that
Mm-hmm.
like Ira and Gigi have. I would say that they're like pretty solid. Like I think she took dance or something like as a kid or something, like maybe that's one of her hobbies or something.
Mm,
But she's got a like good decent physicality, and like Gigi's extremely athletic. So like
right.
of course, while in their possession modes, they can switch a beat 4 times a beat. But Okarun was classic nerd, complete limp wrist weakling. Like
Yeah.
Turbo Granny's almost stronger than him in an arm wrestling. Like,
Yeah. In her Neko
you
form. Yeah.
yeah, and it's just like, yeah, this explains it. Like you've been using Turbo Granny's power to shore things up, but like you
Yeah.
are consistently now running into things that you can't just smoke with Turbo Granny's power. Like this is
Yeah.
a moment where like, hey man, you need to step up and like upgrade yourself, like
Yeah.
level up yourself, work
Yeah.
out, get some gains, bro.
Yeah, and if you look at
Like
like the core of the strategies for like Acro, Silky, and Gigi as the evil eye, like kind of like what you were saying about how Gigi is just like is naturally physically gifted and athletic and has the technique already like on his own probably, but then coupled with the power of the evil eye creates this level of threat that can move 4 times in one beat or whatever. And then you have Acro Silky, who I believe in her story arc was shown as like a ballerina, right? Like the spirit
yes,
was or
the
whatever.
spirit was known as was a ballerina.
Right. So
Uh,
like even if Ira herself wasn't all that like physically adept or whatever. I don't know if she was a ballerina herself or if she has anything specifically tied to her identity as far as like athleticism goes or whatever. But like her personal like mental psychological kind of like state was just that in sync with acro silkies to create, you know, the equilibrium or the balance inside of like their two entities
Like
sharing a
immediately.
body. Yeah, you know what I mean? So like yes, it makes sense since acro silky is a ballerina that she would be able to move 4 times in one beat after syncing up properly with Ira. And then Gigi is like the opposite side of that, where he already had all of the technique and athleticism personally, and then just got the power from the evil eye. Okaroon, obviously, Turbo Granny is the one teaching him, you know, all of these things. So you obviously we know that she has the technique that she's trying to train him in, but the power that she received from Acro or from Turbo Granny is just like the speed. You know what I mean? He didn't have that other personal area in himself to complete the technique loop the same way that Ira and Gigi did with their respective, you know, yokai counterparts. He was mousy and unathletic and weak entirely before receiving this raw power boost from Turbo Granny. So yes, he has more training to go than Ira, who was given her power in a similar kind of situation because he doesn't have that synergy, that same synergy with Turbo Granny that Ira has with Acro Silky and that Gigi has with the Evil Eye. So it all feels so good in that way.
I think it's also I also like the touching on like his own physical limitations as a host.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, yes, level up, young blood. Like you're trying to become a man. Got to do something. Got to develop your like. Honestly, like the best advice I ever got was just like, hey, dude, if you feel like you're not like much of a man, develop yourself. That's all. That's literally the only thing you can do.
Right.
Like everything else that comes with your idea of what a man is usually follows whatever development you put into. Like
Right.
that's it.
Hell
Really
yeah.
cool explosions. I like that the rest symbols basically CC them.
Yeah.
Which I thought was really cool musically.
Yeah.
I love the minefield and like I remember Mashal having music magic, and so like this is the kind of stuff that I wanted to see out of those.
Yeah, dude, exactly. Like different notes having like drastically different properties upon contact. It's like, okay, what does this note represent in actual music? And what ability in superpowered fiction most, you know, closely complements that note's purpose in music? And then that's the effect of that note in this battle. You know what I mean? Like that
That's
is
what I
like the
wanted.
level of creativity and the level of thinking that you want in a superpowered story. You know what I mean? Because it's like so easy to just say, yeah, this musical note attack like blasts you back. This musical note attack sets you on fire. This musical note attack, like it's easy to just attribute random, you know what I mean, abilities to music based attacks. But to have
But if
this
it's
level
not
of
a
thought
stretch,
tied
that's
to it,
masterful.
what'd you say?
If it doesn't feel like a stretch, then it's masterful.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Oh
But
man, it was super cool. I'm really excited to see this like action-packed montage. Compete like I want to like read that like listening to some sort of like epic orchestral score
yeah,
to like
Beethoven's Ninth.
yeah something crazy like get a point where like there's a climax and the
Yeah.
cannon goes off while I'm listening to it. I'm like
Yeah.
hell yeah.
I'm
Um,
hearing Flight of the Bumblebee, you know what I'm saying, in these last like 4 pages.
yeah.
Yeah, type shit.
Love that.
Yeah, man.
I really don't have anything else to
Yeah.
say except for I loved page 14 where they're just like, not us. Want to get out of here? Good idea. And Turbo Granny's like, motherfuckers, you asked me to train you. You go and train. It's
Yes.
these guys. Get
Yeah.
them. Like,
Yes.
love that.
So good.
The bobbleheads are just fucking bizarre.
Yeah, I
So
know.
surreal.
Oh my
As,
god.
it the whole Dandadan has always felt like a fever dream,
Right.
100% from beginning to finish, and I'm
Oh
just
yeah.
like, what is this? This is a fever dream, right?
Yes. And Yukino Butatsu is so good at taking that fever dream response and channeling it into something with focus and depth and nuance, you know, to make it feel just like such a unique situation, even inside of the historically wild and hyperbolic storytelling of shonen manga. Like this is like on a completely different level, but it's focused. You know what I'm saying? Like it's got purpose and intent. You know, and the way that Yukino Butatsu delivers that is some of the best I've ever seen in this particular area of critique.
Kiss.
Yeah, it's super chef's kiss. Fucking love Dandadan, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I had though. Are you good?
I'm spent. My bag is empty.
Hell yeah, man. Good shit. Well, that'll do it for this episode's Dandadan segment. All right, getting into the Elusive Samurai segment for the episode, Chapter 61, The Nakasendai War, 1335. How do we feel?
Oh man, these following chapters are like really solid.
Yeah, man.
I'm really excited about it. There's something that I kind of noticed that Tokiyuki is paralleled a little bit in on page 6 and 7. I was looking at the faces and like the hairstyles, and like Yoritsugu and Nezu Kojiro kind of look like Tokiyuki. A little bit. Like hair-wise.
Kojiro.
Like they kind of look like Tokiyuki hair-wise if you look at him like on page like 9.
Wait, which one is Kojiro?
Oh, Kojiro's brother, Nezu. On page 7 is on 7. And then Yoritsugu's on.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
I was just thinking that I was just noticing like, oh, their hairstyles are similar to Tokiyuki, and maybe that is one of the contributing factors for why Kojiro seems to just trust Tokiyuki a little more quickly.
Oh, sure.
Is that he reminds him of his brother.
That's cool. That's a cool thing to think
about.
And
then like Yoroshige's kind of like quick fondness for Tokiyuki might be because like, hey, you remind me of like, you know, a beloved member of my family.
Yeah, like, yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's really cool.
It's just something I noticed when I was looking at it.
Yeah. The fucking the first page though, like the fucking slap panel is just hilarious that Yusei Matsui put that in the chapter. Like that's goat level shit. It just goes to show like how big that fucking moment was across the entire planet. Like they put it in fucking Elusive Samurai. Like wild. And Yusei Matsui's like, I feel like the only like mangaka inside of at least what we're reviewing that would do something like this, especially because like, you know, there's been such a theme of like prescience in the story as far as like how the future like sight of Yorishige is constantly shown in all of these different like analogous ways. But yeah, I love this chapter, man. The scene, like where it starts going into it's Yorishige's son talking to his son, Suwa Yoritsugu, or his grandson. Yeah. Okay. So Yorishige is the dad of Suwa Daimyojin, and then Suwa Daimyojin is the father of Suwa Yoritsugu. So I know that everybody knows that. I just had to say that for like my sake because I like already felt myself tripping over it. But anyway, I love this scene because it serves so many purposes. Like the exposition that we get reiterating the roles and motivations of all the parties involved, right? Doubles as a life lesson for Yoritsugu, and that we know is you know, very naive and has a childish outlook on life, and he needs these lessons. You know what I mean? Like this scene makes sense because he has a lot of growing to do, and the delivery of this scene is so well executed in that dialogue from the father Suwa Daimyojin to Yoritsugu that it also works as just a beautiful continuation of the fleshing out of both of these characters. The scene serves so many important purposes and it feels so good. And then they tie it back like a couple pages later when Yorishige and Tokiyuki are having their conversation. It kind of like ties back to that scene breaking down the relationships between the Suwa and the Hojo. Like the two main representatives of both camps have this wholesome scene that ends with Tokiyuki affirming why he owes so much to Yorishige and completing that circle of motivational potency. Because it like starts off like, where does it say? Like, where does it start? It says Yoritsugu, the Hojo clan, or yeah, he's talking to Yoritsugi. He's like, the Hojo clan bestowed favor on the Suwa clan and elevated us. You know what I mean? And it's like the Suwa kind of has their toe in both camps. They fucked with the Hojo because they elevated them to the position that they're in right now, but they also like work for the Mikado technically, and that allows a lot of the subterfuge that goes on, you know, in the storytelling. So the courtiers worship the Mikado, but warriors worship Muwa or Suwa Myojin, which allows warriors spiritual independence from the courtiers. So they get to have a completely different deity than the courtiers so that they can like move independently from them to accomplish a lot of the goals that are leading to this revolution right now. And he's like, we flourish in our holy ranks or in our holy role thanks to the Hojo, and we must never forget that. So it works, you know, as a way to reiterate, you know what I mean, the roles and the motivations of the parties involved. But then it also comes back to, you know, Tokiyuki, the representative of the Hojo that started the whole chain of uplifting and whatnot, and just set all of the shit in motion. Now that representative is telling Suwa Yorishige how much he owes him. So it's just like a cycle, like it's a perfect circle of motivation, reiteration, and like also just like really good dialogue and character moments for the people in the scenes. So it's like, that was long-winded, but like that was just like a really good feeling that I got from this chapter.
Absolutely. It really ties into like the concepts like the salvation of the Shana people, the future of our warrior clan, our obligation to the unfortunate prince, compel us to engage in war. And like it's like a multi-layered thing. It's like it talks about like, hey, these are the circumstances of the time and this is what we have to do. And then like on page 7, the brothers Kojiro are just kind of talking about like what they're doing. It's like, hey man, you know, I wish I were like you. You know, you're valorous. You do action. You're a strong dude. And he's like, I'm just doing it because I like to fight. You know. And he's like, service. Let's gonna spread our name far and wide. And he's sorry that he has to do all the things. And then that for me leans it back to page 2-3, where the Kikuchi is like going on with his plans, and they're talking about him on page 4. Had he lived in a more peaceful time, he would have found a place to shine, you know, like a driven, practical dude.
Yeah.
Like, and it makes me think about like the circumstances of the time really, really struggle because like it's like some people's personalities were just not suited to that time and era, you know, too soft, too kind, too compassionate, or whatever. And like you think about like if you took like, and I was thinking about like because of the whole like time swapping, like the lack of like separation of time, right? Like because they reference a lot of things from the future.
Yeah.
The future. It made me think about like, you know, the heroes of old would probably be considered the serial killers of our era. You know, people that were really good at killing people and just strong observational skills. And I'm just like, all right, you know, that we're willing to do these things. Like, yeah, you're gonna become like fucking soldiers of fortune or serial killers or something. Whereas, like, if we went to the past, you know, probably wouldn't do that hot.
Right.
Yeah, it's a weird thing because I always think about like one of my pet peeves is when people are like, "Oh, I was born in the wrong era," and I'm like, "No, you're born in the era you got. There's problems in every fucking era." Like,
right.
It's like no one's gonna do well in any era. That's the problem with every single era.
Yeah.
It's just like, ugh. Yeah. There's a level of romanticism that that kind of peeves me. But like, I think this is interesting because of like, we are shaped by our circumstances, for better or worse, regardless of how we fit into those circumstances.
Yeah, for sure.
And Yorishige kind of expounds on that too, as a little bit when he's talking to Tokiyuki as well.
Yeah, totally. And I love how he's like on page 12 or page 11, he's like, hey, Tokiyuki's like, do you foresee me reaching Kamakura? And he's like, no. Once war spreads beyond Shinano, my precognition mostly stops working. I got that line of dialogue and I was like, did we know that? This is like new information, I'm pretty sure right now. Like, that's kind of scary. Like, why isn't he like a lot more anxious about that? And then it instantly goes into, but if I can't see the future, it's okay. That's because I'm confident in my powers of observation. And watching you the past 2 years has reassured me that you will be a hero. So now here go, like this scene serves the purpose of upping the stakes because now Yorishige isn't confident about the future. So now the uncertainty comes back as far as the fate of Tokiyuki and the rest of his retainers and everybody else on his side. So now, like, even though Yusei Matsui's done a pretty good job of keeping the tension high, despite the fact that he gave us a character with future sight who is like always in a good mood because he knows Tokiyuki's going to come home okay. The tension has been fine, just inside of that, regardless. But now we have the situation where it's like once we get to a certain point, I can't tell the future, so now we don't know how this is going to end at all. You know what I mean? So like that's good for tension and uncertainty and stakes, but then it's also just a great character moment for Yorishige and his fucking admiration and respect and
Yeah.
and care for Tokiyuki. So it's
Yeah, truly
just
seeing the kid for, the talents they have. For
yeah.
me, it's almost like that's a tender moment and I love it. But I noticed something is like, because we touched on like the lack of like prognostication before, where he's like, hey, I'm losing my powers occasionally, they don't always recharge. And another part of me is like, he basically can't see past the War of Shinano. Is it because there's too many variables and that the fact that war is such a chaotic time, you know, being able to predict things based on the information available, like if you to look at like Haruka Teyama from, you know, Till Death Do Us Part,
Mm,
it's just like, how is it because there's too many variables? Or is it something a little more simple and like clear cut, where it's like, you will not really survive the war.
right. I can't
So
see the future
there's
past a certain point because my future sight is
it,
tied to your life or some shit.
no, I think it's tied to Yoroshige's life. So like he can't
Oh,
see
that
past
makes a
that
lot
point
more
because he
sense.
might die in the war.
Oh shit. No,
Or
that
all three. Or
yeah.
all three. It could be anything.
Nah, I think
Like,
what you just said makes way more sense than what I tried to say. I was like, because why would his powers be tied to the life of Tokiyuki? Like, he's probably had these powers long before Tokiyuki was even born, so that makes no sense. But if he can't see the future past a certain point because he himself dies, that makes the most sense. Like, that's gotta be
mhm.
what it is.
Oof.
Wow.
Rough. And he immediately like tries to like calm the kid. He's like, "Yeah, no, if I can't see the future, it's okay, because I believe in my powers of observation, kid. You're gonna go far." Like he's like, it's almost like, "Hey, this is probably more scary than you realize, but I'm gonna try to like reassure you, tell you things I think are okay." And like watching them face to face on page 12 makes me realize that they are very similar in like their hair and like stuff. And so I was thinking of like how Yorishige not only sees Yoritsugu in Tokiyuki, but also like a part of himself.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that feels really good.
because they're both weirdos in their
Yeah.
own way.
Yeah.
Uh, straight up. I thought there was a moment before. No, that's there we go. Page 8. Everyone's preparing for war.
Yeah.
So we got a little secret from the priestess to the guy who refuses to masturbate, I guess. Um,
Oh, you're talking about
I can't remember his name. I just remember the most prominent fact about
yeah,
him that
yeah, yeah.
um
Yeah.
so they're
I
power eating,
completely forgot about that. That's
but
so
like
fucking funny.
he's hilarious. I was
General
like,
Blue Balls. General Blue Balls. That's what we
yeah, Jesus Christ, the boiler,
Yo.
dude. He's the pressure cooker of pain.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, but we
but
got her
Paige,
pulling up with a secret to him. Absolutely. We got
I think
Ayako
that's important.
smashing some fucking rice with her dad.
Mhm. We've got uh, Nezu clan guy,
Yep.
but the thing that I was interested in was Genba messing around with what I assume is a higher powered explosive.
Yeah.
because I remember he's like, man, my firecrackers ain't doing shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, smoke powder is all well and good, but I'm not, prepared for real firepower against these Tengu. And so I like that he's getting the one up on them now, and then we get a hint of like a better weapon against the Tengu army.
Yes, yes.
I like I wonder if they instructed the army to be like, if anyone asks you about where we're going, point them to this dude.
Yeah.
No matter who it is, just point them to this dude. We expect spies.
Yeah.
And they're like, okay. And so like maybe they're like, instead of just trying to kill the spy immediately, it's just like, well, we don't have to fight them. We don't have to worry about them getting away.
Yeah.
The point is that they get away, and that serves us.
Right.
But I like that little kind of like trick there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really cool. I can't wait to see what Genba's got because he's already starting to cook by the end of this chapter.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we turned into the cover page because it's like late in the chapter or whatever, and Tokiyuki's just in this full set of armor on this splash page with the chapter title. Yeah, and it's like, damn, I turned that page and I was like, oh shit, the boy is here. I was like super hyped for a second. And then right away I was like, wait a minute, how is he going to fucking move in this thing though? And then of course they go into that or whatever in the next chapter or whatever.
Awful.
But no, I remember being like, oh my god, is he really going to fight in that? But I was like hype either way. I was like, I know this is going to be a problem, but like I just love Tokiyuki in armor. I wonder how they're going to deal with that. And then obviously the things in the next chapter happen that we can wait to get there for or whatever. But this scene with Genba, well, I guess this scene with the Tengu ninjas, you know, on the enemy side of things, you know what I mean, are talking about how it's like, hey, who are we going to attack? And or wait, no. This is still the Suwa people. My bad. This is still the Suwa people. Asada-sama, who are we going to attack? The Suwa sect moves to strike Sadamune. Myojin-sama will once again rule Shinano. Oops, I shouldn't have said that. Don't leak that to anyone, okay? Nah, I'm so nervous I might leak something else. Boom. Then he teleports back to the enemy camp behind the Tengu ninja leaders, and he's like, "Hey, man, like we got some info for you, man. They're going for Sadamune. This fucking idiot told us, like, blah, blah, blah." And then he's like, all right, well, I wasn't expecting him to do that, but, like, let's move accordingly. Thanks for the info, bro. And then we find out that the one who accidentally leaked the info was actually just Genba in disguise. And it's like, damn, that's a huge feat for... Yeah, I was like, that's a huge feat for Genba because he just got fucking flexed on by these Tengu cats. You know what I mean? However long ago. And they made him feel real small inside of his, you know... ninja tree, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
so like
exactly.
Yeah, so now he just flexed on him like, nah, I got you in the subterfuge game, I'm a step ahead of y'all. And it's just like, damn, that's some fucking cool growth, plus the little foreshadowing, you know, of like whatever new like technique or weapon that he's been cooking up in like the training montage a little bit earlier in the chapter. It's like, dude, I can't wait to see what the fuck Genba's about to do, bro.
The fun thing about the spy's outfit is that his kimono looks like Takauji's, or at least similar enough to Takauji's.
Which one?
The guy who is like asking about the questions, like, "Hey, where are we going to attack?" If you
Oh
look at his
yeah,
kimono, it's styled in a very similar pattern to Takauji.
Oh yeah, it is.
To show that like that's his real alliance.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Nah,
Psych.
that was fire. Man, you're so good with that.
Thank you.
Dude, it totally is like the exact same
on
design.
Stream.
Yeah, it does.
It just happens on stream. I'm just like going over it again now that we're talking about it. Like my brain juices are kicking in. And I'm like, I'm smarter now. I feel good.
But no, it totally is like the exact same design, except for like I'm pretty sure Takauji's doesn't have like the break on like either edge or whatever stemming from the center. Yeah.
And he's got like a little flower a little bit in the center.
Oh, sure. Okay. Yeah, dude, that's cool, man. Yeah. Great spot. Hell yeah. Did you have anything else for 61?
No.
Okay.
The pillow made of wood.
Oh yeah, that was super funny, dude. It's like, okay, that is totally now it's like a fucking thing to like come to expect inside of the Elusive Samurai because it's been going on for so long. It's like, okay, anything that they have in their time can become a joke with the modern equivalent. You know what I mean? It's like even
love it.
pillows, like the thought process of this mangaka to be like, hey, I'm sleeping on this pillow right now. It's soft, but in my research, I found out that it didn't always used to be soft, or maybe he
Yeah,
always knew that or whatever. And
they're
it's like,
basically neck braces.
yeah, like
Like
how would pillow fights work back in
it's
the
just like
day?
a little block right
Yeah,
under your neck, and it's
yeah,
just like a little bit of cloth
yeah,
to suspend, keep your spine aligned.
right.
But
Turn it
I
into a
think
joke,
it's important to have that moment, especially to follow up the Will Smith slap on page one.
right? Yeah, that's good. That's good stuff, man.
Mm-hmm. Subtle. Uh,
All right. Well, moving into the Elusive Samurai, Chapter 62, Armor 1335. And to continue my point from the previous chapter's analysis or review,
mm-hmm.
I was talking about how I was super hyped when I turned the page into the heavy armor. And I was like, that's just going to become, some kind of detriment, on the battlefield. And I'm sure that's going to create tension and stakes and whatnot for the upcoming battle. And Yusei Matsui's going to write conflict around that. But no, it was just, we're losing that fucking armor. And Shizuku, with her divination or her, future sight, or maybe not even, maybe just like her intuition, was like, no, this is going to be a problem. Let me go cook him up something else, which is tight that Shizuku was the vehicle for that delivery. And then she just comes in with the new shit, and it's even more hype. It's like, no, this is the one to be hype about because this is actually the gear. And it's like, oh my god, it's so well drawn. Page 7. I was like, yes. I'm
Page
so
7
much
is
more hype.
cool.
Yeah.
I looked it up.
Yeah.
30 kilograms is 66.1387 pounds. So it says average over 30 kilograms, which means it's like 70 pounds plus.
Yeah. And they
And
said
I'm
even the children's version is like still like hard for kids to jump in, you know what I mean? And it's like,
bet.
damn, it's like how much does the kids shit weigh, or was that 30
Mhm.
kilograms for the kids shit? I don't even know. But
Because like the armor is basically because like they don't have a lot of metal, so a lot of things are like ceramic,
sure.
like pottery, and then reinforced with like those overlapped wickers, and
Yeah.
then like lacquered with like oils and like stains and waxes to make add rigidity and
Mm,
like make that solid mesh. But like, and it disperses a lot of impact. But damn, like that's rough. That's why like forearm guards, shin guards, that stuff,
hmm.
like the armor, like the metal that you have is like very limited. Like even his like breastplate with the Seneta overlapping plaits, like there's so many holes in them so that you can make a bunch of them without like using up a lot of metal.
Mm,
And like it minimizes the amount of metal actually needed because like let's think about Japan. It's a really small fucking country. It's not really known for its deep mining
yeah.
for metal even now, or so it's
Yeah.
like I like that efficiency of resource
Yeah,
economy.
absolutely.
Like and it's interesting because it influences how we make armor over there, or like in England, right? It's known for knights covered in head to toe in massive suits of armor, heavy metals, tons of metals. They grew up on a miserable rock in the middle of the ocean with tons of iron, which they use to make armor and then guns and then take over and make make it everyone's problem.
God damn
Like
it.
your environment determines history. Like
Yeah.
God, it's cool.
And it's always so cool, how like in Elusive Samurai, and we're actually like revisiting this like theme in the story where like this time period indicates like a paradigm shift in certain philosophies related to like certain things. So like for example, in this chapter on page 6, we get the narration dialogue that says from this period forward armor became slimmer and lighter. We're always like kind of making a point to note that things were a certain way before, then this happened, and now things are this way. And we get that a bunch in narration in the Elusive Samurai, like when Gemba was introduced, and we got the narration that said like this is what ushered in the age of like the shinobi, essentially, or like the age of subterfuge and stealth and guile and whatnot in wartime or whatever. And like we're always getting narration boxes like that. And it's like one of my favorite things in Elusive Samurai is when they give us that historical piece of information, because I don't know if it's like actually like lined up in history like that. I want to assume narration like this is historically accurate or whatever, and it's like, man, this was just
Yeah.
like the prime time in war strategy, over in Japan. It must have been, because it's like there's so many paradigm shifting, technology breakthroughs and philosophy
Mm-hmm.
breakthroughs, in these like just couple of years that this story has taken place, and that's just so cool for me.
Oh yeah, no, the way people waged war drastically changed.
Hmm.
Like if we think about like the 200 years that the US itself has been alive,
Yeah.
like thinking about how we've invested in war and like Civil War and like the Revolutionary War and like the difference of guns and tactics then, and then thinking about like how World War One changed the face of war into an industrialized type of thing where it's no
Right, right.
longer about glory or like a sporting chance and fickle fate. It's just like nope, it's just a meat grinder all the way through, bud.
Yeah.
Like,
And war has been, obviously evolving since like the dawn of time or
mm-hmm,
whatever. But I'm saying like specifically in like from 1333 to 1335, I
mm-hmm.
feel like we've had like seven different spotlights in the narration about how there's just a massive paradigm shift in the way things operated from
Oh,
that point
absolutely.
on. Like just in Elusive Samurai, like in 2 years, there's just been so many major shifts in military strategy for one reason or another, and it's just like really cool that that's like a constant thing in that Yusei Matsui highlights in Elusive Samurai.
Mm-hmm.
It adds like a level of like epicness to what's going on when you know that there's so much historical hot points in the narrative.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's cool because like it's a time of upheaval
yeah.
and like chaos forces growth a lot of time,
Mm-hmm.
especially in time periods like this. So I like it a lot.
Hell yeah.
The part that I was really admiring in Tokiyuki's like set on page 6 and 7 is that if you look at his sleeves, you can see like the triangle Ashikaga, like the Hojo kind of
Hojo
triangle,
sigil,
but
yeah, the
you can
Triforce.
see you can see that with the peacock feathers as well to represent him within the secondary like Hojo Triforce, and then you can see also the tiny triangles as well, and so it's adding a more complicated element to his already like war map style clothes
Right, yeah,
because
yeah.
now you can see like oh hey here's a bunch of little units and some bigger units and then also here's like you know the personal symbol of who I am within the story.
Yeah, and I remember when you were talking about the Hojo logo, you know what I mean, the Hojo crest on his clothes before, and there was one point in the story where the triangles, are like you see in the light gray space on the
Yeah, they're
cloth design,
inverted.
they're like inverted, but then like the real version is like the darker gray triangles that make like the Triforce looking
Mm-hmm.
Hojo crest or whatever. And you were talking about how on like one outfit he had the inverted ones that signified something, and then he switched back to like the regular true Triforce Hojo crest after a certain point, which signified something else. But now we get clear visual that both of those styles of Hojo crest exist on the same piece of clothing, with
Mm-hmm.
the dark gray space and the light gray space, maybe signifying some kind of like union or balance inside of the
Equilibrium.
cultivation of Tokiyuki as a character and a general and a warrior in the story. It's like now you're like final form type shit almost or whatever. It's
You're
just like how I'm kind
accepting,
of thinking about it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like he's visually displaying the acceptance of multiple parts of himself
There
and
you
like
go.
like existing as himself without too many lies and obfuscations. I think he's
Nice.
still probably got like maybe another cut up when he's like, "Hey, I'm the Hojo," you know. But this is a big one. I mean, he's come to kill a man
Yeah.
that isn't Takauji. Like he's
Yeah.
like, yeah, this is what I gotta do. I'm a child and I'm a soldier. Let's go.
Yeah.
Um, the part that I loved the most is page 16, 17.
Yeah,
I
dude.
love that one. That was cool. I loved the setup for that.
Yeah, the
And like
splash page on 16 is fucking insane, bro. Jesus fucking Christ.
I remember we talked about like our favorite old school war methods, and I remembered like the fire ox technique, and it's
Yeah,
like
man.
it was Hannibal Barca that I learned about But like I'm glad that it exists elsewhere. I mean, sucks for the ox, but like
Yeah.
still a very cool idea. And then I have loved like the innovation of that. Um with like the logs just being big enough to barrel downhill.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, dude, it's so cool. I mean, like, honestly, like, practically or whatever, like, realistically, like, an assault like this, I don't know, does it even make sense? Like, maybe it makes sense because all of the logs are, like, tied together some kind of way that prevents them from rolling people off or whatever on the way down the hill, because it's like,
Rule
dude,
of cool.
surfboarding on top of giant pointy logs like down a fucking like cliffside is badass and cool, and holy shit, oh my god, that's hype. But like for a series that's been kind of operating inside of, you know, a relatively realistic atmosphere in combat,
Mm.
for them to, you know, slide down on some fucking like rocket power shit on these logs, I was like, oh man, I'm suspending a little bit more disbelief than I usually have to in this series when it
Yeah.
comes to
If they
conflict.
had just
But it's
released the
whatever.
logs and then marched in afterwards, that'd been
Yeah,
fine. But like at the
yeah,
same time, it's dynamic, it's impact, there's a
yeah.
page count to take into account.
Right, right.
Like very solid.
And plus, it's just cool and fun and like whatever,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean? Because it's not the deciding factor in the fight anyway. It's just the entrance. So it's like, who fucking cares? You don't want to have something like this be the conflict resolution, but
Yeah.
like maybe not. I mean, even so, you say Matsui probably write the shit out of that, but like it
Mm-hmm.
feels better that it's an entrance and not like a tide shifting element to the conflict, at least. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Like it only takes 3 pages
Yeah.
to like say, "Hey, we have entered battle," and then it sets the scene, creating like this inferno of like them trapped in flames. And it's interesting because like I remember their first fight where they're fighting in a enclosed space full of candles,
Mm-hmm.
small flames. And now that they have matured and like built themselves up, those flames are now bigger and it is on the battlefield, which is
Right.
also an enclosed space, but the flames are wilder now and
Yes.
much more dangerous. And I
Yes.
was like, yes, level up, baby. Let's
Very good.
go.
Very good. Going back in time a little bit, just earlier in the chapter, I love the fucking strategy dialogue and you know, and scene to scene flow inside of the respective camps that are planning this attack and this defense, right? Because it's like Yorishige's army advanced in pursuit of Sadamune. Hoshina wouldn't engage in a fight he couldn't win. He's a diversion. Suwa's main force must enter the battle and strike Sadamune Dono from behind. That won't be enough, Suwa Myojin. Such tactics will not defeat me. And then he goes into his area of the plan, and it's like, okay, well, Hoshina and the Mikado are clashing up here. Sadamune is going to try to flank with Yorishige flanking him, but then there's just another element of Shokan predicting this flow and being, you know, putting himself behind Yorishige for yet another flank. And it just, when you show the tactical competence of everybody involved on both sides, there's a lot of factors in play here. You know what I mean? There's multiple camps, you know what I mean, and multiple important characters at this point that are all kind of voicing their opinion on how this fight is going to go, or their strategy on how this fight is going to go, and they all make sense. But you end it on, you know, a suspenseful note when you give an antagonist the final word in the strategic dialogue, because then it's like, oh man, well, then what happens after that? You know what I mean? And it leads us into the Tokiyuki situation. But at the end of the day, it's like we still have multiple pages of Shokan kind of seeming to outwit Yorishige, who's outwitting Sanabune, who's outwitting the main head-to-head conflict with Hoshina and the Mikado. So it's like, holy fuck, this has so much depth, and everyone is cooking, and I just have no idea how this is going to go because everyone is so competent no matter where you look. You know what I mean? And it's like the stakes are just insane when there's that level of strategic depth in so many areas, because it really just makes everything so uncertain. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean?
I mean, war has always been one-off informations regardless, and like this whole series has just been about like a person can't fight you effectively if they don't know what your game plan is.
Right.
And like that's just been an ongoing thing. I really liked the dialogue for Tokiyuki on the last page. And he's talking to Shokan. It's like, today I've come as a commander, and I will see you defeated.
Woo!
Very simple, like
That's my
straight to the
general.
point, but like Like he's speaking like a general.
Oh
The
yeah.
page before, like the chapter before, they're saying he looks like a general, and I'm like,
Yes.
man, he's doing the damn thing.
Yes. And I love
Um,
how much importance you say Matsui puts on the atmosphere and vibe and aura that your general gives off in relation to how rallied those troops will be, because everyone's so bored. You know what I mean? Like, oh man, all right, we're following this fucking Chojimaru kid, I guess, into battle. Like,
mhm.
yada da, all right, let's do this or whatever. They're just like totally not psyched up or whatever. And then because it's a reflection of how Tokiyuki feels in armor that doesn't suit him. You know what I mean? And then as soon as he gets that off and puts the shit on, he goes up to everybody like, hey, we're about to do this shit. Everybody get ready. It's all hype. I can move around. I'm energetic. Y'all are energetic. Let's go into battle. And then everyone's like, yeah, fuck yeah, this dude's actually looks like he knows what he's doing. He looks confident and comfortable. So we're confident and comfortable going into battle with him. And it's just like, yes, this shit matters a ton, actually. And
Mhm.
Yusei Matsui delivers it in such a fun way.
Yeah. Oh man, I just liked it because like great use of like the terrain for this fight.
Yeah,
I was just like, hell yeah. And like beating conventional wisdom, which further reinforces the whole paradigm shift the whole series is experiencing.
right. It all just feels
So
so
good.
good.
It feels very
Yusei
satisfying.
Matsui is so talented and so experienced, and I'm so glad that like he's at this point in his career to deliver this kind of story, because the Elusive Samurai, I've said a bunch of times, like I felt like I was missing a, modern or contemporary Rurouni Kenshin style story. I was like, when's the last time that we even got a fucking story like this in Weekly Shonen Jump? I'm pretty
Like a
sure the
solid medieval series.
yeah, like I'm pretty sure it was Rurouni Kenshin, you know what I mean, or whatever. At least that's
Hmm.
my memory. Someone feel free to, correct me anywhere. But
Throw out some Rex.
yeah, and
I
throw
like
out some Rex.
Hawkwood.
What the fuck? Yeah, like I need like and it's like, man, it's like it's delivered in such a cool package. It's like I've read a couple of historical series now, but like none of them have had this much like flavor, I guess is the word that I want
Hmm.
to use for it. You know what I mean? So it's a breath of fresh air, and I'm glad that at this point in his career he's delivering this kind of story. You know what I mean? Because it's like I feel like
Hmm.
I just resonate so much with what the Elusive Samurai is doing, and it's showing me a lot of things that I didn't know that I needed in a story like this at the same time because it's so fresh. So
Yeah, very strong
yeah,
stuff.
can't wait for the
Do
next
you
one.
have anything else in end for you? Because I'm kind of, I've said what I need to say.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I think I'm good on Elusive Samurai, man. Great combo. That'll do it
Hmm.
for Elusive Samurai this episode. All right, getting into Kaiju number 8 this week, chapter 62. Only one chapter in this segment, and this chapter was fucking amazing, bro. Oh my god, I'm
We
loving.
got
Oh
a
yeah, go
deep
ahead.
dive.
Yeah.
We got a deep dive into like how the like super suits kind of function.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
really excited
It
about
was
that.
super wordy, and I loved that. You know what I mean? Because it's like we're at a point inside of Kaiju number 8 where a lot has happened since the beginning of the series. We're 62
Hmm.
chapters in, and it's time to start delivering like hard, raw exposition as far as like how all of these elements operate on as deep a level as possible. Because the threats are
Yeah.
just so big and the margin of error is so tiny that it's like the more we understand about all of the elements in play, the more compelling the conflict is going to be because we know exactly what's at stake and exactly how everything operates. So it's
Yes.
just beautiful. Like when I turned the page into 7, and they were like, he won't hold up at this rate. Is number 6 causing him to lose control of himself? And he's like, nah. What you're seeing now is all Ichikawa, with users of numbered weapons syncing with the massive energy and cells of a Dai Kaiju triggers stimulation in their brains that causes an abnormal spike in their neurotransmitter levels as well as their transmission rate. As a result, their basic human nature and desires bubble to the surface, and depending on their personality, the impulse is strong enough to destroy their own bodies. So while you're getting this boost in your fucking processing speed up here, all of your primal, desires and
Like id.
motivations, bubble to the top. And when it says that, it's like, okay, I'm picturing myself in the situation where it's like, okay, I have all of this increased strength and all this increased processing power. I should be able to accomplish whatever goal I have in front of me because I have such a big boost in my capabilities. So like, let's fucking put all of our eggs in that basket and get this job done here because I have a lot to prove to myself and my, contemporaries. And it's like,
Hmm.
holy shit, okay, because it's like we're so used to seeing this escalate in a way that's like oh no, the monster is taking over. The monster
Yeah.
is blah 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 blah, and it's like we already got that even in Kaiju number 8 when it comes to Kafka and his little inner
Hmm.
Zangetsu demon thing. You know what I mean? So it's like to revisit that situation that feels so familiar and then flip it on its head and go, no, the Kaiju is actually just giving Ichikawa the strength and mental processing power to want to bring the most out of him physically, even if it hurts himself. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? And it's like, god damn, like this being all Ichikawa is just like so massive because it communicates his drive and his desire to be able to do this against all odds where everybody was doubting him, even himself. And now he's
Hmm.
proving to the people that doubted him that he wasn't ready for this situation, which is making him want what he's doing or trying to do that much more, which then puts that much more of a strain on his body because he thinks that
Yeah.
he should be able to achieve it because of the boost in strength that the kaiju shit is giving him. So it all just comes around as like a cyclical, enabling of him to hurt himself. And it's like,
Yeah.
god damn,
The part
that's
that I think
major.
is really interesting because of this is that it basically means that the Anti-Kaiju Defense Force has to screen potential candidates for mental stability
Mm,
and like lack of like dark impulses. Because if you're giving a person that kind of weapon that like enhances your physical abilities, but also like at the cost of just unleashing your id and or like shortening the distance between ego and id
yeah,
to the degree that you can act out like this, like you want people of like good moral fiber and
yeah,
like well balanced thought processes to have that kind of power as well. And so it's like I like the idea that like morality as well as like mental fortitude is just as big a muscle and just as important
absolutely.
beyond outside of like speed, skill, accuracy,
Yeah,
strength.
yeah. And then when
You know.
Ichikawa is like, no, I need more power on page 11, and then we turn into this giant flash freezing in this huge radius, and then you have the little officers or the scientists or whatever going, Officer Ichikawa has frozen everything within a 50-meter radius. And then their assumption that they come to, which is a very safe one to make, is that he's indiscriminately attacking any life form in range. He's losing his mind. He's going crazy. He's losing himself to the monster, in the suit. It's like, this isn't good. Now we can't even provide backup. But then the experience of the Shunsui captain, still can't remember his name, so I just call him Shunsui captain. But the experience of him comes out because he's like, could he be trying to reject any outside help? His sense of responsibility is unreal. And I was just
Mhm.
like, damn, okay, because I was totally like with whatever the scientists were saying, because that makes sense. We've seen that historically, you know what I
Mhm.
mean, in superpowered fiction, especially over in the East. So you're like, yeah,
Yeah.
he's losing control, and now it doesn't matter who's around. He's trying to accomplish his goal. He's got tunnel vision, and his power is lashing out in 360 degrees around him while he's trying to get to this goal. And it's like, no, this was a conscious effort because he knew that he was failing. And so he goes, no, I can't let them come in and rescue me because I know that they're thinking about getting in position to neutralize this themselves. I need to prove this to myself and them that I can do it, even at the cost of my own body. Huge ice wave around. No one interfere with me. I'm taking this fucking kaiju out before you can interfere. You know what I mean? And it's like, oh man, the fact that the Shunsui captain kind of deduced that
Fantastic
instantly
cold read.
is just so fire. Yes, it does.
It
It does so much for so many things. Yeah, go ahead.
He's got a good cold read on it on the people around him, and like I think as a captain, his insight is probably his strongest point.
Hell yeah.
Um,
At least from what we've seen so far. Like, this dude's
exactly.
got a crazy observational mind, a crazy tactical mind, and he's relatively older and a little bit more experienced. They show him as a drunkard, but like usually the drunkards are the ones that have that, beneath the surface potential that comes out and shocks people based on their initial perception of them. And
Hmm.
that's, I think, why they do it, is to kind of, subvert that expectation of like, oh dude, this dude's drunk and stupid. Nope, actually the smartest one on the battlefield. Gotcha.
Crazy like a fox.
Yeah.
Man, uh, the I do like that like Kafka's whole like berserker form is not like an anomaly in and of itself. That it is an inherent flaw within the entire power system that requires those suits.
Yeah.
I'm like, I appreciate that. I'm glad that Ishihara and like Reno are like Iharu, sorry.
All good. Just wanted to throw that out there.
I saw Ichikawa, so
Yeah.
Iharu and Reno.
Yeah.
I'm glad that they didn't go for like a toxic sort of like rivalry, because
Yes.
like you see it all the time, and I'm like, this is not helping. Like
Yeah.
you talk like if you have a series has a spiel, like a critical spiel, right? They're just like, hey, we need to work together and we need to up our team proficiency, or we will be completely overwhelmed by level 9.9 kaiju.
Yeah.
We're gonna be fucked. We're gonna be absolutely fucked if we can't like utilize our numbers.
Yeah. It's great the way that it's presented in Kaiju number 8 inside of their rivalry as like, yes, we have all of the reason in the world to compete with each other. We have all of the opportunity to compete with each other because we work for the same fucking team. You know what I mean? But then also it doesn't allow itself to get toxic. One, because it doesn't always need to, and I'm happy that more series are starting to move away from that kind of a situation. But the way that it's executed in here is that the way that it's executed in Kaiju number 8 is so great because it shows the strengths of both characters. Then it starts to show how much of an advantage Reno has received from Kaiju number 6, which allows you, or which leads you into this mode of thinking that Iharu is going to be left in the dust to like hype up Reno and his growth and whatnot, which then will allow for resentment to build inside of Iharu for him to maybe come back at a later point in time, jealous as fuck, to be like a real adversary, possibly even antagonistic force inside of the Kaiju team or the Kaiju defense team. But instead, it's like, no, yes, Reno got that huge leap in advantage over Iharu physically and potentially, you know what I mean? But then the things that matter the most inside of Reno's development that he's lacking, Iharu is right there to make up for. So it allows him to stay in pace with the growth of Reno in this rivalry, even if their physical capabilities are like, even if there's like a huge gap between them physically, like eventually Reno is going to run into a wall mentally that he needs Iharu to help him through. And then maybe Iharu, you know, eventually, once he's a little bit ahead in the rivalry race, runs into an issue that he can't deal with physically, and then Reno comes in to kind of like supplement that shortcoming. And it's just like creates a beautiful system in that way that's not tied to any kind of like toxically competitive trait in either of them, because they both need each other to continue moving forward, but they're still have that, you know, rivalry aspect to who is going to get across that finish line first while we're both helping each other type shit.
Neck and neck.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man. The part that I think is really funny is like we're talking about like how his tibia is fractured.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of muscle tears. And all I can imagine is Reno piggybacking off Iharu while Iharu runs around and Reno just shoots.
Just shoots ice
like,
out. Yeah.
Just like, huh, pew, pew, pew. I'm running. All right. Go left. No, you're left. You know, that kind of thing. Like, it's going to be comical.
I would like that, honestly, because we've already established the Kaiju threat, you know what I mean, as far as, like, all of the hurdles that Reno and Iharu have had to kind of, like, jump over in order to even beat it. But, like, yeah, if we get to a point where they're in perfect synergy, it's a fucking nameless Kaiju anyway. There's no personality to this thing. Yeah. It's not any of Kaiju number 9's, like, elite army or whatever in the coming conflicts.
Fuck that mole.
Yeah, we've gotten the dread from the threat in general for, like, a couple chapters now, and if they want to take it out with, like, a more comedic area now that we've gotten past all of this, like, you know, character building and dramatic tragedy storytelling, like, fuck yeah, I'm down for that.
I mean, it can't all be doom and gloom the entire time. There definitely needs to be levity to like spice things up and like reset the tension release cycle within the conflict.
That's right.
But yeah, that's pretty much it for me.
Yeah, it was a really straightforward chapter, man. Like, as great as it was, and as much as you can say about it, at the end of the day, like, everything is just painted directly on the page in the chapter as far as what you absolutely need to know and take away. There's not a whole lot of, like, super deep, you know, poetic or
yeah,
what am I?
It's a very straight to the point series.
Yeah, I don't know why I just like lost the word that I was looking for there, but like you guys get what I mean. There's not a whole lot of like subtext to decipher or, hidden messages to unravel or anything like that in the chapter. It's just, hey, boom, 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 and then the super hype double page spread at the end with this amazing imagery of the fucking barrier and limiter wall around Reno shattering with the entrance of Iharu. And it's just like, yes, bro. Because it's like he's in that mental space with them because they showed Reno in this mental space, a couple times in the chapter, like on page 16 where he's in that black shirt with no armor on. And then 17, he's got it too. And then I'm pretty sure, oh yeah, even before that, start at page 9 into 10 into 11, yeah, and then he shatters the fucking wall and he's right there without his armor too, reaching his hand out, and it's just like, oh my god, that's so good. But
bros
yeah. Yeah, but yeah, man, I'm good on Kaiju 8, dude. Incredible chapter, can't wait for the next one as usual. All right, well, that'll do it for Kaiju number 8 this week. All right, moving into Shangri-La for this episode. Shangri-La Frontier, Chapter 86, Embracing Your Ambitions in the Light, Part 4. Fucking love this Lycagon fight so far, bro. Like,
it's clever as fuck.
This is like, I could not wait to get to a point like this in Shangri-La Frontier ever since the introduction of Lycagon and the and the situation that we got with Sunraku's first encounter with it opening up the or the unique scenario or whatever it is. I was like, man, when they meet up again, that shit's gonna be epic. And it's a fucking 2v1 with fucking Saiger Zero, another character that I couldn't wait to see fight all out and whatnot. And I just want to say real quick too, I love the subtle showings of Saiger Zero's experience and competence in combat, right? Because she watches Sunraku tussle with Lycagon and notices that it's just as hard for Sunraku to deflect Lycagon's attacks with his lighter weapon as it is for her with her heavier weapon. So this means that she had an idea that there might be some kind of weird condition tied to Lycagon that might be hard for most players to notice. Like, oh, if my heavy weapon can't parry Lycagon all that well, surely lighter weapons wouldn't either. But what if they want me to think that? You know what I mean? And as an overthinker, I just like appreciate that if I pick up on it, like in shit, because like I'm constantly like thinking about shit like that. Like, oh man, if I do this, are they going to be expecting it? But what if they expect me to notice that they expected it? And it's just like infinite,
rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah, type shit. You know what I mean? So I like constantly get like lost in that kind of shit. But like Saiger Zero can hone right in on that overthinking and go, okay, well, we've ruled that out back, and she could switch strategies pretty quickly. So it's just like, oh man, I just love this team up.
It really is great.
Yeah.
The thing that I really liked, and like there was hints of it during like when the SF Zoo were trying to do the Lycaon raid, of when she would smirk, and I was like, I know she's smart. She's gotta be intelligent. I'm like, I finally got confirmation on this where she's truly intelligent, understands exactly what the fuck you're saying.
Yeah.
And like, you and I both love martial arts series where it's like combat and they're like, I'm trying to give away as little information about who I am and what I'm capable of and what martial arts my specialty and like all this other stuff.
Yeah.
Like it's like information war, right? Like, just like an Elusive Samurai, but on a smaller scale. It's like a good fighter can try to do standard tactics and probe and figure out what their opponent's actually capable of
before revealing their own personal trump card. It's like, how well can I get by with, taijutsu while I like have my, special technique in my back pocket type shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like we see
like
that all the time.
Bare minimum.
Like, yeah, exactly. And to have Lycagon, come into the situation because it was set up perfectly, because you get to the splash page on page 6 and Sunraku's like, I think I got like a really crucial piece of information inside of Lycagon's strategy and just like the way that it operates in this fight. If you just watch the positions that the shadows cast by buildings and move accordingly, it's not impossible to continually avoid them, because the clones can come out of nowhere, sure, but it's balanced in the way that they're not able to reset after they've kind of pounced on you. You know what I mean? And he's like, all right, bet, that's cool. So all I got to do is dodge the clone, and then it won't be able to chase me thereafter, and I can reset comfortably. And then we get to the situation where a clone pops out of the ground and goes to attack him, and he dodges it and goes, all right, cool. I dodged, that means I'm good. And he goes to try to like do something else, but then the Lycagon clone resets and attacks him again thereafter, like he didn't think that they were able to do. And he was right in that assessment. But the one thing that he didn't know is that Lycagon can also move through those shadows, making you think that she's a clone. And as soon as she heard him say, this is how you beat that strategy, she reveals that that's not all of the information that you have, and I was withholding a bunch from you, as if to laugh at you for your deductive reasoning talents. You know what I mean? And it's like, holy shit, Lycagon though. And it's like, we've been talking about
stunting on them,
just flexing. And we've been talking about inside of Shangri-La Frontier. We used to talk about it a lot more before we got, you know, the chapters about the developers and like how, you know, how they kind of like run things, you know, on the developer side of Shangri-La Frontier or whatever. Yeah. But we were talking about it like in the Wazaimon fight, we were like, man, what if like all of the Colossi are manned by developers? You know what I mean? And like they're actual people that are just controlling the Colossi or whatever. How cool would that be or whatever? And then we got the developer chapter and it's like, oh, there's only like 2 people that fucking work on Shangri-La Frontier. Yeah, it's like one person thinks everything up, the other person like turns it into code or whatever their relationship is. And it's like, damn, so that kind of like threw that theory out of the ground. But then I'm reading this chapter and I'm like, wait a minute, man, they're making so many comments about how Lycagon can hear human speech. What kind of AI is this? The AI in Shangri-La Frontier is always so bonkers. So like maybe there's not a developer piloting every Colossi, but maybe there's a developer piloting Lycagon specifically because it's their favorite one or something. Or we'll get like motivations like for it later or whatever.
Extremely complex AI. That's like, hey, they've developed a personality trait that leans towards something.
Yeah.
And Lycaon's might be just pride and admiration.
Yeah, and that's cool too. Like, that makes more sense. I'm just trying to keep the old theory alive by like tying as many, you know, like making as many justifications as I can for it. Of course, I would love to see what I'm saying, but what you're saying makes way more sense. Absolutely.
Fair.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting because they only do the like shadow swap after they hit him with Apocalypse, like the first major damage move.
Yeah, that was sick.
And then
wait, what'd you say about it? What'd you say about Apocalypse?
Apocalypse, it's just like it's the first major damage move.
Oh yeah.
Ray has
the first
performed.
Crit. Yeah.
And then he's like, I'll use Guilt to Briggle and like unleash something really big, and the like Karen's just got a face like, okay, gotta finish this up.
Yeah, you think so? Okay, yeah. Yeah, now that you like once you finish this chapter, going back through the chapter to see all of Lycagon's reaction panels slaps so much harder. Yeah.
Very expressive for a wolf.
Right. And I love how well Ryosuke captures the actual dog-like nature of Lycagon in combat. Like this thing acts like a dog like all the time, even though it's a giant, you know, magic wolf thing. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like demon magic wolf thing or whatever. It's still like Ryosuke still gives them this the body position, or gives her the
Night Beast.
Yeah, Night Beast. It's a whole like, you know, magical Night Beast or whatever, but he goes out of his way to make sure that it still feels like you're just fighting like an actual wolf. You know what I mean? Like all of the positions that Lycagon is drawn in just say this is an actual dog to me. You know what I mean? And I feel like it's really easy for you know, comic books to kind of take a character like Lycagon and then when the heat is turned up, you know, like not really pay attention to that kind of thing as much, like for the sake of like whatever. But like no, it's like actually like thoroughly paid attention to inside of Shangri-La Frontier, and like you get a lot of panels where you're just like, oh man, yeah, that feels really good as a dog. Like even the funny ones, you know what I mean, where it's like chewing on the fucking restraints from the SF Zoo mages and shit like that. Like I was just like, oh man. But anyway,
it's got great personalization.
Yeah, there you go.
Like, the way it's like like a lot of the affectation of like an animal,
Hmm.
and I love that sort of like thorough keeping of the thing. It's like, hey, most series would be like, hey, it has a second form. It's like, nah, it's just a fucking
Yeah.
powerful ass dog.
Yeah, it's just the dog the whole
Love that.
time. Yeah, and I feel like other mangaka like might not even, like I don't want to say they don't know how to capture the essence of the actual animal in every single panel and position that the creature will take in the comic. So they might like be like, oh, well, I don't know how to make it look like a dog from this angle, so I'm just gonna give it an attack where it's just like doing a basic like ramming thing, and the protagonist just have to try to find a way to deal with the damage, and that's all
Hmm.
you really need. And so where it doesn't really have to go out of its way to show the animalistic like qualities and properties of the actual animal that they're fighting with. It's just like, just give it a big pound attack, give it a bite, you know what I mean, like do like basic stuff to communicate the fact that they're fighting a wild animal, but like I'm not gonna hit it from 11 different angles that all show like very, proper,
Stance.
animal depictions and stances. Yeah, yeah, type shit. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? But
The
Ryosuke's
form is
got it in the
good.
bag. Form is great. Yes.
I love the forms, especially where it's like using its paws to like punch and pat at
Yeah, and like
people.
swipe at shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I've seen pets go fucking nuts on people's like toys and stuff, and I'm
Right.
like, this is a dog. Like,
Yeah, it's almost like still picture images of like you just like watching a fucking like taking pictures of a dog running around, his yard and hitting a fucking tennis ball over and over again or
mhm.
some shit. You know what I mean? It's like capturing that from every angle in the real world and then taking those pictures and translating it into Lycagon choreography. Is what it feels like he did. Yeah.
It feels really solid. I
Yeah.
bet there's a ton of reference photos.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's got to be. Hell yeah, man.
Man. But that's all for this part of the chapter. I really want
Yeah.
to get into the next part.
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely. All right, boom. Shangri-La Frontier, Chapter 87, Embracing Your Ambitions in the Light, Part 5. Holy fuck. The art in this
yes,
chapter was fucking insane. Every single fucking major point is just like, holy shit, that's some of the best art I've seen in Shangri-La Frontier so far.
loved the mirror fading,
Yes.
like
The like 3D
decoy
glasses effect
dash.
on it. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then the opaque copy.
Yeah.
I was just like, beautiful, beautiful translucence
Yeah.
to that. And then I'm really excited about like Cyger Zero's ability and like the condition. You have to land 5 apocalypses and 5 catastrophes.
Yeah.
And let's see, 5 times each. So it doesn't mean they have to alternate between attacks. You can just do 5 apocalypses and then 5 uh, catastrophes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm digging that. That's hard because like there's there was like a monster from Matt Colville's Kingdoms and Warfare, I believe.
Hmm. Okay.
It's a D&D extra stuff.
Sure.
But they had this creature from the Court of All Flesh, and they were like chaotic flesh warpers. They had this ability that if he hit you with his bow 4 times and you consecutively failed the con saves, you would literally be flesh warped into a new species body, like a whole new body.
Wow.
Like, you were halfling, cool. You might be an orc or like an elephant man or a minotaur or whatever, but like you're gonna be something else.
That's
And it's like,
intense.
and it's so intense. But at the same time, like failing 4 saves in a row is a lot.
Yeah.
So like the conditions to unlock an ability are interesting. Um, I can see like apocalypse and catastrophe. I'm imagining that at once all those things happen, the final move is gonna be like Ragnarok or something like that.
Yeah.
Especially against a character that seems like Fenrir, like
Ooh, hold on. Wait a minute. You connect. I was gonna go in there and throw out the word calamity, but nah, Ragnarok hits way harder because yeah, I feel like there are a couple other Norse elements like tied to Shangri-La Frontier anyway.
hmm
And then the Fenrir quote just like really, really set it off, put the bow on it. I like that a lot.
thanks.
Yeah, yeah.
Man, I dig the alternate form, like the part of the Sentinel, the evil armor, Emperor, and their versus is Satanal. Emperor
Wait,
of
what page are you looking at?
I'm looking at when she changes like modes and becomes like black armored,
Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. So like
like
page 8.
increased durability,
Yeah. Yeah, that's dope.
and it's
Oh
just
my
like
god, this anime is so nuts, bro. Oh my god, I
I
hope it's well
love
done.
I
Yeah.
love that like she gets like a defensive boost from this. So it's like is that like high defense but like attacks that do like buffs or
Mm.
debuffs
Oh,
or
okay.
like kind of like more of like a classical tanking ability whereas like her normal mode is like yeah, you got some tankiness but like you're mostly just about doing bursts of damage.
Right. And then maybe you have like, reactionary defensive spells where if you get yourself getting caught out or something, you can activate an ability that will give you more protection. Whereas this one is just a blanket of higher defenses, allowing you to focus more on your attack potency without having to worry about reactionary defense techniques in any given moment. You can just take
Mhm.
it with this black, version of your armor or whatever for however many seconds or however much time it lasts. You don't have to worry about also attacking and also uh putting up a defense spell of some kind when you need to. You can just appropriate all of the or dedicate all of your defensive decision making to this like 15-second dark armor form so that you can just spam as many attacks
Mhm.
as possible without having to worry about defense as much. Kind of
It
like
remind
Palm Siberia in Hunter x Hunter. I was literally just watching these episodes the other day. That's probably why I'm thinking about this. But when she fought Killua in the Antark after she came out of the cocoon, when Poof turned her into experiment number 1 or whatever it was, and she became like half chimera ant or whatever, and she had the fucking hair armor. You know what I mean? That wrapped around her because she's an enhancer, so all of her shit is in her physical ability stats, and she usually has to dedicate Nen to attack potency and defense. But when she activates that part of her Hatsu to create that Black Widow hair armor, that's just by itself a constant passive armor shell so that she can dedicate all of her Nen to her physical attack strikes instead of defense. Yeah. Yeah.
hmm nice.
Okay. Yeah.
I really like it because it's like oh there's like a series called Grimgar, a fantasy of like Ash, and it's probably the most realistic isekai I've ever seen. Like watching a man almost get killed by a goblin and then also struggling to kill a goblin and it fighting and reacting and fighting for its own life
Oh shit.
was horrifying. It
Wow.
was horrifying to watch. I was like, ooh, this is a little grim. Ooh.
What's this called?
It's called Grimgar. There's not many episodes of it,
Does it have a
anime,
manga?
but yeah, it does. I quite like it so far.
Ooh. I'm
Um,
not the biggest fan of isekais, but what you just explained
yeah,
sounds really cool and interesting, so I might peep that.
it's a pretty solid one. It feels very heartfelt,
Yeah.
and they have like a demon knight class. Like these kids are forced to choose different classes, and so one's the demon knight, and you know you get there's a blood knight in a lot of games. There's one in like Dragon Age, right? There's that kind of like blood sword berserker kind of class that they have. The Reaver, there we go.
Mm.
So like I imagine stuff like that. And then with the black armor, Ray also reminded me of like Nightmare from Soul
Soul
Calibur.
Calibur,
Absolutely,
yes.
100%. And I was like, yes, I'm here for
I
this.
love how often we can, feel inspiration in Shangri-La Frontier from like all of the worthwhile games in the last like however long, you know what I mean, 20 years or whatever, you know what I mean? I feel like it's just taken the tightest things and the coolest things from all of the most successful video games, in all of the various genres of them and are just channeling them into Shangri-La Frontier at any given moment. Like we feel Dark Souls, inspiration inside of Shangri-La
We
Frontier
got Dragon
sometimes.
Age vibes.
Yeah, Dragon
We
Age
got Soul
vibes, Soul
Calibur.
Calibur vibes, Ashes of Creation vibes, like all of the shit. Like it just feels so all encompassing of everything that's great about video games
It
throughout
hits
the
all these
history
notes.
of video games. Yeah, it's just like it feels like it has everything.
Also, I just kind of noticed something. The page, second to last page, where she's like, "What's up with that headgear?" If you look at her armor, the face of her armor, Ray, it's got like the little head, it's got the little arms, it's got a little skirt, little legs. It literally has like the bathroom sign for like woman,
Where?
on the
What
face of
page?
her helmet.
What page you see in this at?
1 second. Page 17.
Page 17.
Yeah, if you look at Psyker Zero's mask on the
Oh,
left-hand side, it looks
yeah.
like the bathroom image for woman.
Yeah, it totally does.
Yeah, fucking silly.
What a cool thing to
Um,
notice. I wonder if that's a thing. Or if that's
I
just like a
wonder if that's
coincidence.
been. I
Yeah.
wonder if it's like, was that a foreshadowing thing? It could have been a foreshadowing thing.
Nah, that's really cool. It totally looks
Man,
exactly like that. But how tight is it that, like, okay, so first of all, the fucking clone, Lycagon clone shadow wave on page 12 is fucking beautiful. That panel,
oh
when I
yeah.
turned into that, I was like, holy shit. I was like, wow. But, okay, here we go. Sunraku, the moon, her invisible clones are coming. Got it. We have to figure out this attack or we'll never make it to Ray's clincher. Focus. If you can figure out where and when the attack's coming, you can dodge without actually seeing her. The moment Lycagon summons a clone, there's a very soft sound. I need to listen for that, concentrate all my senses on my ears, and find the source of it. But how the hell can I do that while trying to engage the main guy? And then the giant fucking clone, as he's surrounded by the real one and the shadow clone wave, splashes down on him. He jumps into Inventoria. He's like, fuck, man, I can't keep doing this. It costs way too much mana. This is probably the last chance I'm going to get. I need to go back in with the strategy that will win this for us. And boom, he grabs the Suzaku shit, jumps out of the fucking Inventoria. Psyker Zero and Lycagon are squaring up. He's here. Going into Satan mode should boost my durability too. As it stands, I'll never have enough healing items. And he's like, sorry, I took my time coming back. Vorpal Secret Arts, Mirror of Fading. Dodgy, but the head is cut off. Lycagon goes after it. And then he regroups with Psyker Zero. What's with that headgear? And I'm just like, oh man. It's like, okay, so you can wear, like, obviously it makes sense in hindsight that he can wear just the helmet from this suit, but once we got the information after he finished the magic application unit with VRAC, and then he's like, I can finally wield this shit. Oh, wait a minute, my curse, I can't wear fucking armor. Jesus Christ. All right, well, now I gotta go beat Lycagon so that I can go wear some fucking armor. And I didn't think about it in that moment, like, well, why don't you just wear, like, just the helmet? Or why don't you, like, wear, like, just the gauntlets or something? And maybe Eagle or
Yeah.
you, like, said, like, that could be a thing or whatever. At least I just don't remember it. But like seeing him come back with just the helmet, I was like, oh my god, duh. Like in
Honestly, I
hindsight, I
thought
was
it was
just like,
super clever, man.
yeah, like holy
Like,
shit.
I was not expecting that, and like, I'm excited because this showcases the mechanical cool like Wenzimon relics,
Mm-hmm.
and like, I'm waiting for Sunraku to be able to like have it like if they defeat Lycaon, crazy.
Yeah.
But then also I think about like Sunraku could finally have anonymity within the game because people are
Yeah.
like, hey, it's that guy that looks like that weird bird, the
Yeah.
fucking blue shoe bill.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
like we know that guy, and
The
he's like,
meme,
yes,
the angry
I
meme bird. Yeah.
yeah, and it's like I can hide now.
Yeah.
People can't bother me constantly. This
Right.
sounds amazing.
Yeah. And I just want to
Um,
see Sunraku head to toe in full tactical whatever. You know what I
I want to
mean?
see
Like,
Wolfgang geared
yeah,
up.
geared up, dude. Like I'm trying to see that shit. And, you know, and luckily his design is just so great. Like, you know, without him being,
Hmm.
you know, head to toe in gear in armor or whatever, like I'm definitely used to the bird mask, shirtless, surfboard shorts, you know, no shoes, like bare feet, like aesthetic that he's had going on. But like we're almost 100 chapters into this shit. It's like, are we like how long are we really going to let him have this curse mark that's like
Yeah,
depriving the streets of something they
it's
really want
almost
to
a
see inside of
100
Sunraku's
chapters
character?
in.
Right,
We're on
exactly.
87.
Yeah.
He's paid his dues.
Exactly. Like it's
Um,
time. Like we can get this curse the fuck up out of here and see like true aesthetic Sunraku or true
I mean,
design.
much as I've loved the like let me solo her vibes that I've been getting from Sunraku, like
Yeah.
this entire time,
Yeah.
like it's funny because this series came out before Elden Ring
Mm-hmm.
did, and I'm just like, some things never
What if Let
change.
Me Solo Her dude is like a fucking Shangri-La Frontier fan and he's like, I want to make myself look like Senraku because that's the best gamer I've ever read about or some shit. What if that's the
Oh
origin?
man, I internet may work your magic, please. We need to find out.
Yeah, for real.
Oh
Oh
man,
man, I cannot wait to see how this concludes, bro. Because like, see,
do you think that they'll beat her?
that's what I was just about to say. Is like that's where the stakes and the uncertainty and the tension and like the butt clenchy nature of conflict comes from inside of Shangri-La Frontier, knowing that their lives aren't actually at stake, but like we still don't know what's going to happen at any point in time because it's like narratively, it's like okay, he ran into Lycagon first, beat Wazaimon the Tomb, didn't beat Lycagon at that time, then continued the story, went to Wazaimon the Tomb Guard. We were like, he's here too. Maybe they're here too early. Maybe they get whooped by Wazaimon, and then we got like 16 chapters of that fight, and then they eventually beat him inside of the same, like a similar naming convention as like the stretch of chapters that we're in right now for Lycagon. So you're like, oh, okay. Like, is now just the time that they beat Lycagon on this random encounter that they didn't even try to prepare for? Like, does that make sense? Like, that's gonna be crazy if that's the case, but like, does Katarina and Ryosuke want to do that? You know what I mean? Like, is that like the decision that they've made for how Lycagon goes down is in this random encounter with one, with a team up of Sunraku and
Two
Saiger
people?
Zero. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like holy shit, like there's so many questions that you have to ask about like the legitimacy of this takedown of
Well,
Lycagon that it's like, oh my god, is it actually gonna happen now? But if not, why did we spend X amount of chapters inside of this naming convention just to not beat him, and then what? We gotta like redo this another time for another like 9 chapters or 10 chapters.
I hope they beat him.
Yeah, me
Like, I
too.
really
Kind
want
of.
them to,
Yeah,
because I want him to start using the Wenzemon stuff, having like a really cool kit,
yeah,
like really expanding beyond like just weapons and helms, and
yeah.
like there's a part that like there's such a juicy like aftermath tension that involves like the politics of both Schwarzwolf and Wolfgang. And they're like, you guys just randomly ran into Lycaon and
Yeah,
killed them
yeah.
without us. Like,
Right.
that's hilarious. I
Yeah,
want to see that aftermath.
yeah. And it's like that would
And
be
then
hilarious, and that would be so cool. And it's like it makes so much sense that they'd beat her right now because one, we've already gotten the Lycagon encounter that didn't resolve, and then now this is the next one, like the entire series later, and they're trying so hard, like they're dedicating chapters and chapters to the fight. So it's like, okay, yeah, it would make sense if after all of this setup, like they beat Lycagon here after we've already encountered her multiple times, and this is a full power fight against her right now. Hell yeah, beat her by the end of this. But then you have to consider the ramifications of that throughout the rest of the narrative that we have set up
entire
so far
game.
in all of the cast. Yeah, exactly. So you're like, this feels awkward. Maybe they don't do it then. And that's the uncertainty that creates the stakes inside of a story where you're not worried about the actual lives of the characters.
Oh man, there's actually something that I didn't really consider. So like Wenzemon, they beat them out of order.
Mm-hmm.
So the things that Wenzemon offers as gifts or prizes for, killing the raid boss
Yeah.
are out of like the regular like progression order.
Right.
So having that might be, it's like one of those video games where like, you play Mega Man and you fight
Mm-hmm.
the guy who has the elemental advantage and that gets you that guy and then it just snowballs from there.
Yeah.
Or like if you play like there's a lot of video games where like if you do these certain bosses and then you come back to fight these other people after that, you
You're
just like
too built. Yeah, you
you're
just
too
smoke them.
built.
Yeah.
You found this one item that was out of the way that gave you advantage on all the early bosses, and now you're just powering through,
Yeah.
and then you're suddenly like a massive influx of like 30 levels. You were
Yeah.
super low level, and you managed to just smoke bosses because none of them have poison resistance, and you
Yeah.
found this like dagger of scorpions or something, and you're just like, okay, cool, I've just murked my way to the top now. Cool, now I can play whatever build I really want.
Do we
um,
know that Lycagon was supposed to be defeated before Wazaimon?
I don't know, but like there's still like it's in that nebulous range, we don't
Right.
know.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But
I was just wondering if we like
but
knew
it's like
the
an
order or
advantage
whatever.
that's not normal, right?
Right.
Like
Yeah. Or
So
we can
it's the
assume that
extra.
we can assume that that's what's happening here for sure. Because if you beat him out of order, and then the next fucking Colossi you fight, if you decide to allow the spoils of the Wazaimon fight be the advantage that they have going into the Lycagon encounter, then it just makes everything feel that much better that they beat her in a random encounter away from all of their friends. You know what I mean? It just feels that much better because, like, oh, well, you got the fucking gear from the Colossi you were supposed to beat after Lycagon, so like whatever. Yeah, I like that. But I don't remember the order. I think they said that Wazaimon was supposed to be like fifth or something, or fourth or something like that. And then it's like, what if Lycagon was the one you were supposed to beat right after Wazaimon? Then it still feels just as good because you got the gear from the previous Colossi that you're supposed to take into battle for the next Colossi. So, but if Lycagon was the Colossi before Wazaimon in the order, then yeah, then it makes just as much sense either way, I guess is what I'm saying. But if if Lycagon, was supposed to be like the second to last or something like that, then it's a completely different situation. But yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know. I
it's
don't
not
know.
sure.
Yeah.
All I know is that Suzaku is basically a phoenix,
Yeah.
or referencing a phoenix.
Yeah.
So I'm imagining that the flame or light giving that it might produce will reduce the number of shadows that like lay on things. Plus, it's an
Beautiful.
extra body, another way to like kite or take aggro.
Yes.
So it's like, all right, all right, all right, that works.
Yeah, dude, I really like the idea that you just said about how since it's a phoenix, we can assume that it has some kind of light based or light producing effects. You know what I mean? So like
Mm-hmm.
if it is fire, then obviously the light from that fire will make it harder for shadows to kind of exist on the battlefield, thus weakening, Lycagon's combat potential or whatever. But like no matter what it is, like this thing is probably going to be shining to some degree. And that's just really cool to think about as far as next chapter goes.
Yeah, I'm super excited.
Yeah,
But I
me
think
too.
that's it for me.
Yeah, I think that's all I had too. That'll do it for Shangri-La Frontier this episode.
Yeah.
All right, moving into the final segment of the episode. Undead Unluck, chapter 199, RIP. Requiescat in Pace. Did you look that
Oof.
up?
I did not. Let's look it up right now.
Yeah, I'm about to look it up right now.
It
Oh,
popped up
right
immediately.
away. Yeah, it says rest
May
in.
he or
Oh, go
she
ahead.
rest in peace.
Yeah. But a phrase from the Latin requiescat in pace is sometimes used in traditional Christian services and prayers, such as in the Catholic, Lutheran, Anglican, and Methodist denominations, to wish the soul of a descendant eternal rest in peace. Okay. So it's just a Latin way to
Hmm.
say rest in peace. That's really
I
cool.
think it touches on sort of because like God, at least the God that we're dealing with
Yeah.
seems to be focused on like the Latin and Hebrew aspects of like the Old Testament, um, which kind of goes in that form.
Yeah.
And there was one moment that I thought was really interesting.
Well, just to talk about the color cover page
Yeah,
real quick,
please.
because this is like the best color cover page in Undead Unluck for me.
Oh
And I
yeah.
just think that like visually this is just so striking, bro. You have adult Rip with the Blade Runner and the left arm, like replacement arm thing, gauntlet blade or whatever. I don't think we got a name for that yet. Covered in blood as he's walking with the scalpel in hand towards whatever his adult goal is, and then the younger him kind of trying to stop him from going through with whatever his adult form thinks he needs to, kind of implying that maybe he
Mm-hmm.
lost his way. You know what I
The
mean?
death of innocence.
Yeah, the death of innocence. There we go. Perfect. Boom.
Um, it reminds me of Melania, Blade of Mikola
Yeah,
from
Elden Ring.
Elden Ring.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember one of the people in the Discord was saying that like they were expecting Elden Ring references because the author in a note had said they'd been binge playing Elden Ring.
Ooh, nice.
So they're like, is the arm potentially a thing? And it's like,
Oh,
okay, kind of cool because like she kind of like does damage to heal, right?
yeah,
Like she life steals, and then what is Rip? It's just the opposite. Nothing heals.
yeah.
Um, so I
Well,
was
then
like,
that makes
wow,
me
this is
wonder
cool.
then, because it's like
And then the
we're,
arms are
yeah,
flipped over because like Millennia is the right arm, and then Rip is the
right,
left arm. So
yeah,
like it's the opposite of what that person does.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
kind of cool.
Yeah, it makes me wonder then, like, was Blade Runner as an artifact always something that Tozuka was planning to reveal was an actual replacement of the human leg? You know what I mean? Because
Hmm.
like before we got that information, I just assumed that they were just cool fucking like leg armaments that he was wearing that gave extra effects because it's a magical artifact or whatever. I didn't
Yeah.
think he actually replaced his legs with the artifact, you know what I mean? So yeah,
Yeah.
maybe it wasn't that way always, and it just became that way because of Melania and Elden Ring as like a flash of inspiration. Like, oh damn, I can make this even more tragic by saying he started replacing human body parts of his to,
I,
better equip
I,
himself for the coming conflicts. Yeah,
it's keeping with his character. I think
yeah,
that that aspect has probably been there for a long time, but like they were just like, you know what?
yeah,
Now that we have it, let's do some little touch of little
yeah.
cheeky reference.
Well, just because of
Um,
Melania, right? Like, the fact that Melania attaches an armored arm to herself that she didn't
mhm.
have before. It's like that came out way after Undead Unluck started, and way after the initial Rip arc that
Mhm.
showed him using Blade Runner. You know what I mean? So that's why I was asking, like, was it always a I'm replacing my body parts with this armor set, or was it originally it's just an armor
Oh,
set until I played Elden Ring, and
and I was like,
now
that's a great
because
idea.
of Melania, I'm a and plus it just ups the tragic nature of the storytelling, which Tozuka
Hmm.
obviously goes for. So it could have just been like a right on time thing, and he just got like a brilliant flash of inspiration to make that decision in Undead Unluck because of Elden Ring. I like that a lot. I think that'd be really cool if that was revealed in some capacity.
It's the cut myself into pieces
Not
just
Papa
to
Roach.
feel.
No. But yeah, man, this chapter is major. I love how we're continuing the flashback, like of after what happened, after Layla dies and Rip being like, why the fuck? And him going like maybe to kill himself. Yeah, I think
I
so.
thought he was going for his like neck.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah,
there's actually kind of an interesting thing. So like Rip's ability, the unrepair, is
yeah,
when he cuts something.
yep.
So even though like Layla a lot like slaps the scalpel out of his hand,
Mm-hmm.
even though it's not in his hand, he still feels responsible, which is why the negator ability functions on his eye, the cut on his eye, even though realistically it's anybody, like it's an accident, like
Yeah.
it got struck out of your hand, it went wild,
Yeah,
like
so like your
that's
intent to harm yourself. Well, maybe because the intent to harm himself was still there, even though Latla came and slapped it out of his hand, it still left
true.
his
There's like an
hand to hit him.
overlapping.
Yeah, yeah, it left his hand to hit him, and he was already planning on hurting himself in the neck. But the accident was that she slapped it out and it hit his eye instead, so it still registers as an attack from
Yeah.
Rip, just because the intent was there.
Like the intent or the fact that he blames himself and
Yeah, or
views
that.
himself as very responsible
Hmm.
for all the any of the pain that he endures, he feels responsible for it,
Right.
or like that in that moment, especially how he's beating himself up over Layla's death.
Yeah.
um
Yeah.
this was really sad series,
Yeah.
like Rip basically becomes the hero of this like mini arc, right? Like, the tragic hero of this series, because like he gets the pro tag treatment. Like he looks so crisp. He looks
Mm.
great. Like page 15. Like all the zoom ins, like the fact that he's doing like all the thought bubbles, they're all in his neck of the woods.
Oh yeah, Andy doesn't
Like
get any internal monologues like he usually gets in combat in this chapter, and but Rip
yeah,
does. So it's like it's framing, Andy as like the villain
And
and
yeah,
Rip as
he
the
is.
protagonist.
To
Yeah.
to Rip, he is.
Wow, that's cool. I wonder if that no, that has to be intentional.
It has to be intentional. And like you can even see like on page 12, um, like yes, Andy got sketchier, like that panel of like bring it on Rip. His face looks so sketchy. He's getting a lot less detail work.
Oh, I see what you
As
mean now
if
when you said that Rip looks so crisp in the chapter, whereas Andy
yeah,
looks like so sketchy and jagged. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah, he seems like a villain, but also I think that sketchiness is also an attribute of his lowered intention, intelligence and
Yeah,
more feral fighting style.
absolutely.
So like it lends itself, one lends itself to the other. Um,
Yeah, that's
Painting himself as
cool.
the villain,
Yeah, dude,
like
wow.
that's terrifying. Also, he's like, yeah, no, you know too much about my ability. You can't deal with that. And he's like, no, what if I'm fucking
Yeah, and I
stupid?
can't comprehend
Watch
the
me.
nuances of your, abilities on, that conceptual level because it's all about perception or whatever. And I love
Man.
how Tozuka, thinks about this shit so deeply as far as how these conflicts kind of go. It's like,
Hmm.
how do we keep it fresh while everything is, based on perception? And we're operating inside of like literal concepts of the universe for powers. So it's like, there's almost a fucking endless combination of ways that you can write conflicts inside of the growth and progression in your power system because it's all about how you perceive a certain thing. So like he finds loopholes inside of loopholes inside of loopholes that are already being exploited in like 5 or 6 different layers to continue the uncertainty, of the conflicts as they unfold while still being able to keep it in line, logically,
Yeah.
with a consistent, and gradual increase in progress and strength and whatnot. So it's just like, holy fuck, the brain on this kid is insane just for this level of five-headed strategic depth in your big brain concept, high concept series. It's just like super impressive in that way.
It really is. I love it so much. And the fact that it's like, hey, it's a concept. Well, I can't conceive of it if I'm brain damaged. The guy lobotomized himself for victory, right?
Yeah,
It's like it seems so counterintuitive. Like I can't imagine very many series where I could say that statement and it would
yeah,
track,
yeah,
right? Like, hey, he lobotomized himself, but he won
yeah,
because of it.
yeah. Yeah. And at first I was kind of like pissed off with this chapter. Like I read this chapter like right when I woke up on Sunday or whatever when it came
Hmm.
out and I was like super drowsy and I was like Undead Unluck is at a crazy point. I need to read that first and I kind of like went through it and then we got to like
Hmm.
the end where, Latla
Tragedy.
yeah, the tragedy with like Latla and Rip or whatever and I was like why? I was like so like I thought it was so dumb at first. And then like luckily I like reread it again before the next chapter came out and like going through it a second time before the second chapter confirms what I'm about to say. I had
Hmm.
the thought that like okay, so this is literally just hamartia. Like this is us showing the fatal flaw that in the downfall of the tragic hero's character arc or whatever, and but it's all loop based, so he's going to like learn something in between now and the next loop that actually paints him and makes him the hero that Ano Un always thought he was. Because I'm like, dude, what the fuck did Ano Un see in this dude? He's kind of a dick. You know what I mean? I was like, this
I
dude is
was a
a
hater. I
fucking
was a
douche. Yeah,
hater
and
for a
and and
while.
yeah, and what triggered this thinking is what you kind of brought up in the previous review in your analysis of Rip's behavior in that chapter. So that got the wheels turning, and then I get to this chapter and I'm like, oh my god, everything Mello said is true. This dude's a fucking asshole. He sucks. Boop boop boop. And then now I thought about it after reading it a couple more times, and I'm like, no, he's supposed to be shown, you know, immature and self-absorbed and like tunnel vision, like ignoring the things that matter to him or ignoring Latla rather, you know what I mean,
Arrogant.
despite yeah arrogant and shit like that, because he's supposed to fail and then he'll learn something by the time they go into the next loop when everyone's in their full final form and they all know what to do and they actually take this god dude out together as a team in the next loop. So it made it feel a lot better, and then we obviously got the next chapter in 110 and it basically confirms all of that. So I was like, okay, cool. I'm never gonna doubt this motherfucker again.
Man. There was that moment on 2 and 3, right?
Yeah.
So we know that God gives people negator abilities, and normally it's tragic. So like, it's like that moment where I think to myself, she's like, "Why'd those stitches cause her to bleed out? Why didn't she heal?" I was like, "Cause God's an asshole, kid.
Yeah.
Like, he's fucking with all of us." And it's so weird to think about, like, cause like that seems obvious to us as readers, but for like the character's point of view, that's insane. Like, it would take such amount of like drugs to like figure that out,
Yeah.
right? Like
Yeah.
depersonalization and like, hey, why is any of this happening? Like, the retrospect would be needed for that
Yeah.
kind of like thought process for them. And it's just like, man. And we're always like, ah, all that misguided rage. You could be great. You could do the thing. You could
Yeah.
defeat the real bad guy. Full JRPG. Kill God. Like, ugh.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I love it,
This
dude.
it was a slick fight. I liked it a lot.
Yeah, I like how it fills in the gaps, like, right, of the
Mhm.
kind of like mystery surrounding the motivations of, Rip and Latla, and how they kind of like got here, and like how they got the information that they got to like lead them to the positions that they kind of hold in the present story, right? Because it's like Latla obviously like went into divination and clairvoyance or whatever as her little like hobby or whatever, while Rip went off to study, abroad for like medicine or whatever he ended up doing. And then she comes back like, hey, I know what's going on now, like, you killed Layla, and I was like, what the fuck, I thought I was a fortune teller. And then, we come back and I see you here about to kill yourself, and I slap the fucking scalpel out of your hand, and you cut your eye and it doesn't heal. And it's like, oh no, this is definitely that shit I heard about then while I was studying
Mhm.
divination. She's like, what does she say? She says,
I've
I've
heard
heard
they
about
eat the
this from a patron. And it's like, okay, there we go. That's how they even know, like, about negator abilities, and boom, 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 boom. And
Mhm.
then we get another one where it's like, hey, Latla's the reason they know about Ark in the first place too, and it all just makes sense because she went and studied like extra normal things, paranormal shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like that felt really good.
Man, I was just thinking about, like, on the note of God punishing people,
Hmm.
like the story of Cassandra, right? Like, the gods punished a seer that no one would ever believe her prophecies. And so I was like, wow, there's that tied into like Latla's just straight up ability.
Wait, what?
Because
Say that again?
so there was a Greek seer that was punished by the gods, and so her prophecies would never be believed, which is a huge curse to put on a seer.
Yeah.
She was the
Wow.
curse. It was called the Curse of Cassandra, and
Yeah.
so like Latla's curse from God, a negator ability, is very similar in that
Yeah, that's
aspect, and
so
I really
bogus.
like that.
Oh no. Like a
It's
ball
very
player
close.
tearing their ACL. It's like you just don't get the thing you need to be great in your specific field anymore.
I can calculate any number of things in an instant, but my answer will always be off by 1 to 5.
Oh shit.
It's just like, god damn.
Well, what's the
Uh,
point?
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. But there's this tragedy. Oh man, and this is the thing that breaks Rip: the fact that he kills both of the people that he loves.
Yeah, man. God damn. What a chapter.
And I, I just feel like both of them were so caught up in the moment of like, we need to make Andy give us his points. And I'm like, but can you?
Yeah.
But can you? The biggest flaw was, can you?
Yeah.
And I'm like, you all died for this.
Right.
And then next chapter, it's proven exactly why
Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, like
they do
that line of
this.
dialogue happens in the next chapter, I'm pretty sure, where they're talking about how all we have to do is make him transfer the points or whatever.
Hmm.
But I'm so mad that I originally thought that this chapter was buns, bro. I thought that this shit like felt kind of shoehorned and random and like pointless. And then like now I'm going back into this fucking chat, and like Latla comes and saves him, get on, they go out there, she instantly slaps the fuck out of him. You're always like this. You make decisions on your own, you always take things upon yourself, you always try to keep me from getting involved. When you cut off your legs, when you cut off your legs because you said it'd make you stronger. When we joined under, even back when we fought Autumn, you always try to leave me behind. It's okay for you to risk your life for the person you love, so let me do it for you. And it's like, damn, that is like such good writing. That's so powerful, and it's like what we've been needing from the characters and relationship dynamic of Latla and Rip was like a focused, heartfelt, introspective moment like this between them, where everything is out on the open, everything is on the sleeve, and it's not like, off screened or cut off halfway before important things are done. Like, no, it's just all right here. You know what I mean? And it's setting up the idea that Rip didn't have the proper outlook in this loop. You know what I mean? And like now,
absolutely flawed.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's like I didn't realize that it was a hamartia analysis at first, and I like feel so dumb that I'm like, I even went into group chats like, oh no, Undead Unluck is mid now, and I'm just like feel so stupid that I fucking said that because this shit is
This
actually
is redemption. Your perception has upgraded.
So good.
Your negator ability will be enhanced.
Yeah, but I think that's all I had for 109, man.
I really want to dig into this next chapter.
All right, let's go. Getting into chapter 110 of Undead Unluck, God of Death. Holy moly, bro.
And this is the point where I was just like, that's a very important choice of words.
Yeah, for real.
Very important, because you are trying to kill God. And then there's the kind of definitions like there's so many like different phrases and sayings, like a man can have many gods, or like the idea like man cannot worship God and mammon both, and like mammon is the devil of like gold and greed and like accruing wealth, hoarding and stuff. And it's just like, all right, like that makes sense. Or like there was I can't remember the name of the series, but they talked about like how anything can be a god to a man if they believe it is important enough. And like anything that controls a person's life is a god. Food can be a god to a starving man. Lust can be a god to a man seeking affection. Country can be a god who needs a purpose and is lacking direction. Drugs can be a god to an addict.
Yeah.
Man has many gods. And so I was thinking about that, and then I was like, God of Death, and I was just like, oh, it's not going good. And there's that moment where like even Victor squints at him, like in the last chapter, Layla did the squint. She's like, I know what needs to be done. Yeah. And then Victor gives a very similar knowing squint. And maybe Victor is suspicious of Andy for saying God of Death. And that Victor is just mistrustful of many people and anyone that would claim to be God.
Yeah. That's a really, really cool notion, bro. Damn. I didn't even like think about like the juxtaposition between Latla in her conversation with Rip in the last chapter and Andy and his conversation with Victor in this chapter. It's kind of parallel-y, you know what I'm saying? That was a cool thing to point out.
It's the thing, it's like they'll lend you their power, and like, is this the like, because like if that's the parallel, does that mean that Victor effectively is going to die? Like, this is like, I'll lend you my power, but it's like the fusion of consciousnesses as like less of like an amalgam, like a faceted gestalt, but like more of a fluid thing.
Yeah, instead of like Victor outright taking over Andy and Andy, I don't know, taking a back seat or whatever, it's more so like a Nail and Piccolo fusion from like the Namek storytelling originally in Dragon Ball. Yeah. Yo.
Because that this transition is there. It has a transition because like page 14, Andy's hair's down for the first time since he was an outlaw.
Yeah.
Like, he's no longer the modern Andy. And
but he's also not Victor the same way that we saw him the last time he took the card out either. Yeah.
You can't see if the card's in or not.
Yeah.
With the hair down, which is a great purposeful choice, but you see the tears of blood running down his face on page 16, so like it's implied that It is. Oh, you see the card sticking out. End of 1819, but like there was a lot of uncertainty for me
Oh,
for a
okay,
long time.
okay, yeah.
Um,
It is there. So yeah, this is like a wow, yeah. So like before, whenever he wanted to invoke Victor, just take the card out, and then Victor takes over, and there's no card in his head, and then you get like Super Saiyan 3 hair Andy.
mm,
But then this time we know that Victor is present because he literally just fucking one shots, two shots, well, I guess three shots or whatever, but he like just manhandles Rip in a way that he never was
he
able to
finishes him,
before. Yeah, he just outright finishes him, low diff, no diff, really. But the card is still in there. So
hmm
yeah, like this is
but it is
that like
bleeding.
yeah, but it is bleeding. But like they yeah, I think this is, just like that perfect, balance and relationship
Oh,
inside of the host body. Yeah.
the hair might be in the way, but it looks like Andy's scar around that card is gone.
No, I can definitely see the scar. Yeah,
Um,
because you can see like if you really
on
look in,
page
yep, at the end of
19.
yeah, the final panel on 19, if you look like where the hair separate, okay, so you see the clump of hair to the left of the card. You see how
Okay.
that's like divided,
Yeah,
or
I see
whatever,
that
and then
circle-ish.
yeah, that circlish line, that half
I
circle
was
line.
really
Yeah.
worried. I was like, what does that mean? Because if that like if that's a good visual cue, then that means that Andy is healing from like a wound that he has sustained personally and like has accepted as a part of himself. And then like, is that a sign of like new growth, new healing? Old wounds
Mm,
are gone. Like, is Victor the old wound? Like,
yo.
I was wondering. I was like, there's a lot of potential in there.
Yeah.
Um, and it makes sense that they're gonna use this like, hey, the arc can go one more time. This is our last chance. We're gonna do it.
Yeah. And I love the conversation between Victor and Andy in this headspace too, because it's like, hey man, here's your like moral quandary here. Here's your like ultimatum, your conundrum or whatever. Like you either let Rip selfishly, ride the arc and go try to accomplish his goal of saving Layla, which will dismantle the team necessary to actually defeat God on the next loop, all for the sake of him to accomplish his own personal goal, and then you guys just try your best without him. Or you know what I mean? You could go fucking try to save Fuko, which is what you absolutely want to do. So you have like similar motivations as Rip, but you're both kind of operating under like pretty selfish. Like, yeah, you sure you're trying to save the world or whatever, but the world is ending and you're focused on trying to get Fuko's soul back. So like, are you
mm-hmm.
really any different, than Rip or whatever? And it's like and it all ties back to his newfound outlook, Victor's newfound outlook after the autumn arc with well
Yeah,
wait a
he
yeah wait a
changed
minute
his perspective.
yeah he did. I can't remember the catalyzing like moment for that. I'm pretty sure it was in autumn after the all the Fuko
Yeah,
stuff in the
I
Soul
think so
Calibur
too.
shit, right? Because I can't remember. Yeah, because he definitely doesn't talk to Juiz again. I
No.
don't think. Yeah. So, but yeah, he has this newfound outlook and like remembers how much he loves Juiz or whatever, and like we found out that that was his motivation and all of his history or whatever. And so to tie it back to like Juiz's philosophy rubbing off on Victor to make sure that Andy has the conviction necessary to do what's absolutely necessary for the greater good and not just necessary for his own personal goals and whatnot. It's like you have to not only have conviction on par with Rip's conviction, but you also just have to have a better idea that saves more people. Otherwise, I'm not gonna fuck with you. And then
Mm-hmm.
Andy goes, "All right, bet, I got you." Like, or no, Victor tells him,
Victor
"Let
is
Fuko
like, hey
ride the
man,
arc and go through the loop." Oh, okay, yeah, because Andy couldn't put it together himself. So Victor's like, "Here's my suggestion. Here's what you do." And here's how you kind of like get past that ultimatum. You were looking at it as, do I save Fuko or do I let Rip save Layla? But really, it's just everybody dies this time, and you let Fuko ride the arc, and then Fuko, is like the new Juiz effectively, and is able
yeah.
to give you all of the
Oh,
training or all of the information that you need earlier in life to allow you to reach the full potential of the mastery of your undead negator ability
I just
earlier in life so that we can all just pull up to God in the next loop with everything that we need to know earlier. Yeah.
what if because like if Fuko's writing the thing, she's still a ghost. Does that mean that if Fuko, she's not dead, because, like, still remembered, and that's why she's not dead, but, like, if she rides the arc, it's not going to change her body or, like, the substance of her essence. She'll still be a ghost. So that would be crazy if a ghost just shows up to you as like, hey man, I'm here to stop the apocalypse. Like, you need to listen to me, please. You gotta, and like, you
Oh
can
man.
constantly be harassed by a ghost. Like, you can't like put that on hold. You can't lock them out. You can't snooze that shit. They're just gonna be there, up in your face, being annoying, causing
Yeah.
misfortune to happen. Like,
Yeah, that is
using
crazy thing to
unluck.
think about though, because I'm pretty sure it specifically states like she can't get her body back unless her ghost is put back in the body. So then, yeah, if the loop happens before that happens, then she wouldn't have her body in the next loop. Is that right? Oh man.
And then
Oh, I gotta reread
does she
Undead
find
Unluck.
does
Oh,
does she find her like self inside the next loop and like merge and have like this like deja vu synthesis of the soul? Like
oh, tight.
she's like, hey, I was really tempted to go find my body immediately, but I decided to take advantage of my ghostly form and travel the world and convince these people to meet me and then find my body so that they can like meet the real me or
Right.
like the mortal me.
Yeah. Yeah, no, because that's a really good point. Like, if especially if Fuko has that idea in the first place that she'll be able to just merge her ghost with the new Fuko ghost in the next loop, then that body will share all of the memories that the previous Fuko's ghost has. So she doesn't absolutely need to go find her body right away. She can be the little ghost counterpart, finding the team,
Ooh.
getting them together, making sure they know what happened in the previous loop, etc., etc. And then, okay, now let's go find the new me in this loop so that I can go into that body and be whole again with the new information or
And that
whatever.
means Ghost Fuko would effectively become her own version of Victor
Oh, wow.
because it's like two spirits occupying one body. Like
Yeah. I
the
still feel
idea
like we
that
need to
like
know a little bit more about Victor's origins before we can really make that direct comparison because it's like, what if that's not even close to the same situation as what happened with Andy and Victor?
yeah, I mean it's
Yeah.
not the same, but like
Yeah.
it could be similar,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
another
Similar
parallel
enough.
of the
Yeah.
thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because they have this thing where he's like, "Hey man, you know, you can trade spots if you swap with me now, then you can most likely deactivate unrepaired due to me not being the original target."
Yeah, that was
And it's
super
just
tight
like,
too.
you're a whole separate person. There's also the fact that like Victor is wearing an under uniform and Andy is the naked one. When they first like interacted with the series, it was the opposite, where like Andy
Mm.
was wearing an outfit, the card comes out, boom, shirtless Super Saiyan mode.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, yeah. He was butt naked, Victor was in that spoil arc when he
yeah,
first came, when he first took over. I think it's
had
because
his
Andy
whole
was
thing
already
out,
naked. Yeah. Wow.
man.
Crazy
Yeah,
situations, crazy developments happening inside of Undead Unluck right now, man. Wow. So he just completely just destroyed Rip. Rip is dead for this loop. Now characters are
yeah.
just about to just start dying left and right, leading into the collapse of the
It
universe
was
or
a
whatever.
firefight.
Yo, dude, that's like wild to
God,
think about. That means that
man.
Tozuka, I mean, like, if we're just abandoning this loop then, and, like, just waiting for the next one, that means Tozuka's about to blank on these fucking main character deaths, bro. Like, we're about to see
Yes.
some gruesome shit
Nico is
happen
gonna
to our
suffer.
protagonists. Yeah, like, this is gonna be wild.
Nico, Shen, all of
Yeah,
them, Mui, like it's
yeah.
gonna go off. Also, I feel really dumb in the fact that on page 8, it took me forever to realize that the round table is an arc and it makes sense because it's a clock and clocks reset. And I was like, God damn it. And it was staring me in the face the entire
Tozuka, God,
time.
fuck.
You're a genius or I'm really dumb, and I don't think I'm that, so.
Yeah, me neither. I think he's just a genius. Fuck yeah.
Also, page 9, when Victor's telling him, is like, hey man, you need to do this thing. to rebuild the Union, and it's like tying back to that Civil War, Abraham Lincoln,
That's
we
right.
will build a better Union.
Yes.
And it's just like, that's literally a speech he had, and I'm like, saved his life.
Yeah, they keep like Tozuka keeps, fucking splashing these little like, American Civil War Union, Abraham Lincoln, Easter egg kind of style, fucking narrative teases. You know what I mean? In regard to like that aspect, probably because it's the most like relatable real life thing in the series so far, as like history goes. You know what I mean? So it's like, or not relatable, but familiar. Familiar, I guess, is the word that I want there.
This last loop is basically the Civil War, where they're just like, nope, Nico's gone, off and decide to go against it. Like
Rip's turning tail,
against,
or not turning tail, but switching
targets,
or whatever, becoming an antagonist of sorts,
so this is the Civil War era, and now they're gonna rebuild a better Union. I'm like, this is exciting. I'm really thrilled for Outlaw version of Andy, because he was like, yep, this is the world we are in, and it's a violent one. And sometimes not being able to die, is pretty good luck. Not for you, but like for me.
Yeah. And I love the paneling after he comes out of his headspace as, Victor absorbed or Victor infused Andy. Because 15? that scene is just so fire. It's like, all right, Ark can pick you up. Yeah, next time we meet, I want to see you without any of these dangerous things on your body. And he's like, right, you got it. Oh shit! And he notices, Andy behind, but it's
shadow.
But it's in Latla's blind spot, so he can continue his goodbye without revealing that Rip is about to get shat on right after she fucking passes away. So he's just like, oh shit, all right, so don't you worry, you can rest easy. And she's like, okay. And then the next panel is him like, God fucking damn it, no! And it's just like, it's so well done.
She hears him too. Page 18, she is horrified. Like, she's getting her wish, just not.
Oh damn, she is still alive on 18. I didn't even peep.
Yeah, she's crushed. She's like, nope. We fucked up. We couldn't do it.
Oh, damn.
He killed me for no reason.
Yeah, dude, that's fucking major, man. And the paneling on like 16 and 17 as he's destroying the arm, and then the fucking shrapnel debris from the fucking, parts of the arm exploding are like over the panel, like into the gutters, like as he's having his like little, like, what is this, a flashback?
Yeah, like he's chopping off his arm in one, and then
that's
Latla's yelling at him about his new legs.
In
the other, and he's like, and then the final regret of like, he chopped off his arm, he chopped off his leg, he chopped up a friend. Like, it's just like triple loss, man. Like rule of threes, great hits. I love the framing on page 14 where Andy still appears as the villain, but like, because like his art is still a little sketchy until like on top of 16, it's like less detailed than like the anguish and destruction that is like Rip's entire being.
Yeah, straight up.
Also, if you notice underneath the elbow of Andy, there's some hair being shed. And what the fuck's up with that?
Yeah, I think trying to remember the damage that he took prior to fusing with Victor, because it could just be regeneration. It's like old hair out with the old hair, in with the new hair, but other than
giant head wounds, etc.
Yeah, or maybe no, can't be that. It's gotta be something else. Maybe it's
might be a tease of like Victor.
Yeah, maybe it's showing that like the initial fusion of their consciousnesses tried to start the body swap for Victor that would grow out the long Super Saiyan 3 hair, but because it's balanced, that extra hair just like fell off into this, final fused state of Andy. Yeah, maybe it's something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
This is a tragic chapter.
Yeah, this is good stuff.
It's impressive that they are able to like win me over on Rip's character, but also like point out that like yeah, no, he was not going to like succeed for the reasons you didn't like his character for.
Right.
So it's like, but like I still understand the character and like
Absolutely. But
it's
now we can reset, new loop,
yeah,
and hopefully he learns something from the previous
bury the
one
hatchet.
somehow in like the information transfer that we're going to get in the next loop when Fuko, tells everyone what happened in this one or some shit.
There was a moment in Spy X Family that made me really appreciate this chapter.
Oh shit.
Um, they had this thing where he says like, "Hey, they did a study where a woman comes up and slaps a guy, and they basically ask the people how they felt. And they're like, oh, they didn't like they felt bad for the guy, and they exhibited empathy for the guy getting slapped, the person who was struck. But then they did the test again with a different group, and they said, hey, this woman was cheated on by that dude, and so that like empathy for the person's pain turned to pleasure, and by like having like more information that makes us relate to why the pain is happening
Yes.
makes it more important. And like so like in Spy X Family it's like, hey, you can use that to spin hating an enemy, and that's how war propaganda works. But like for this chapter it's like, okay, yeah, no, I don't like Rip for the major flaws that he has, but I do understand Rip, and so like it makes more sense, and I don't hate him blindly or anything. It's
Right,
just like,
right.
yeah,
It puts like just knowing that
yeah.
like he's going to learn a lesson from this loop into the next loop potentially just like gives like a whole new, it like completely recontextualizes these last couple of chapters because it's like, okay, Ano Un put hella stocks into this dude, and he is
Mm-hmm.
not behaving the way Ano Un was hyped for in the autumn arc. So like now the world's about to end, and this is his time to show us what Ano Un was excited for, and he's just acting like a self-absorbed, arrogant, like douchebag,
Mm-hmm.
like super selfish, like motivation, like the fate of the world and the universe is at stake, but he just wants to save this one girl. Like that doesn't sound like like the hero that Ano Hoon was hyping up. But then you're like, oh yeah, okay, so they're just going to say fuck this loop and then get him in the next one, and it's like that's what fills in that gap of like,
Mm-hmm.
okay, this is why he's being such a douchebag right now, at this point in the story, is because hamartia.
Yeah. Oof. I like the discussion on like subjective justice, and like
Hmm.
I also like that justice is individual, not grand scale.
Yeah,
Like that
a lot of stories
brings me
focus on like that
justice for all.
that didactic aspect of storytelling that's like the author has decided where the moral arrow points, and like all of the positive character traits and happenings in the story all like coincide with the direction that arrow is pointing, that the author is kind of set for the series. But this one is just like, no, it's up to y'all individually. Like there is no, you know it's kind of like a noir in that way, where it's like,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who the good guy or bad guy is in this movie. Everybody kind of sucks. I kind of have to just wait for the movie to end and then judge all the characters based on the actions that they took in the movie. you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, man, you got
Man,
anything
this
else?
chapter gave me chills.
Oh
That's
yeah,
about
for
it.
sure. Yeah. These last two chapters, like big chills, especially like
I'm
inside of the
gl-
Latla and Rip writing and shit. Yeah.
I'm really glad we did these as a pair
Oh
of
yeah.
chapters,
Yeah.
because
The
it
double
like
episodes always slap.
I
Yeah.
was upset with that last chapter. I was just like, this hurt me.
You were
This
upset with
hurt
the
me a
one
lot.
before too. Yeah, I
I was
remember.
like,
Yeah, yeah,
like as a whole, like, and that's the thing. We have our opinions about chapters week to week, but at
yeah,
the same time, we've always been huge proponents of like rereads and
yeah.
like the full thing, because like it's just a different
You
experience.
can't understand a work of fiction too much or too well.
By
You
a
know what I
single
mean?
chapter, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah. Rereads are so important because like I don't fucking know. Like we're not authors. Like who are we?
It's
Like
real.
these motherfuckers are professional storytellers. You know what I'm saying? Like not saying that like just because someone's a professional storyteller, they can't tell a bad story. But like we've seen the quality throughout all of these series that
best time selling author, yada yada yada.
Like it's like, dude, like if you don't get it the first time and like they've already established themselves as like a cold-blooded writer that you've been praising for however long, and you get to one chapter that feels weird, you know what I mean? Like maybe just read it again.
Probably maybe serves a purpose.
Maybe reread the series and go find, you know, foreshadowing for the situation that you think is weird in some kind of way that'll make it feel better for you. Whatever, you know what I mean? Like just because you don't get something the first time you read it doesn't mean you should blame the author. You should look within first. But yeah, I think that's all I had for Undead Unluck this week, man. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that'll do it for this episode of the Special Grade Podcast. Thank you all so much for watching. If you did, we hope you enjoyed it. If you did, let us know. And you know where to do it. Inside of the hidden channels of the Discord. Patrons that are subscribed to this tier of support, thank you so much, first and foremost, for keeping the lights on here for this line of content over at Project Manga Patreon. We literally could not do these episodes without you guys, and we can't thank you enough. Special shout out to Figroff Felinor for the brand new subscription and joining the Project Manga Patreon special grade team and family. Okay, glad to have you. Final message, once again, as always at the end, if you are a Patreon subscriber and a Discord member, make sure you link those accounts together so that you can see those same hidden areas of the Discord that I was just talking about. But other than that, I think that'll do it for episode 65. Wrapping up, I'm Nox.
And I'm Mellow Yes.
And we will catch y'all next time.